And those guys, those guys are dumb. They are Rwanda, Uganda, they are dumb. Why can't they be more
Why
like
you say that,
Israel? Israel
Mike?
get the best because like I like Israel so much that and I'm Israel wants just to maintain that you know able to use them to get what they want in that Middle East. And they need those two small countries, Uganda and Rwanda, in that Africa, in that Central Africa. They need them, like particularly the Eastern Congo, because they're using them to keep high on the. During the Cold War, the Soviet, well, I would say keeping high on the other adversaries coming in that region. So Uganda is doing a lot of Uganda and Rwanda. They're doing a lot of policing for the West in that Central Africa area. So if they're smart, they'll be cutting a better deal out of it. But I don't think they're getting it. I think Rwanda is probably getting better. Yeah, some good deals because we all can see how Rwanda is somehow developing to some extent. But I don't think those guys are cutting enough deal, man. Because they literally need those two countries to have that access in that Congo area. So those guys they're not smart, man.
Yo, how do I leave for 2 seconds and you guys are letting Keizo spread propaganda about his country? Keizo, the same land the British cut away from you is the same land that is being used, your best farming land, to make tea. That's why your country's currency is dying. That's why Ruto's out there asking for loans so they can make so they can get bread and so on. That's why people are protesting on your streets for food because your country can't even use its own land for your own internal food production. So this ownership thing is not that big an issue, but you guys crying about this pageant stuff is also interesting.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. We'll come back to that. So go ahead, Tanaja. Tanaja, you
Hello.
ready, or you want to skip you? Go ahead, next up.
Yeah, so I think that this is a PR campaign by probably Zimbabwe's foreign direct investment office, because if you look in 2020, they passed a law based ending the indigenization requirements to where pretty much in all sectors, Zimbabweans had to own a majority stake of the company in order for investors to come in and invest in the country. So they ended that at the end of 2020. So I think this is just an extension of pretty much the policies that they've been taking over the last few years.
You are correct. That's exactly what I stated when I came in. That was my main reason of coming in here. And I stated, they're trying to use this as a leverage.
That's different than sanctions. Sanctions versus foreign direct investment. So this is a PR campaign for
but if
foreign
you are
direct
sanctioned,
investment.
if you are sanctioned, you won't have any kind of foreign
Dude,
investment.
no
Is
one's
it not
going to
part of it?
invest in a
You can't.
country that is under sanction.
Yeah.
What
So
foreign
this is
investments are you getting when your country is sanctioned, bro?
I mean,
Sanctions on what?
you're not gonna get that much, but they are getting some. Because why would you even make that law
Yeah, it's not
if
coming
you're
from the
sanctioned
West. It's
anyway?
mostly
They're
coming
trying to get
from
yeah,
exactly.
China
they
and
That's
all
may
those
they
other
may
countries.
try to get, but if the sanction is lifted, then it's different, And this is what they are, this is what they are doing right now, selecting this white lady, for that purpose, try to leverage
this.
that their country, is welcoming and free right now. They're not the way they used to be. I mean, it may be a conspiracy theory, but there's some validity to that conspiracy theory that I just,
I, this one move
No,
doesn't
but
stop the
it's part
sanctions,
of it.
but
It's a
yeah,
prelude.
but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, yeah, it could be one small piece in a greater campaign, because like I said, they're obviously making changes to their system, so they're changing their approach that they've been taking.
Right. You make sense. I mean, I'm not disputing what you said, just definitely. So, but I don't know how that's gonna work. So, but the whole West right now you need to see what's going on in US, I mean, most of those conservatives, they've been carrying it the whole week because I watch Fox, I watch all the whole news. I'm a high news consumer in America, so I follow what they've been doing. I mean, you need to see how the conservative are utilizing the whole thing that's happening. They say this is a right thing, that Zimbabwe is welcoming right now. This is conservative, I mean, go and listen to them.
Stop.
The
No one
bloggers.
talks about Zimbabwe, bro.
Huh?
The average conservative doesn't even know where the fuck Zimbabwe is, bro. Let's just be honest.
No,
Zimbabwe is
they
fucking
don't.
irrelevant.
They don't. But look, it has it's politics. They don't know. You are right. That's true. They don't know. They don't care about anything that's that showed their white supremacy. In the world. Yeah, they're gonna take it and run. Because they want the white to rule the world, which they are ruling already. So if they have to amplify it, definitely they're not gonna stop there. So this is exactly what's happening right now. I was surprised when it first started. Up to today, they are still talking about it. Yeah.
I wonder what Nigeria's solution is to this one.
To Nigeria, are you there?
Nigeria, the security.
The security, the Pan-African security to Nigeria.
Nigeria is on two shows, multiple shows at the same time.
He's an elderly citizen. Let him have his nap time.
He probably has the floor on the other show right now. He's gonna finish talking there, and then he's gonna come back here.
Yeah, tonight, are you there, or are you eating pounded yam?
He's pounding his yam.
Does Tunaja eat pounded yam? I don't even know where Tunaja from. Is he from Africa? I don't know.
He's
Nigerian. Come on, bro. Nigeria.
That's what he claimed, but I don't know. But anyway.
Look at his picture. He even has the Benin bronze statues. He's from that region.
I know. I'm just messing. I'm from Nigeria. I'm just messing with you. I've had an encounter.
Nigeria's from your area now.
No, he's not. He's from Edo area. That's what I had.
No. He's Delta. He's from Agbo.
Agbo. Okay.
Mike, let me ask you this though. This is something I've heard black women say in the past, especially online. You think you are handing down your wealth to the white community by marrying a white woman?
Wait, can you repeat the question? Are you losing your culture by marrying a white woman?
You know how people say, okay, I was bringing up that African American guy who's a billionaire. Last time when you brought him up, Caesar was saying, oh, he's betraying his race. He's handing down his wealth to the white community by marrying a white woman. Do you think that makes sense? Do you think if Dangote marries, let's say, a woman from Igbo, does that mean he's sharing his wealth with the Igbo people, with the Igbo community?
But Dangote is not married. I don't think he ever been married.
He has been there. Who's in space? Yo, who's on a flight, man?
Sorry, what did you say?
Bro, do your ears not work?
No. There was noise in the background. What did you say?
Last time when Caesar was here, he was complaining about why some African American guy who's a billionaire, I think he was married to a white chick, and he was like, oh, he's handing down his wealth to the white community by marrying a white woman. Do you think that concept even exists? Because technically, if they are married, their kids will come out biracial, right? And in America, they would probably be still considered black. But if they're not considered black, he will literally just be handing his wealth to his kids. So what difference does it make? It's not like you're sharing your wealth. It's not like when you marry someone from, okay, let's just say you are Wanga. Let's say you become a billionaire in Kenya. and you marry a Somali, are you handing
America.
down your wealth
See,
to the
you see
Somali
all these
community?
community.
No, of course not.
So where does
No.
this logic come from? That if you marry someone from a different ethnic group, you're handing down your wealth to that whole ethnic group?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fear going on with people like
Like,
Caesar, right?
okay, you see the CEO. I think one of the CEOs of Netflix, the main guy, he's married to a
Mhm.
black woman. Does that mean the black community is now sharing the
No,
wealth of Netflix?
no, definitely
So where
not.
does this idea come from that if you're from one ethnic group as a man and you marry another ethnic group of a woman and you have wealth, you're now sharing it with that whole community?
I think
You,
it's fair. I mean, like, it's coming from the same place. White man is Thanos. If white man gets any advantage,
Exactly.
they destroy everything.
you see all
And
these
it only
community
works one
things
way
that
because they would never claim that that white guy is handing down his wealth to the black community. Even though technically, if he's married to that woman and they have kids, in the American society, those kids would be considered black because they're biracial.
Exactly. It's that there's even that aspect of things, right? Because they actually would be considered biracial in that culture. But Abby, I think generally it is a white man is Thanos problem. And ultimately, because if you remember what Kifaru came in and said, he presented it as if one white woman winning one purge in Zimbabwe is gonna make everyone
Bro,
win.
Kazo, just be honest, man. You see, you're trying to sugarcoat it. Pro-blackism is an inherent inferiority complex to whites, bro. Like,
Yeah,
actually,
it is.
pro-blackism fits in perfectly under white supremacy, bro. For being
I
honest.
mean, we don't actually have any so-called black movements that were actually created by black people for black people. They're all white supremacist, reactionary stuff. They're reacting to white supremacy. That's it. There's no
Thank you.
creative black
It's, it's, it's,
movement.
it's a trauma ideology, bro.
Yeah, even think about it, right? Why should we unify? Oh, because we all go through racism, bro. I'm not unifying with you
Hazel,
because we all.
when you went on that panel, I swear, bro, I think you need to rethink your idea of African Americans being the smartest. I don't know if that's the smartest black population, man.
No, no,
Black
because
people need to be wiped off the face of the
I
earth.
was pandering a little bit, obviously,
They,
right?
they couldn't even understand the concept of when we told them Africa does not exist. Like this, Africa,
No, that
bro,
was
like
insane.
we are not, they try to compare Africa to India and China, bro. These are societies even before colonization or even interference with before this Western dominated era that were unified at one point or another. Like the Mongols had the whole of India. Like, yes, there were sub regions, but they were all tributaries to the Mongols. Even before that, India was still tributary to one kingdom or the next. Same with China. Like that happened through conquest. Bro, before colonization, what history did Kenya, Ethiopia, South Africa, Nigeria, what history do we have together, bro? If we're being honest. We didn't even know the other person existed, if we're being honest. Of course, we knew we existed, but you know what I mean.
No, no. Well, the average citizen didn't. So you actually will be right. It's the elites who knew of international trade. I think the issue here is
Yeah,
like this. That conversation was a perfect example of why some people are interesting. There was one brother saying Africa doesn't have schools, bro. Oh, I get it. Critical thinking is not the most taught in Africa, but we're not being taught wrong things like dolphin was created by God. No, they do teach evolution in African schools, right?
bro,
That
these
was
guys
wrong,
don't know
right?
Kato. You know what the sad thing is? Like the average white person, like when you talk to someone white on online, they have a better understanding of Africa than the average African American, though. If
Yeah,
we're
that's
being
true.
honest,
That's true.
like
Remember
they
the other
actually
guy?
have a more common sense understanding. Like you can explain logically to them the circumstances in Africa. With these guys, bro, it's just it's so retarded. It's unbelievable, bro. Like their understanding of Africa is something they
remember
read from Marcus Garvey or like Malcolm X
remember
or
the
some
guy
bullshit, bro.
remember the guy who claimed that he was like some kind of is it foreign affairs, or he worked for the American military arms trade or
Bro, okay,
something,
so stop the cap, bro.
right? That,
that
that's
guy
definitely
was
that.
that guy was a janitor in the CIA.
Right. I was literally saying the most basic stuff. I'm like, bro, we already talked about that. Why people don't buy equipment? There's literally embargoes against any African country from buying some equipment, and then there's corruption. It's interesting. It's like, but you know what? It's flexed up. Did mention something which is it's not that high IQ, but it's a reason. It was a notable observation. Abby, there's too much people like Tunisia in our platforms. Narrativism over actual reasoning, right? We're not. A lot of these Pan Africans can't reason. at first or second principles. They're just narrativism. That's a
Yeah.
big issue there.
And when you challenge their narrative, they just insult you, bro. Like
I'll
it's
give you an
just that
example.
hominem attack.
Yeah. How come you guys didn't call Nigeria out? You keep saying the dumbest shit. Like, I'll give you an example. The other country
Kaizo,
have experienced.
I'm the only one who tries to call him out, but you guys come and defend him like he's some baby that needs
Crazy
to be
one
called
for a
out.
while, Abby. The other countries in East Asia have experienced a terrible thing.
Kaizo, think about this. Kaizo, think about this. Kaizo, you know what these guys, you know what they ask of us? It's almost impossible. It's like saying, why doesn't Asia unite? Imagine saying, why isn't China, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, Russia, like Iran? Why aren't all these countries uniting, Kaizo?
Yep.
But then when you bring that principle to Africa, then it's hard for them to understand. Hey, we share melanin, so we should just unite somehow. Bro, unification happens under conquest. It doesn't just happen, though. China is unified today because the Han population conquered the rest and nullified them, pretty much genocided them, or just absorbed them through marriage and so on. Same with India, same with a lot of these places, bro. For being honest,
Same
all these
with
places
every
that you guys
country.
claim is unified. Thank you. How did Ethiopia come to be? The Habashas conquered the rest.
Europe
You think
too.
the Ogaden people
Roman
say they want?
Empire.
Thank you. Thank you. And the modern day Europe that you talk about that is unified, it's literally just being led by 2 or 3 countries, if I'm being honest. It's not even a real unification of equals. It's the Anglos, the Francophones, the French, or the Franks, if you want to call them, and the Germans. That's it. Who else is running Europe? It's not a unification of equals.
And also, Abby, if you look at the industrialization, I was going to call them out, but they were kind of emotional. I was going to say most countries aren't industrialized, whether they're Western or not. They have just, they're all participating in this so-called globalization. But most of them are not industrialized. Most countries can't make anything.
Kaizo, you know this is when I say it. Pakistan, it's a country with nuclear armaments, right? But you would never call Pakistan an industrialized country, would you?
No. They bought the technology.
Okay.
Dude,
If it's
there's
easy
only
to
like
dominate
three.
one field, it doesn't mean you're industrialized.
True.
There's only 3 real industrialized regions on Earth. It's literally North America,
East Asia.
EU, and Asia. That's it.
Thank you.
Even South
Some
America
put the
is pretty
entire Asia.
backward.
I
They've
mean,
they've
take out
they've
China
existed since the 1800s.
and Japan. You pretty much.
Yeah, China, Japan.
Yeah, he said Asia. He said Asia. Japan is Asia. And not even Asia, just East Asia, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
Even the so-called industrialization, even the Americans are kicking against it. Like they're saying, like the level of pollution. Like they're saying, if everybody, even Obama, remember when Obama made us, we say if we all industrialize, and they had to become an oven. You know, the pollution, they're looking for ways to go green and just, cool it down.
Bro, even let's just assume, and this idea that, it's just the black people that you need to unify. Hazel, let's look at the Arabs. Are the Arabs unified, for being honest with ourselves?
No, they're not.
You know the one that always annoy me? When you ask them, they will say we have to unify so we can build. I'm like, dude, do you have to unify before you start building something for yourself? God, Lord.
Mike, let me
I'm
ask you
like
this.
that, man. That guy is so annoying, man.
Mike, let me ask you this. Does Nigeria need to unify with South Africa, Kenya, and Ethiopia to industrialize? If we're being honest. If you can't industrialize now or build now, what the fuck are you going to do?
What it is this black man, they don't want to do shit, So they're looking for a reason to give white
Mike,
so why
we
they're
all
not
know.
doing
You know
shit.
why they say they want to unify? It's not based on any logic. It's just based on they just want a need to call a place their home. Like Niger just wants to go to any country in Africa where there's black people, and he wants to feel like a citizen in that country. So he wants Africa to unite just for that need of belonging, where he can feel like he can walk on any place in Africa and he's going to be treated just like an equal, just like
So
the native.
you can date
That's not
get
realistic.
women, You probably want to marry women from every country. That's why. These
That's why, to
guys,
be
man,
honest
not
with you, most
serious.
of this thing that you guys blame the AU for not doing, like they can only do so much, man. Like, why would the Nigerian elite give up power to a greater African unification when he doesn't have to? Like people only give up power and unify when they've been conquered. No other reason, bro.
No, that makes perfect sense, actually. But the issue that I keep having is, yeah, and tonight I fell asleep, right? But you keep saying that apparently Africa needs to have this massive extinction event for Africans to so-called wake up. And I'm just like, bro,
Bro,
we've been having these extinction
I'm
events
sorry,
since
fam.
forever, right? If we're not going to wake up from
We're
this,
not going to unify, bro. No extinction event is going to make you unify. Unless someone conquers you.
I don't
Just
even know
look at
what
your
they mean
country.
by
If
unify.
the
What is
British man
this?
didn't colonize everyone in your country, do you think your country would have been formed?
I mean, obviously, the reason why people are not developing is because they're not thinking. So I don't see how getting together will make all of a sudden make you start thinking. So you all get
Yes, like
together,
Mike,
and
it's
then
Can
like
I?
what I said last
you,
time.
you scratch each
What
other's
you get
back,
when
and
you
then you
add,
start thinking.
it's like adding, Mike, what you get when you add zero plus zero. You're unifying with zero
You
with
get
another
two
person who has
zeros,
zero.
and you know
You're
what
just
happens
going
when
to
you
get
put two
two.
zeros in a
You're just
room?
going
They
to get
start
a zero,
fighting.
bro.
Can I
First
add
of all,
something?
zeros don't respect zeros. No one respects zeros. Even zeros don't respect zeros. So now, when you put people that don't respect each other together, what's gonna happen? They're gonna kill each other, man. That's why if you go around poor environment where losers are living together, what are they doing? They're just killing each other every day in every society. So you can put losers together to unite. Then they're just gonna hate each other.
Look,
When you look at each
Mike,
other, they're like,
let's
"Yo,
just be honest. The only African unification that can happen is pretty much what the AU is trying to do, which is just trying to create economic bloc where Dangote can trade his cement in Africa. It's pretty much just creating a market. That's it. That's the only
yeah,
unification
you
you
come
can do.
together
Can I?
And
on
that
Can
way,
issue
can
of
I?
you're
Can I?
productivity, money making, business, some things
Can
like that.
I?
That's what you
Can
come
exactly.
I
Thank
together
ask
you.
y'all
for, not
something?
for some kumbaya
Yeah,
shit.
definitely. It has nothing to do with money. It has nothing to do with economics. I've never seen a Pan African economics channel. Never. Name one. Name one for
They
real.
are. But you know what they talk about?
Where?
They are Pan
What?
African
They say
economic
Pan
channels.
African
No,
debt
they're not
issue,
really
about
economic channels,
Frederick Jackson.
but they do try and
You?
dabble
So
in
you?
economics. But
So
they
you know
dabble
a
in
Pan? You know a?
black economics. They don't.
Go ahead.
They talk about black economics, which is
So
like, oh, we need to chase the Chinese out. We need to chase the Europeans out. We need to create our own. That same talking point. Blah blah blah. That's as
economics
far
though.
as the economic
That
knowledge
that
goes.
They say black
yeah.
businesses. What the
I'm not
black
seeing
business?
anything about business. I haven't heard anything about business on any of these channels. They don't talk about money, trade. That you know what's funny? They say all these other groups are united, but they can't tell you how, right? And guess what? The one thing that they may be more united than Africans about is like trade or just regional integration when it comes to infrastructure and stuff. But that's
Thank
not what
you.
they're talking about. Their main shit. So
Thank you.
Asia's
As a
more
Chinese
united
person,
than North America if we look at like trade integration, like in terms of how integrated they are in terms of the trade, right? So
that's
that's
what I'm
what we should
saying.
be talking about.
The only African integration that can happen. Let me give you an example. So Dangote has a cement factory. It would be easier in an African economic bloc. That means he can provide his cement to all African countries. That would make him go from even being like worth 12 billion to now being worth, let's say, 50 billion or something like that. Because now he can provide his cement to every African country. Or let's say the Ethiopian Airlines can now be like the main airline provider for all these African countries. That would make it even bigger than it is. Or like whatever South Africa is providing or whatever Kenya is providing as its main. That's the only level of like
E-
integration that can ever happen.
Exactly. Specialization. Like, okay, you're good at that. We're gonna get our shit from you for that, and
And
you're
we're going
talking
to
about
provide
that.
the African market for you to dominate that African market. That makes you competitive even on a global stage now. So now Safaricom, can you imagine now Safaricom or M-Pesa can now be the mobile money provider for all of Africa. That would make it probably the biggest telecom company or one of the biggest telecom companies in Africa. And that would be good because now you can use that extra income to dabble into other uh, tech sectors and so on across the African continent. Same with all these other things. That's how you industrialize, not this, oh, we need to come together, we need to hold hands and blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up, man.
Like, yeah, I agree. We need to come together around material things, like real material things. For example, Europe after the war, they had to rebuild Europe, and one of the things that they created for Western Europe to rebuild was, I believe it's the Europe Commission or something like that, some sort of union. And basically they did it so that France and Germany wouldn't pretty much, have beef when it comes to energy and steel production. So
That's
it's
the EU. Yes,
like
you're right.
that's the
That was
sort
the
of things
EU.
that, yeah.
That's how the EU
And
came
yeah,
to
it was
be.
the
The EU was
precursor.
just a cartel for the steel and energy and one or two other uh, industries. It was just those industries in Europe coming together to create and then it later became the EU that you know today. But at first, it was just a cartel for businesses, for being honest. But these are things you can't. Are you guys even here? But these are things you can't even talk about when you're with these pro Black Pan Africans because all they want to talk about is, oh, why are we fighting wars with one another? Why don't we come together? Why don't we create one African army, bro? I would rather die than live in a country where there's one African army, bro. Like these guys complain. These guys complain about their countries being oppressive, and then they want to go and create one African army. What do you think that army is going to do? You think that army is going to be democratic towards you? Bro, grow up, man.
They've been watching too many just too many orators, man. Or orators, I guess. But they just been watching too many speeches, they become Megs and all of that. And they're cool, but it's like, at some point you got to put the YouTube down and go out into the world and do something.
Bro, I think they just, bro, I kid you not, Mike is probably like, uh, why is it that the only logical people tend to be the younger people, man? Mike, as an older person, man, let me ask you this. Why are your fellow old Africans from wherever continent they are, especially like the 45 plus guys, why are they so delusional, man?
Yeah, and the other ones are the ones killing the younger ones because the young ones speak up. This is the alliance programmer. And that just is a good example of what you're saying.
Pan Africanism is all about getting power from the white man.
But
Then we all
but
got
but
to get
but
together.
you
The
realize the
old
only way
people have, I can answer your question, Abby.
but you do realize
The old experience is a double-edged sword. If you have too little experience, you're gonna face issues. If you have too much experience, you're gonna have too much trauma. You're just gonna get to the point where your experience is just has diminishing returns.
Yeah, that could be true. You're right. It's like a soldier who's been fighting for too long, bro. The PTSD will make him
Yeah,
inefficient
exactly.
at some point.
He's
He,
gonna he might shoot his own, his own his
you,
own
I
just
think
going crazy. So
the only way Pan African will work if all the French speaking countries start speaking French. That's the only way it's gonna work.
like even
Or
Kaiser, remember when these guys were saying we need one language in Africa, bro? Yo, I was laughing at that shit.
It's interesting, right? It's like you
You
can
know
want
what's so
something, but language gonna change anything economically in Africa. It's like, bro,
no,
you got
exactly, bro?
but in my opinion, if all Africans speak Swahili, it actually benefit Africa more. The reason I'm saying is it actually benefit Africa more. If all Africans speak Swahili, it benefit Africa more because Swahili is
How
the
will
way
it help us, bro?
because
How is
Swahili,
it going to help us?
because Swahili is a global language. It benefit Africa more, in my
No, it's
opinion.
not. It's not a global language. It's a Southeast African language, bro.
No, it
That's
actually
not
is.
global. It's a regional language.
No, actually, if you look, in how I see the global language, I'm not lying. If you look up, Swahili is actually one of the global language. It eventually will be
Oh
a
my
global
God, how is it
language.
a global language, bro?
Because isn't the society around the world, the teachers around the world in university?
How is it a global language, fam? What country outside of the Southeast
Because
African region speaks Swahili?
Swahili have a lot of speakers. That is a global language.
That doesn't make it a global language. That can just Han Chinese or Mandarin. That's a so by your logic, that's also a global language. Hinduism is a global language because there are
No,
1 billion
Chinese is a
speakers.
global language. Even the Polish language
Oh my
is a
God, bro!
global language. The Polish language is a global language. Look it up, man.
You know what is a global language? You know what's a global language, and we're all speaking right now English. Why am I going to learn Swahili just to make you feel?
No, French, Hindu are one of the major languages of the world. Like French, Hindu, English are one of the
It
major
doesn't
languages of
make
the world.
Hindu a global language. It's just spoken in India where there's a mass population. It's just a regional language. Same with Swahili. It's
No,
spoken in the
they
Great
mean
Lake region
no,
and
you know,
Southeast Africa.
they mean popular language of the world. That's what I meant. Popular language. You see,
Ah,
English
okay, that
language.
doesn't make it a global language. A global language is English, French, uh, stuff like that, bro. Those are
Yeah,
global
like
languages.
French,
Really, there's like
Roman,
only two or three global languages.
Italian, those Portuguese.
Italian is not a global language, bro. What the?
No, Spanish is a global language. Portuguese is a
Yes,
global
Spanish.
language too.
You're right. Spanish is a global language. English is a global language. French is a global language. Apart from those, there's no other global language.
But here's the issue. A lot of languages in Africa don't have live words. That's the issue. Most of the languages in Africa don't have live words. You guys start adding more words to our language. Most of the languages in Africa are not complete.
You already speak English. Where you're from West Africa. I'm from East Africa. We are communicating now using English perfectly fine. Why the fuck do we need to add a second language?
No, I mean African language. I think we need to add more words to our African
Who
language.
cares about whether it's African or not? A language is just there to communicate, bro. You speak your own African language. I speak my own African language. If you and I need to communicate, we can use English, which is the language of the world. So why the fuck do we need to create another subsection?
No, I didn't mean. You don't understand. I meant that in your own language, you need to add more words to your own language. That's what I meant. You look at the French and Italian, English. They add more words every year to the language. That's how they keep the language alive. Most European countries.
What does that have to do with anything?
It does have to do with something. Because when you add more words to your language, you actually benefit your language more. I actually said,
Yes, that happens in every language. That just happens naturally.
why most European languages survive for so many years? There's a reason why. Because they add more words to the language. They keep it alive. That's one thing I like about Europeans. Europeans care about the heritage more than Africans do. Europeans, they care about the heritage a
Bro,
lot.
what are you on about? Like African languages add new words all the time, bro. If you're going on your day to day stuff, and like just the new words are going to pop up in
But
as
but
you
but you
go
got
by.
but you gotta
That's just
admit
called
that.
colloquialism. It first becomes slang, and then it just becomes part of the normal day to day language, and then it just becomes a formal word in the language. That's just how languages are created. It's just
Okay,
basically a coincidence.
then why most European languages survive so many years?
What
Why
do you
is
mean?
that?
What? Oh my God! How many African languages are dying?
They predict most African languages. A lot
Bro,
of languages.
literally, Africa has more languages than any other place, than any other continent. What are you on about?
Yeah, but a lot of languages only have a million speakers. They don't have that many speakers.
Because how many? Oh my God, bro! Because these European countries conquered you and they made you speak their language. Duh, who did you conquer? No one. So who the fuck is going to speak your language?
That's why we Africans need to care about heritage more. But we don't. We should. We should
Oh
copy
my
the
God,
European
bro!
model.
How's that going to help? How's that going to put food in your mouth?
How? You do realize Japan, Korea, it benefit them a lot. Speaking the language. That's why. Actually,
I
Japan.
speak my own language. What are you on about? I just know English as a second language as well.
Cause they always say when you lose your heritage, you lose your identity. You lose who you are. That's what they
We can
always
all
say.
speak our flex up. Can you not speak your own home language? your own tribal language or whatever. Kezo, can you not speak Swahili?
Ndio, mimi naongea Kiswahili vizuri.
Exactly. So how are you losing your heritage? We're just saying if we need to communicate with one another, what the fuck do we all need to speak Swahili? We can just speak English, all of us already.
Okay, so I think for them it's a cultural thing. So okay, so let me try to add to this, right? Because Abby, the issue is you guys, right? Human beings, you guys have different ideas on what you think is a problem. The truth is, there is one more. Some problems are actually bigger problems, like economics. Okay, so I get it from your point of view. That is the only problem because it will fix all the other problems. I get it. I get it. But some of the other guys, let's say like One Africa and all the Pan Africans and stuff, for them it's about the experience of cultural freedom. You know, like how a woman wants to have this fantasy that you're this great guy who can take care of her and be a beast in bed. That's what they have, right? They fantasize like their cultural expression to be able to just be sort of themselves in this world.
What cultural expression, bro? So
I don't
me
know.
learning Swahili, that's my own cultural expression.
They want to be accepted in the international, I don't know, globalist world as if,
By doing
oh, I
what?
see Africa is great cultures. Oh, Africa is great.
By doing
Yeah,
what?
they want to be
Exactly.
acknowledged.
Okay,
They
so,
want, they,
okay, you speak your own language. You speak Swahili, which is part of your cultural heritage. Or we're going to
yes,
pretend it is, even though you want that. Just
sure,
want to
sure.
say, I speak Amharic. It's part of my cultural heritage as a Habesha. And I can easily learn Tigrinya tomorrow if I feel like it, because the languages are similar.
Yeah.
So what the fuck does learning Swahili, how does it enhance my cultural experience, learning Swahili, bro?
So One Africa,
Yeah.
I guess okay. If I try to steel pan what steel man the idea is, uh, co- economic cohesion or rather like osmosis will be easier. So because you speak the same language,
Kizo,
you
can
have
we
these.
not speak English?
Yeah.
So if
Yeah.
you and I can already communicate all of our ideas
You see,
in English,
you
what
see,
the fuck
okay,
do I
you
need
know
to
what?
learn a
Do
second language?
you know, Casey, do you know if you go to French, you go to French, you can't speak English in French. You must French people hate people who don't speak their language. So Tom Sanders to tell this guy why Europeans care about the heritage more. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that's how I meant.
Bro, this is not even true. Keizo, check most of Europe right now is also becoming English speaking continent, bro. This is
Yeah,
just fact.
yeah,
The
but
younger and younger generations are becoming more and more English speaking.
yeah, dude, you have
And on top of that, you think you can, Keizo, do you think you can come and survive in Ethiopia without knowing Amharic? How hard
No,
is your life going to be in
no,
Ethiopia
no, no,
without
I'll
knowing
only
Amharic? So
near
what the fuck are you
region.
on about?
Everywhere else
Casey,
speaks American.
Casey, have you been to France?
France, not any reason. No,
Yeah,
not
I'm
really.
saying French people, they don't like people speaking language. If you understand, like Europeans, people care about their heritage a lot. I met so many Europeans. They care about their heritage a lot. They do. They care about heritage a lot. Even most people from Eastern Europe still speak the language to the kids. Cause, 'cause even most Europeans don't like English language. Cause the English language is boring to them.
Keizo, you see what I mean by the white man status, bro? We're
Right.
literally showing him that younger generations of Europe is becoming more and more English speaking. And he's still going on about European people, they care about heritage. Shut the fuck up.
So European care about health. We African the problem. We
Bro, you can go. Of
we don't
course,
want to say that.
I'm showing you examples of African countries where you cannot even function on a day to day basis if you don't know the language. And you're just ignoring that. And I'm saying it happens in Africa as well. What are you on about? Follow the conversation,
I'm
bro.
saying they care about the heritage.
Everyone cares about their heritage. What does learning Swahili in West Africa do for your heritage?
But
What the
why
fuck
so
does Swahili have to do with your heritage? You're from West Africa. What relation does Swahili have to your heritage? Swahili
so
is
why
like 40% Arabic related anyway. So it's
so
not
so
even like a really fully African language.
So you basically saying only English benefit us. That is what I'm saying.
Caesar, what is this man saying? Can you translate?
Cultural heritage, I think he's just saying, it will feel better if Africans could speak one language
Oh,
and
fuck your
unify.
feelings, man.
I don't
Bro,
mean one
why these
language.
niggas hoes, man?
I don't mean one language. I mean all African countries speak their native language as official
We
language.
already speak our own native language. What are you on about? What the fuck is this guy on? I swear to God.
Chilani says Swahili is a Bantu language. Actually, Chilani, your people speak a dialect of Kiswahili as well. So interesting. Also, just correction: Swahili is actually the people of, not the language. The language is Kiswahili, not Swahili. Swahili is the tribe.
Okay, I heard they said that people from West Africa came from Bantu. Is that true? I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah,
People from West
Kiswahili is a
no,
north.
no. They
Sorry.
said people from West Africa came from Bantu people. Is that true?
Some of them do. They mix with like Sudanic people
Okay.
in West Africa. Yeah, it's a bunch of Bantu
Caesar, but
speaking
on a
sense.
serious note, man, do you think it's just hopeless for the older generation of Africans, man? Do you think we just have to start giving our
It's not just
propaganda to the young?
Yeah, but it's not just older generation, right? Because that's I always come for you on that marker. It's just the average IQ of Africans just isn't suitable for freedom.
Nah, Caesar, but this level of thing is only the old niggas, man. Like, you can actually explain this sitting down to a younger person and he would understand. Like, if you tell, okay, just remember when you told these niggas Africa doesn't really exist. It's just in your mind.
Yeah, they couldn't
These
even
guys,
understand that
bro, they
concept,
almost popped a blood vessel, bro.
bro. They're about to kill me as if I said something outrageous. All I said is it's a geological rock with tectonic plates on it. It doesn't
It's
mean
just an
anything.
elevated, it's just an
Yeah,
elevated tectonic plate that we just happen to all live in. It's like saying,
exactly.
Kilo, imagine saying, why doesn't Asia unite, bro? And by Asia, I mean all the way from Saudi
Yeah,
Arabia
Afghanistan
to
to
China to
Japan.
Japan. Why don't
Yeah,
they all unite, bro? Think about saying that and trying to sound logical.
it's not gonna happen. No, like
Think about,
you know.
but then these
Okay,
niggas
so
will come here and say Africa should unite, bro. Why? Because we all share melanin. Now we're the same people, bro.
according to them, that sounds
You
that
know,
sounds right.
apparently these pro-blacks are more white supremacists than the white supremacists themselves. Like,
Yep.
they deal on a Eurocentric ideology, like point of view, but they try and use that Eurocentric point of view and try and use it to their favor. Because according to, let's say, 20th century or 19th century ideology, if you're black, you're just all the same. And these guys took that ideology and that, yeah, you know what, we're all the same.
Yep. Exactly. See, okay, so Abby, this is part of the conversation, but Pan Africans, okay, we know this, right? We know this. I'm not saying anything wild here, but Pan Africans are using this whole whatever meetup group thing to cope and hide away their psychological incapabilities.
Trauma.
Instead of going out there and competing with white men and actually, pushing forward in white men's companies, they'd rather come on these panels, start talking about unifying, whatever the hell that means. I still don't know. Like, what the hell does that mean? Like, for real? Are you telling us to go and invest in a specific business, or for us, to go build, like, let's say, fiber optic cables and a data center so that we can distribute our own internet? No. And forget about just talking about it. They won't have anything. All they want to do is come to Africa, build a
Kazo,
farm, and
with
I'm helping
you
Africa.
give them a Kazo, when you give them a step-by-step plan, let's say they talk about one issue, right? Desertification. And they always criticize me and you. They say, oh, you don't come up with solutions. Give us solutions. I literally gave them a solution, step-by-step solution, bro. And what did they say? Oh, no, we can't do that. That will take land away from the peasants. Why are we giving away capitalists? Why are we trying to make the rich richer? I'm like, bro, do
Exactly.
you want solutions? Or like, bro, you give them a solution, they're going to come up with 50 million problems that are not even relevant. Like, are you trying to solve the problem? Or do you want, bro, they want the fantasy solution. They want like manna to drop on the sky, that type of solution where there is no like consequences to. Like,
Abby, when you
if
tell
you're
it
a human
yourself,
being,
yeah.
The solution would be stopping corruption in Africa. That's the solution. Corruption is the only solution. that help. If you stop corruption, Africa will be good. It's just corruption.
Okay,
Keep
so man,
stealing
give
money.
this nigga subtitles, bro.
No, for my
Flexed up.
country, Nigeria, corruption is a big issue. People steal money about these old people, and we should stop electing this old ass guy as president. People 70 years old, 80. It shouldn't be president in Africa. They're too old. We should stop electing those old guys as president.
But you know, I'll say this, right? One Africa, that won't actually work because you guys always forget one thing. I've lived in Africa, I've lived with Africans. Africans are corrupt as fuck. Even the babies is corrupt, man. Crying out there when they already ate 2 minutes ago. I'm no cap, I'm being serious.
You
The
are even
Africans,
corrupt, bro. You're out there live streaming another person's live stream.
exactly, right? I was out there getting all the super chats from his live stream and I was doing no work.
That all that melanin just means corruption, bro.
So,
Yep.
so how can we change that?
We can't. That's the thing. What we do is we
Okay.
build systems that prevent us from being corrupt. We have to use
No, but Kezo,
blockchain.
you were saying something. Okay, Kezo,
Yeah.
here's the problem. These guys, you talk to them about, they want to industrialize, but they want to industrialize in a way that won't harm the environment. They want to do X, but they don't want the consequences of, like, bro, they literally cannot reason like adults, man. They, like every action has a reaction. They don't want the reaction.
Yeah. You know, it reminds me of incels. You know, if you tell an incel, bro, you're from the richest countries in the world. You're top 0.5% in the world how much you're earning right now. Become a passport, bro. Go to some third world country. You can find even Becky's in Ukraine before the war. These niggas don't want that. They want to be accepted, even though that they're useless in the environment that they're in by the woman. You see the point, Abby, right? Instead of going there fixing the
Yeah,
problem, they don't want it. They want this like mystical fantasy problem. Oh yeah, you know what? That woman will just finally one day realize that I'm special. No, you're not, bro. You make the average.
or maybe they just like to hollow in their.
They don't want
Maybe
to
they
find
just like
solutions.
to be in that pity. They just want to hollow in that.
Yeah, exactly,
But
exactly.
bro, this is like
Yeah. So flexed up. I don't know
honestly,
if
there's
you.
something wrong with these people, bro. Like mentally, there's something wrong with them.
Yep. Flexed up. Are you there? Because it used to comfort me when I used to call niggas low IQ. I think you finally, for example, there's this nigga, Dart, right? Dart is not low IQ, obviously not, but he does what Tanaja does, which is narrative thinking, and then he projects it onto people like me, thinking I'm doing the same thing as him. No, I mean people like this, we're out here first principle reasoning. We're not trying to create narrative. If that gets created as a consequence, that's a separate issue. My main point here is to say the truest things or troll. Like that's it. I'm not here trying to create narratives. You have hateful passport bros now. No, I'm just saying, Brian. Listen, if you're ugly, go get yourself a third world woman and marry her. Stop crying about you niggas is incels. Oh, black women are this. Black women don't really love us. Black women are fine. You're the problem.
Oh
So
god,
go
bro.
find your own solution.
These
Right?
niggas are all problems. Bro. I'm just gonna
Exactly.
be honest, man.
John's always like Pan-African for life, F the haters. There's no such thing as Pan-Africanism. It's a group for losers with emotional issues. Go and do real things in the real world. Stop being a loser. Go develop your own individual country, right? If you want to be if you love Africa, or
Look at
rather you
what
love
Kezo, look at what Alex is saying. Millions of people are delusional to you. So dismissive. I'm sorry, yes you are. We're literally asking you questions about your ideology. You can't answer it. What do you expect us to do? You expect us to take you seriously?
Kaiser,
Like your ideology has consistently failed throughout time.
yeah,
Kaiser,
go ahead, line legal.
what's your take on what occurred to that young black girl at the gymnastics get together, whereby there was medals being
Stabbing?
handed out to several different people, and then they skipped her. What's your take on that?
Wait, I can't. Your microphone.
Your
Yeah, the
mic is
microphone
crazy,
is
bro.
shit, man. Don't get AirPod Pros. I'll be back in a second.
Oh, okay, yeah. I couldn't pick out what you're saying.
Kaiser, why do
But yeah,
niggas always come and ask you what your take is on some random topic, bro? Like they want to adopt you, like you're the priest or something, bro.
yeah, I am the shaman, man. Shout out to me. But anyways, we've got a couple new people, guys.
Like you're the judge, bro.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
back.
Oh
I'm
yeah, that
back.
sounds
Can
good.
you hear me?
I
All
can
right.
hear you now.
So there's a video floating around on social media showing a young black girl who was at a gymnastics conference, and essentially medals were handed out. This is in Ireland, by the way. Medals were handed out
Oh,
to
the
almost
one that
every
didn't get the
single.
medal. Yeah.
Correct, exactly. What's your take on that?
Okay,
Because
obviously.
from their point of view, there was no racism there. They stated, or at least the organizers said, that two of the medals got obviously I don't believe that, but they said that two of the medals got tangled. That's why she wasn't given it. What's your take on that? And what's your take
Yeah.
on the psychological effect that will have on that girl growing up?
Okay, so let me come there and I'll try to take it from all the different angles, right? So yeah, the girl not receiving the medal, right? So guys, let me just give the context here, right? There was a little black girl and there was obviously other little white girls in Ireland on a gymnastic competition. Now everybody who did well got given a participation trophy, or to acknowledge them. Now everybody there who was pulled up was actually achieved their little trophy medal thing. The black girl was the only one there, right, who didn't get one. Now, of course, we know why, right? And line legal, here's the thing, right? When you're a minority in a
Put the
majority
video
white
in the
country.
chat, by the way.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah, when you're a minority in any country, unfortunately, whether forget the race thing, that's not even that relevant. Yes, it is racist, but this would happen in Ethiopia as well. If you're from the Gambela region, you're never going to be accepted as a real Ethiopian. So I think the issue here is, I think black people generally in the West, especially Africans who have somewhere to go home, need to understand that that's just not their country. They will never be accepted. There's even studies on AI, and for example, some black women in tech expose that AI actually sees black people as gorillas and monkeys, and will rather kill the black person over the white person. So yeah, that whole idea that a white girl and little black girl will be equal in society's perspective, it's never going to happen. I think we as black
Especially
people,
when you live in
yeah,
a white society. Come on, bro.
exactly.
Like
So I
Kaiser,
think
let's just be honest. I'm an Ethiopian living in South Africa. Let's say there were like 10 South African kids, and I'm the 11th one day. There are 10 medals, participation medals. Who's not going to get that medal? Let's be honest.
who be you?
Exactly.
Okay,
You're a migrant.
so no. Hold up. So are you blaming the parents for essentially putting her in a position whereby there's a possibility of racism to take place,
No.
or who's
Okay,
fault
so
is
Bro,
I'm
this?
blaming the
you
parents
are
for not.
okay, Kaiser.
No. Let me ask the other guy. Let me ask Nilotic.
You
Nilotic.
are, yes, I know what you're going to say. You are a migrant in another person's country. Just the fact that you are a migrant, you have to brace yourself for times when you are going to be excluded, bro. Even if that's not like obviously they can't predict that this gymnastic event is going to be like just go out there and live your life. You're going to experience some shit where you are going to be treated as the outsider. Deal with it. Like your parents should already brace you for that type of stuff. Like when I came to South Africa, they told me, bro, hey, bro, you're a migrant. The type of shit South African kid can do here, and the type of shit you're going to do and be able to get away with are not the same. Just because your friends are doing X, Y, Z doesn't mean you can do X, Y, Z. Get your shit together. That was something
How
that
do,
I was told from the time I got here.
Okay. Okay.
Take that in stride and deal with it.
how do
Do you
Africans
do
not
you at least
understand this?
agree? Do you at least agree that if that is the case, that for example, children will be discriminated against if they're in a particular country, etc., then that country should be known as a place where you're likely to be discriminated against, because there are some
That
places
is every
whereby
country, bro.
no, but like, I think that you do agree that black people don't know this. They simply think if you go to certain places,
You
No,
know
no,
what
you'll be
country where you're not
embraced.
going to be discriminated? Wait,
No,
you want a
no,
guarantee
they
of a
know it in
country you're not going to
Africa.
be discriminated against? Go to your country. That's it.
Go to a region that's not your region in your country. What are we talking about? Like what? Africans
Yeah,
understand
look,
this concept.
let's just keep it
You know what
100.
it
I
is?
don't.
You know what the issue
Hmm,
is? Africans wipe their mind when they go to the West. Like they forget
hmm.
like how the world
Well,
is when they go to the
Damn.
West.
actually, hold
Like
on. Let me say
Facebook
something real
type
quick.
of
Let me say something real
people
quick
link
to
to
that.
chip.
Hey, let me say something.
Hold
No,
up.
no, no,
Let's
no.
stop.
Hold on. Let me
Let's
say
stop
something.
for
You
saying
got to
something.
say.
No,
Hold
no, no.
on.
Let's
Hold
stop.
on.
Go
You got
ahead.
to talk,
Let's
sir.
stop.
Hold on.
Let's stop
No,
for
hold on.
talking.
Real
Let's stop.
legal,
They
legal,
I
complain
want
sir.
to hear
about the
what you're
tribes
Legal.
in
Let
their
me say
country,
something real
and then
quick,
they
sir.
go over and expect that people that's not even the same race as you
Yeah, I'm gonna speak
in
on
a
that. I'm
different
gonna speak on that.
continent is going to be more accepting.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak on that. Look,
Damn.
I don't
Let's stop.
know. I don't.
Let's stop
I
for
don't know
talking.
Legal's background at all. I don't know his background, but he sounds like a college graduate to me in the West. Okay, and unfortunately, a lot of these ideas of fairness and equality, all these ununiversal truths, because they're not universal truths. You know what I'm saying? And they start believing in this stuff, and then they really believe that you can go to different cultured countries and they're going to just welcome you with open arms, even though they have a tolerance towards you because of globalism and because of where society is on a global scale. But it's just amazing to me where people just really still get this offended at low level amounts of racism. You know, like this isn't not, like y'all try to
Come
act,
on,
not
bro.
y'all, but people. No, hold on, hold on. But people try to act like this is like 1930s level racism type stuff. Like they and the thing
Exactly.
about it is, yeah, and the thing about it is, it could have actually been a mistake. It could have actually been a mistake.
Therefore,
Like that's the thing about it. Like
therefore, let
people
me
want
ask
to
you this.
really think. Well, hold on, we're quick now, Lonic, but people really want to delude themselves and believe that every single situation, especially something like this, I, like most of the time, white folks ain't gonna go out their way to go after a black child like that. You know, like in a situation like that, it's comical. But go ahead.
Therefore, first of all, I want to ask you, who did you come from shooting, by the way? Second, uh, who gives a fuck, bro? Like, is this really going to? Man said, how is this going to psychologically affect the child, bro? Get over it, bro. What the fuck are we on about, bro? Bro, I'm sorry, man. Like the
It'll
It
give
fact
the
that
just
you
it
don't
just
child
even
it
know what
parenting.
just
we're talking
To
proves
about.
be
it just
honest with
proves
you,
how
it's good
it
for the
proves
child.
important
It'll give the
how
child
much
parenting.
the white man's speech is important to black people. Like that's the thing about it. Like people really get like they change their whole mind chemistry when a white person says something to them they don't like. Like it's just crazy the level of offendedness black folks
Yeah,
love to
but that's
get
pretty obvious.
over.
But American rifle, that's pretty obvious. White people all build everything, or almost everything most black people are using. So regardless if you're just some poor white guy who's not like Elon Musk's relative or whatnot, you have the advantage of saying that you look like the people that own everything. You know what I mean? Like that's why. Like obviously it's bullshit, right? You because you live in America where you see so many poor white people methods. But you must understand that for most of the world they are not advertised with white people like that. White people own their own advertisement, basically, and they make it good. So that's why.
Well,
Yo,
yeah.
let me
So
just
that's
say
what.
something.
And
So that's
Musanda,
another
what does
thing.
that
It
have
seems
to
as
do with
if
what we're
it seems
talking
as
about?
if what
Yeah, I know, right?
everybody is
I was
saying.
about to say.
Oh no no no
Hey,
no! Sorry, sorry. Here's what I want to say. Here's
one,
what I
it
want to say.
wasn't an
I
accident.
agree with you on Nalotic. I agree with what you're saying. I think. I mean the whole because I was listening to you talking about
Musanda,
how
this guy
if
tried to
it is
say Ireland shouldn't be a place, it's a racist country, or it's discriminating against blacks. Because one black girl didn't get the fuck out of my face, bro. You're going to deal with far more racism if you're born
yeah.
in Ethiopia or
Okay,
any other African
so
country. That is bullshit, bro.
it seems as if what you're saying, or the best way to handle this issue is to tell the girl this is a
Get
non-issue,
over it.
and
This is life.
okay, but if that girl, for example, doesn't have any black community or anybody to interact
Ah,
with,
my black commander, is that you? I'm sorry, man. Lion General Legal. I know it's you, bro. It's Black Commander, bro.
It's the parents' job to instill that in the child,
Exactly. What do
regardless
you
of where
mean?
they
It's a
live.
parent's job.
okay, it's a
And the
parent's
parents
job.
moved her
Exactly,
to that
bro.
country,
Look,
regardless of the reason.
Kaizo, are
Musanda,
you
don't
there?
take this into offense. Musanda, don't take this
Kaizo,
into
I would like
offense.
to ask
The
you
first
something.
thing my
Kaizo,
parents ever told me when I got to I didn't even get to South Africa first. It was Eswatini. They told me, look, bro, you are this country. You cannot get away with the type of if you see live your life, keep your head down, do your job, and keep it moving. Go to school, shut up, do your work. If anyone asks you anything political, say you don't know, just act ignorant. You're a fucking immigrant. Live your life. to the T, do everything you're told, keep your head down and keep it moving. The things that native can do in this country, you cannot get away with doing. That's what they told me as soon as I got to the country, bro. And I was like fucking 7. And they drilled it into my head and I moved on, bro. What the fuck are you on about? That's what you should be telling your kids, not this, oh, you free, this little bullshit, progressivism bullshit, bro. Like,
I
yo,
know.
this shit
honest,
literally
And like,
black kids in Ireland.
also
It's
too.
fucking Ireland, bro.
So
Hey, let me
that
say this real
I
quick,
think that
legal.
highlight. Oh boy.
Oh, like real quick. Look, and this
Every
is
time you
goes
speak,
in
it's real
because
quick.
this is
Every
gonna
time you speak,
go.
it's real quick.
I'll,
But
I'll
like,
be
go ahead.
I'll be quick. Just stop talking. Thank you. So the situation with the Miss Zim, I didn't even know the white woman's name that won the award in Zimbabwe or whatever. Like this is the mindset that some black folks in here have, where they'll see black women winning in Sweden, Italy,
Thank
England,
you.
all these
Thank
Scandinavian.
you.
Yeah, they'll
Preach.
they'll win these competitions in these white dominated countries, and they'd be like, yeah, sister, woo, black power.
Black
And then
queen,
as
black
soon as
excellence.
equality, as soon as they apply equality, black people don't want it.
Hey, but
All that equality we talk about, we
Can,
want in
can
white
I can I
countries,
F R,
can
F
I
R.
but
But you
quickly
know
but
what,
but
guys?
explain
hold
that?
on, hold on. Let me stop talking over me. Damn. So what I'm saying is the reason why we fail as a black race is that we can't equally apply the rules that we expect other people to apply to us. We can't apply to other people. So it's just like
No,
it's plain
no,
as
that's
hell.
not that's not
It's a
even
shame
true.
that you
Wait, I
cannot
want to
debate
say
with any
something to
decorum.
Nalogic.
Anyway,
I just want to say something to
Nalotic, I
Nalogic.
want to ask you because I think that you touched on a. Oh, has he gone? He left. Oh, okay.
it,
No,
it's even
Nalogic
worse
left.
than that. It's
Nalogic
even
left.
worse than that. Most people don't care about this beauty pageant. Most people that are
Yeah,
complaining about this beauty pageant didn't even watch the beauty pageant. Beauty
yeah.
pageants aren't even about
Flex up,
beauty.
flex up.
Like nobody cares about this shit, man.
I will not have you dissing beauty pageants on this.
He's not dissing. He's telling the
Man,
truth.
shut
Nobody's
up.
dissing.
Nobody
It's just
cares
true.
about them.
It's just true.
Most
Go look at the
people,
ratings for the
I'm
beauty
done.
pageant. How
It's
many
a
people
joke.
watch
It's a
it?
joke. It's a
Lion.
joke,
Most
dude.
people who
It's
are
a joke.
complaining
I'm
about
kidding.
this
I'm
are not
kidding.
even Zimbabwe. Majority of people complaining about this are not even Zimbabwe. The Flex Up is not lying about that.
They're
Most
black bitches from England and America. Let's just be honest. It's fat black bitches in Europe and America. That's who's complaining. And simp ass black men and LGBTQ. Those are the only people that care. No, most people do not watch these pageants. Nobody watches them.
well,
America first.
I think also
Are
the
you
fact
telling me
that
that you've never
Zimbabwe is
watched
seen as like
America
anti-white,
first? Are you
so
telling me that
that's
you've
why
never
people
watched a beauty
complain.
pageant? Is that what you're telling me?
I think
You
also
That's
telling us you
that's
regularly watch
exactly what
you
I'm
yo
telling you.
wait.
That's
You're
exactly
telling
what
us
I'm
you
telling
watch
you.
Miss Zimbabwe?
No, come on, man. I don't
Okay
watch any
then.
beauty
What are we
pageants.
talking about?
What the hell is that? Come on. How can I do that then? No, come on. No.
okay.
No, it's not happening.
What
You
capabilities do you need to watch
Nobody
this?
cared or knew Zimbabwe's beauty pageant existed until the white woman won. Y'all could not be bothered to support the sisters that won before or prior or whatever.
yeah,
Y'all didn't care about
okay.
that. But as soon as a white woman gets crowned, oh my God, it's anti-black. Oh, y'all are pathetic.
No, I mean that's look. I just want to address something you said. You said because we don't apply the same respect or something when white people do this, that's why black people are failing, or at least the black race
No,
or
no,
something.
hold on. Let me context. When you see the picture right here, Miss Universe Ireland, right?
I
We
get
have
your
no
point. I'm not
complaints.
disagreeing with you on that. I'm not disagreeing that black people should do that.
So why you even having this
My point
discussion?
is that's not the reason for why black people are what they are. Because the truth is, Asians probably would do the same thing, right? But that what I'm saying is this: black people, or at least the black race for most part, or at least what I've realized, and I want to know logic to address this. Black race cares more about aesthetics than actual power. You must understand that. Like the thing about the Miss Universe, whatever, it could be a white woman, whatever. But the truth is, the same thing in America. The Miss Universe can also be a black woman, but that doesn't necessarily mean black people have power. Nor does it actually mean, I guess, this
True. I
white
mean, yeah,
woman
that's true.
have that power, right? So that's what I'm saying. I'm not really. If you're getting more context on that, it's like it's just aesthetics. It's just the idea that oh, I'm a proud vendor guy, I'm a proud boss, I'm a proud this, but you don't have no banking services of your own. You don't have anything that legitimizes your so-called tribe your so-called region or your whatever. If I asked here the Nigerian here, is there a Yoruba bank for the people who are so proud to be Yoruba? Is there Igbo bank for those that are proud to be Igbo? Right? I mean, there was a vendor bank, and look at it now. Black people, vendor people didn't support it. It's shut. So I'm just saying, like, it's just aesthetics. Africans just love aesthetics.
Oh,
They don't want to.
I agree. I agree with you because that's the thing about it is like, and this is black people in general in America, but I'm going to target black women. Sorry, black women in America, where a lot of their complaints stem from them wanting the same benefits and same what's the word I'm looking privileges that white women do. That's most of the reason they don't say it, but that's why they have most of their complaints because they want to be able to do exactly what white women do.
You know why I never entertain white replacement, or like when white people complain about, oh, the mermaid is a black woman, whatnot. Like, it's almost like no one wants to at least acknowledge that for those things to happen, it's not mainly because of black people. It's because a white man wanted that to happen. The white man had all the full authority on ensuring that
Well,
a black
small hats
person.
have something to do with it too.
No, no, no. I'm saying the person who owns the studio is the one that makes the final decision. If this was, I'm just saying, if they had a problem with it, they would have stopped it. Is my point. I'm not saying that there wasn't somebody black was pushing the agenda, but it's a white person that makes the final yes or no. The same thing that happened with the gods of Egypt, right? Like almost all the casts were all white because a white man said yes. Let all the casts in Egypt be white men. You know what I mean? And people don't forget that this is just aesthetics, right? You are still having to apply it from a white guy if you can get power. It's like the same thing with the African Union. When people, this fucking Indians, brother, they're talking about, oh, you Africans are now part of the AU, you should be proud. I'm like, proud of what? You fucking Indians, bro. You genuinely think I'm gonna be part of some aesthetic organization that's just good for taking photographs once in a year on a summit? Like, I'm just saying in general, but they really beg for donators from America and Europe. They keep begging white people and Europeans to help fund the organization, yet the so-called Pan-Africans. That's the shit that's funny. Wait, Snake Man, you actually said something about this, about how like Pan-Africans, it's not that they want to be better, they just don't want to be at the bottom. Like that's the unique trait you notice with the Pan-Africans. They want
Damn,
to fight
dude.
everything.
Yeah, you're right. Wow, Masunda. I mean, you're that. Wow. Yes. I've never heard anybody say it that way, but yes, that's exactly what
No,
it
I mean,
is.
no, no, no. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm just saying. I remember Sleepy was talking about it. Like, I don't know where he is. He was talking about the Pan African. It's not that he wants to win. He just does not want to be at the bottom, and or at least doesn't want to look like he's at the bottom. That's what he's fighting
Hmm.
for. Here's another thing I've noticed, and I wish Nilotic was here. I hope he comes back. I'll be on TikTok and then I'll see some white guy. They'll be asking him, "What do you think about Africa?" And then he'll be like, "I just think of like empty stomachs and hungry babies and whatnot." And then like on TikTok, there's that like the thing that you do when like you copy a film and then after like a couple of seconds you show yourself. What do they call that on
I have no
TikTok?
idea.
Have you used TikTok before?
I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about, though. I don't
but
know
I
what
don't
it's
know
Yeah,
what
but
called.
you're.
what do they call that
I don't know what
process?
it is.
Is it
What do they
stitching,
call
like
it?
stitching a video to another,
Stitching,
or?
yeah, stitching. Yeah, they will stitch their image, and then like I saw a South African guy. He stitched this image eating a chicken, right? After like that white guy was saying, "I think Africans are hungry." He did literally what you're doing right now, right? American rifle, and I'm like, bro, Africans have this thing with exceptionalism. Like, of course, not all Africans are hungry, but the white guy is actually right at a certain point. I think honesty is also another thing that has to grill up with Africans, sort of be offended. So you have the exceptionalists, right? The South Africans who grow up in a country that's full of welfare, way more opportunity. The rand is way more useful. I mean, South Africa is literally a somewhat powerhouse. No, no, superpower in a sense that it may not manufacture as much, but is capable of manufacturing batteries, planes, and almost everything, right? You literally grew up in that nation and you're making yourself the image of Africa. So you think because you can eat a chicken, that's now an image of all of Africa. But Africa is a dark continent. Africa is a continent with no electricity. There's no ESCOM. There's no borders. Jihadis are just walking in, getting out, killing babies and whatever. You don't want to make yourself the image of Africa as an exceptionist. It's just funny to me. Like Africa is poor. Like I don't know why people get offended
Mhm.
by that anymore. I think the honesty is what's gonna push us forward. I think the level
Well,
of
I mean,
exceptionalists wanting to be the best.
well,
Go plays a part.
Well, Masunda, you're right, but unfortunately, people have an inferiority complex, a violent inferiority complex, I might add, when you suggest some of these things. You see, like how I get attacked when I say certain stuff about black folks, and people just lose their minds. And that's the thing about it, is like they can't get past that, thinking that they're below white people, which it's just like you are in certain ways, and it's okay to say that, because once you recognize it, you can start working on it. And that's what they don't
Yeah,
realize. Like
yeah,
that's it's
you're right.
just so it's just so detrimental to them to say,
And you know
yes,
what's
parts
unique?
of your
You know what's
like
unique,
parts of your
American
culture
rifle?
are inferior to white culture. Like they're just afraid to say that.
You know what's unique? And sometimes I'm kind of glad maybe I grew up in Venda, or at least a town in Venda, because like I've went to Cape Town, right? Like before I went to Cape Town, I used to see all the videos of black people talking about, oh, the racism in Cape Town, oh, the racism, oh, white people, this and this. I don't know if it's maybe because I grew up in a place where obviously my parents were like doctors. We went to church. The guy next to me was a professor. And just basically, I was really surrounded by graduate doctors and people qualified or something, to a point that me going to a restaurant and fine, me being the only black person that's eating there, and every other black person is like a waiter or something, that doesn't bring any inferiority to me. I think what happens a lot in South Africa, because South Africa, I do think what I'm saying is me, and shout out to what Lidge was saying. There are a lot of but South Africans that come on these panels are exceptionalists. Like most of us are exceptionists, and we don't want to accept that because we are surrounded, and I'm sure maybe something similar to you, American Rifle, was surrounded by other exceptions, and so it makes it hard to have these things become our reality. I'm surrounded with people who obviously are qualified in something. So when I go to another region where it's predominantly white, I don't get that insecurity. And I used to think maybe Cape Town was a super racist place, people make it sound, but it's not. It's just a lot of insecurities a lot of these black people have. You know, even black Americans, weirdly enough, when they go to Cape Town, they keep complaining racism, racism. But I didn't experience any racism, or at least I didn't feel like it. You know, do you have that though, flex up in America, where a black person maybe didn't grow up around white people, he goes to a predominantly white area, gets drinks there, there's like I don't know, it's like an insecurity of like, why aren't white people talking to me or something? Do you have that flex up, or any other person can answer? Oh, you said you'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Lidge. What do you think about what I said, bro, about Cape Town?
Bro, nobody heard you,
Oh,
man.
I've been to Cape Town twice, bro. I don't know. What was
No,
your
I was
question?
in Cape Town. I didn't
Because
experience
my
this thing.
experience
Is
is
it?
different
Is
from
it?
yours. Obviously, like, Musanda, no disrespect. Obviously, like, when I'm in South Africa, I'm going to identify with the Ethiopian migrants in South Africa, not really with any other group in South Africa, if that makes sense.
No, 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 not that, not that. I'm saying going to Cape Town and then you may be seeing majority of people there as black employees, and
Musanda, I'm
that
just
makes
going to keep it
I don't
honest
know.
with you, man. I've never experienced any racism in SA, bro. Maybe like, oh, you're from Ethiopia. Like, they'll make a
Even
joke
me, that
about
I'll
like
be honest with
stubbies
you,
here,
on the other
maybe in
hand,
high school,
no.
but I'll be lying if I say niggas were racist to me, bro. I don't even.
I'll be honest with you, even me, bro. Even Josie Gold was saying the same thing. It's one of those things where I'm mostly pissed by things I see on the internet than on my own personal life. It's like, oh, though there's a like I'll probably say there's more like work conflict, or less maybe what do you call it when there's discrimination based on income? Like maybe there's a guy who grew up from a poor neighborhood or something. Like, because I was an electrical engineer, right? And at least I am one. And then you see that people that don't even have papers and they're working there, and they have this insecurity. Like, look at this guy who didn't grow up like me, and he's working at the same company I am, and didn't have to suffer as me, and maybe because he has qualifications, doesn't have
Wait,
to like
wait,
dig up.
Musanda, do you see the thing with these pro-black Negroes, bro? John Zola says, I said I've never experienced racism in SA. He said, go to Orania and see what happens, bro. Why the fuck am I going to go to Orania, bro? Like it's a Northern Cape, in the middle of nowhere. Why am I going to actively go and look for racism? Bro, this is the thing that bothers me about these programs. Bro. They would
To
actively
find
go
what?
and
Like
search.
to find, they don't even have proper electricity. They don't even have proper manufacture. Like to get what there? Like you're right, dog. It's like, bro, this literally Cape
Musanda,
Town
think
over
about this.
here
I'm going to
with
go out of my
beachfront,
way. I'm
almost
going to
everything
plan a
that's
week.
perfect. No,
Musanda,
I'm just
I'm
saying,
going to plan a week out of my week to go to Orania. And then I'm going to experience. Come on, bro.
and
Like
it's in Northern
this is
West,
what I mean, bro. These guys are
bro.
obsessed.
It's in
Bro,
Northern
you're
West.
obsessed with whites. Musanda, I'm just gonna be honest, man. There's no way you can be a pro-black without being obsessed with white people, bro. Like it's almost a fucking disease, bro. Why the fuck am I going to go? You know how out of my no, this is crazy,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. I'm just
Next
saying,
you're
like,
gonna tell me.
the worst thing is that
Next you're
it's
gonna
in
tell me
Northern West.
if you want to experience violence, go to Somalia and go to the places where Al Shabaab are, bro. What is wrong with these people, bro? I swear to God.
Exactly. Yeah, you know, you once said it before, like the fact that a lot of the black people in this who are from South Africa on here, they're exceptionalists, right? Like, I'm just saying because most of the time, because
We're
of
all
our
exceptions,
surrounding,
bro.
we won't even be like most of the stats, you won't even believe it because, like I was saying before, like I'm surrounded by black professor and whatever. You're like, really, like it's that bad? Like,
Musanda, let's be honest.
you know,
Let's
maybe
be
because
honest.
I
By
grew up
virtue
in
of being
Uganda
on
and
this
this
panel
population
as
is
an
really
African,
small, so you never count the
by
fact that
virtue of being on this panel, Musanda, it's not just the South Africans. Everyone on this panel is an exceptionalist. If you talk to the Nigerians on this panel, Nigerian Prince, UFC superfan, they also Nigerian. They live in the
yeah,
top
yeah.
5% of Nigerians. Same with Kezo, he's an exceptionalist in Kenya. When I go to Ethiopia, I'm experiencing an exceptional life in Ethiopia. It's not the norm. Even in South Africa, I'm experiencing an exceptional life. Like
Yeah,
we're all
that's
exceptionists, bro. That's why I laugh, bro. There was literally a Zimbabwean
yeah,
before
you're
you
right.
came here when we're still talking about that Zimbabwean lady. This nigga came here and said the Zimbabweans are actually living better lives than black South Africans. I'm not even saying black South Africans are living good lives, but this nigga is fucking retarded. I keep asking him if you guys are living good lives. And he claimed to be in Zimbabwe. I think it's the guy called Mush. I'm asking him if you're living good lives, why are you crossing the border to come and
Isn't
be
he in the
guarded in
UK?
SA, bro?
Isn't he in the UK? But isn't he in the
Well, he
UK though?
told me he lives in
Isn't he the guy
Zimbabwe.
in
I
the
think
UK?
he was just trying to boost his
No,
argument.
no, no. But he has a UK accent, right? We don't know that. We all we know is that he has a UK accent.
I
I'm just
mean,
saying South
you can
African
have a
has
British
mostly.
accent. There's a lot of old British boarding
But
schools in South Africa and
my
in
point is
Zimbabwe.
this, Ledge. South Africans have a South African accent most of the time when they come on these panels. The Zimbabweans will come with this weird European, Dutch. I'm just saying, man, they have a lot of exceptionalists. They have a lot of weird accents outside of their own. I'm just saying in general, that tells you something for most of them. You can't tell me how great a place is, yet you, majority of the panelists that come in don't even have the accent from Zimbabwe. In fact, have you ever talked to a Zimbabwean with a Zimbabwean accent on this on the streams? You know,
Now, Mush doesn't
Robert
have a British accent.
Mugabe. Robert Mugabe, you know, that's what I want to hear. You know what I mean? This is what I want to hear. Sigistin. Sigistin. This is what you say, yeah, this is what Zimbabwe, this one. Not or sometimes maybe in essay. Most of the time will be in essay. You know, I think they're what they call economic migrants. You know, that's what Zimbabweans are.
Yeah, but if they're having better lives than the black South Africans, why would they come to South Africa, bro? If we're being honest, he literally tried to make that argument, bro. That's what I mean, bro. These guys are so fucking delusional. Like, imagine me saying the average Ethiopian is living a better life than the average South. Come on, bro. Like, how fucking retarded do you have to be to make that statement, bro?
It's sad,
Like,
well,
they just
it's
don't want to
sad.
accept the reality. If you're talking black population, probably on average, black South Africans are living better lives than anyone else on the African continent. If we're just being honest,
Yeah, probably. Probably. I think
especially
yeah,
in the especially in the black African countries, that is a fact.
and
You can't even
you know
deny
what
that.
the point that
But
you
yet
actually
they will
consistent
never
with this.
want to admit that. Oh,
Ledge,
it's the white man. Even if the white man built that shit, he's still living a better life than you, though.
No, but even with that, right? Like, then you start thinking about the reality that the truth is none of these other African countries would have ever had a really proper life because they were not built, or at least white people never went there for development. Right? Like South Africa was literally a settlement, right? So I'm just saying by default of your past and existence, it was always going to be that way. Meaning Nigeria, I'm just saying in general, if it was a settlement, it would have had the same situation as South Africa. Am I right or what? I'm just saying if they decided to want to settle there, that's why there are no white Nigerians over there or born Nigerians. I'm just saying in general. I never get that argument because you know what I mean. Like it's really based on. I'm just saying white people would have built in both Nigeria and SA. They just chose to build in SA. You can't say I'm proud because I have to build. Like you haven't even
I
built
mean,
anything
to
in
be
the
fair,
first
that's
place.
because they could literally wipe out your whole eastern population. Man. Come on, bro. Like Eastern South Africa, I mean Western South Africa was pretty much the Khoisan. Let's be honest, man. Those niggas are
Western
easier
South
to wipe
Africa.
out.
I don't think so,
That
man.
Cape region isn't.
You know
Come on, bro.
why?
Like
No, no,
it's
no.
literally the
I think
Khoisan,
a
bro.
lot of that is just propaganda. Because the truth is, how do you wipe out people yet you speak their language? Like Xhosas literally mix their language with the Khoisan. You're talking about the Boers wipe them out? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm
Yes,
saying
I'm
think
talking
about
about
the
the
level
Boers,
of.
bro.
Yeah, but think about
I'm
the
talking about the
actual
Boers
Xhosas.
who settled in the Cape region and so on.
Okay, but then remember, majority of colors are not even. No, no, what I'm saying is a majority of colors are actually mixed with Khoisan, but a lot of them also have genealogy from Europe, Malaysia, and all this admixture. I don't know if they were really wiped out, man. I think they probably died of some level of disease that could have happened that lowered the percentage. But the fact that there was a
Yeah, come
large,
on, bro. Obviously, when niggas get
because a lot
colonized,
of
they're
them
gonna
are in
take some of your
Namibia. There are a
bitches.
lot of Khoisan in Namibia, bruh.
Musanda,
You know?
yes, bro. Okay, Musanda. Obviously, like when we mean wiped out, we don't mean completely wiped out. Like some of them, some of their homes are gonna be taken and fucked, and they're gonna create this biracial colonies or whatever you're talking about.
I just don't think it's that you need that much effort to take out colors. I mean, sorry, Khoisans. I think these are hunter gatherers. I think the reason the battles
Yeah, they
dominated
just
in
moved them off the
the
place. That's it, bro.
century. I don't know, man. I just feel like these guys were just meant to like not be able to survive unless like some disturbances come in. So
Like,
any level
think
of
about how
development.
much you actually need to settle in Nigeria, bro. Like, the Nigerian kingdoms were already established at that time. Like, yeah, you could colonize them, but actually, like, moving them off their land and settling your own population is basically far harder.
all,
And
all the knuckle draggers, all the knuckle draggers. But Nilotic,
oh my god, this guy.
what has
Did you
other
just wake up
Africans
from?
done to you
Did you
that
just
you
wake up
have
from
so
your sleep or
much
Where
something?
were you from? Where were you
disdain and
teenager?
hatred? What has Africa done to you? Africa has given you life, has given you everything you have today, and you
This,
go around just
This the
bad
Uncle
nah,
Drew.
this
mouthing
is
Africans
Kaizo. This
as
is
much
not
as you like.
tonight,
If
bro.
you don't like the
This is
continent, you
Kaizo.
can just decide to, there are various, the continent is not the only land on the face of the earth. So, but what is going on with this
Yeah, start case
this
over.
Zimbabwean
Good
lady,
night, Joe. Are you
since
drunk?
this is the topic of discussion, that people are pulling their
This
hair out
teenager.
and all the
Now,
rest
not it. I don't
about.
know, bro. Something about his
That
accent.
said, why am I not hearing this guy? Oh, I can't hear him. Oh, you are talking over each other.
Listen to him. Listen. The note.
Shut
Listen to this
up.
guy.
Shut up. I'm talking. Why are you talking while I'm talking? You have to wait for me, Mr. Musanda. Eh? So, but what is going on with this?
I'm convinced. No,
You need to
this
wait
is
while
not
I'm
teenager.
talking. Hold
Kizo, do
on.
you have
This is
access
not
to
teenager.
Shut up.
active accounts or something?
Shut up. Hold on. So, you see, the only thing I like in his statement is that it turns out that it wasn't that serious. It wasn't a big
Yeah.
deal.
What,
Eh?
what what are you drinking today, bro?
Oh, shut up. I heard you saying that it wasn't that serious anyway. And that's the only the statement that I agreed with throughout the conversation. People were making it too much of a fuss about this. The
Nigel, where were
biggest
you
thing
this whole time,
is,
bro?
I'm free to go and roam the wilderness and come back whenever I see fit. What is your problem? Eh? But point is that it was just
Kizo, bro, stop trolling. Stop trolling
when
the
This
he
guy.
says
guy,
the
bro.
word,
I don't think it's real. So yeah, just the words he's using. It
of course
sounds
it's
like
me.
I
How
don't
can
know.
it
Like
be Kezu? Kezu
it sounds
can't
But it's
creative.
highly exaggerated.
be me. Kezu
Yeah.
can't be me. Come on.
Kaizo, please speak. Kaizo, come back and speak. I want both of you to speak at the same time. Let's see.
So I actually sound drunk today. That's crazy. I'm not drunk. Oh. I'm too serious to get drunk.
Someone
Oh
So
my
said
god.
Niger just came from
I
the
see South Africans are doing their favorite pastime on the continent. Their favorite pastime is
So,
xenophobia.
so
Eh?
Tonight, what do you think about Ruto now, man, with his invasion on Haiti? Don't you said he was your hero, right?
Who called him a hero? I never called him a hero.
You said, hey, I've been proud of what
No, I said I like
Niger.
him.
the saying on
What's your
Parliament.
favorite
Hey,
drink?
you know, he does really mean African is true. He does really mean
Niger,
African.
what's your
He's a
favorite drink?
real.
Musanda, one second. Niger, what's your favorite drink? Mine is Hennessy honey. Is that
I
what
don't
you're
have a
drinking?
favorite drink. I don't. No. I'm not drinking. I'm not drinking. I just came this thing just to come and talk nonsense, really, in the early stage. But I'm not drinking. I wouldn't come
Okay,
online.
Niger, let me ask you something about what Keizo was talking about. You see, in the last stream, you guys came after Keizo when he said Africa is not real. But technically, let me just finish. You know what he's saying is actually right. When he says Africa is not real, he just means is Asia real? If we're being honest, like Asia consists of the East Asians, like the Chinese and the Japanese and the Koreans. It also has the Indians, the Bangladesh, the Pakistanis, and it has Central Asia, the Mongolians, and all those people. Then it has in the West, going west, they have the Afghanis, and like moving even further west. If you want to go to West Asia, they have the Arab regions, the Levant regions, and so on and so forth. Like no one ever talks about uniting all of these groups and creating one unified like army or whatever you Pan Africans want. So on that same level, how is it that you guys think you can unify the whole of Africa when we are just as different as those people? In fact, we are probably even more different. The only one thing we have in common is that yes, we have melanin in our skin, but really genetically and all that, we are even more different. Like you guys like to talk about how Africa is the most genetically diverse and all that stuff. So using that logic, how do you guys expect us to unify into this uh, amalgamation into a monolith?
One, you see that argument. I think it kind of flipped it on its head without looking at the American continent itself. You cannot say the American continent is not America because they are it doesn't they have different people in them. They are a whole continent. Australia is its own technically its own continent, even if it's a country at the same time.
Wait, did you say
Um,
the American continent is America?
no. The American continent, you cannot say it's not. Like say South America
Which
doesn't
American
exist.
continent?
No. South America doesn't exist. You cannot say South America doesn't exist. You cannot say
Yeah, but
North America doesn't
that's
exist.
a continent that was just created recently. Like it's the
Yeah,
continent
but
that was
it's a
created through
land.
colonization recently.
It is based on a
Like the natives are wiped
landmass.
out. To Niger, what you call them? No, of course, yes, they exist. We're just saying that you guys try to create this African identity. Like they can never be an African identity because even an Asian identity doesn't exist. Like the
Then
closest thing
why
to a
is it
unified
why
continent.
is there a European identity then? If you think it's impossible. See
Bro, to
what you are
Niger,
saying
what you
is
call
that
Europe. Okay, to Niger, let's just do this. What you call Europe today, or what you say European identity is today. Europe, that part that you call United, is the size of fucking like Southwest Africa, bro. Not even the whole of West Africa, just Southwest Africa. You can fit Europe into that small region of yours, bro. Like Ghana,
and yet
from
they
like
make up
Ghana,
almost 3 to
or
400
from
million.
Nigeria all the way to like Benin or something. That's how big that
Yeah, you
continent is,
can
bro. What
say
are you
that,
on
but
about?
they make up about 3 to 400 million distinct people, and if you include most Eastern Europe
Yes,
now, part of the
and that
European
region
Union.
makes up 3 to 400 mil.
Yeah, but if you include Eastern Europe, it's no longer that. It's a bit bigger than that, and that's what we are talking
How
about.
is Eastern
And
Europe united?
eh? Eastern Europe,
How is Eastern Europe
most of
united, bro?
Eastern Europe is already part of this in European Union.
Who united them? But who
Most of
initially
Eastern
united them?
Europe is
The
already
Soviets
part of
conquering them.
European Union.
Oh, it was the US.
Who
Didn't the
made them
US
into a
do that
monolith?
so that they can't have another world war? Didn't
See,
the
it
US like
doesn't
conquer
matter.
those
My
states?
point is that groups are coming together. You are arguing for
Yeah, but it
groups
was
to
atmosphere.
separate.
What wait, Lich, I trying to talk about the fact that because I've always noticed this about like unions that actually exist. Like none of them really exist out of kumbayadness, but mostly out of like a common fear or hate. Like even things like NATO, like it all exists out of the fact that we're gonna make all this donation to find all this
Russia
nuclear
exists.
power because of fear.
To keep the Soviet Union, to keep in short, to keep the
What I'm saying is,
Eurasia continent
are you saying
split.
that because Africa does not have a common fear or a common something to hate, that's why it's like
No, we don't
obviously
have a common conqueror, bro. Who's going to rise amongst us and conquer all these people and unify them? Look at the people that these guys talk about. They say China is unified. For China to unify, like 1,000+ years ago, like however long you want to go, the Han people that you call the Han Chinese today had to conquer the whole of China and pretty much kill and assimilate the others into a Han Chinese identity. So now, in like 2023, even those conquered Chinese populations, they just assume they're Han Chinese because they have had the same like multi generations of indoctrination, assimilation, the Han Chinese conqueror fucking their women and pretty much turning them into Han Chinese. Same with India. Same with a lot of these places, bro. We, before colonization, did not even interact with one another, let alone have a common conqueror.
India is not same. India is quite diverse. They have the Dravidians and the different
Oh my
groups in
God,
India
bro.
there.
Yes, we know
Yeah,
Tunisia, but they were all under, even before the British came, they were under the Mongol Empire.
No,
Before
I
that, they were
understand what
under
you are
previous
saying there.
empires.
I understand what you are saying there. The idea, what you are arguing against is not the direction the world is going. You can say, okay, yeah,
People
we are
don't
not
unify
exactly.
based on,
Hold
people
on
don't
now. Let
unify
me finish
and
my
hold
point.
hands on under some ideology, bro. They unify under conquest, hardcore conquest. Eastern Europe was
Yes,
unified by the Soviets because the Soviets took over, bro. They
yes,
took over
but
with tanks and
they
heavy
are
shit.
not there
Western
now. They are,
Europe was unified because the Allies won World War II and they unified it under their image. And then
so
when
the European
the
Union
Soviet Union
conquered.
collapsed,
Hold on
the
now. You have to allow another person to talk. The European Union was not conquered. They came together themselves, and the money, the euro, was not because of conquest. Because they decided that they want to
under who?
integrate their financial system
Okay, Western
themselves.
Europe. How did it unify? Can you please tell me how did Western Europe unify?
By themselves, they with consensus from all the
How?
member states. What do you
Oh
mean
my
how?
God! Yeah, yeah,
They
you're right.
came together. I just told you how.
Bro, Western Europe unified
being
according to
disingenuous is
the
being
winners of the
disingenuous.
Allied nations. France,
What?
Britain, and Germany pretty much rule what you call Western Europe. It's not like
Yeah,
they
but
have to
there's
go and
always
ask
going to, oh my
Austria
God,
or whatever.
there's always going to, my point is that the point I'm making there is that people can come in consensus because of their common interest and come together. That's what people do.
Oh,
And you
I
as
get
you
what
are,
How did the EU come to be?
you have a
Wait, wait,
point.
wait.
It's
Wait a
part
minute.
of one
Wait. Let me
superpower
ask him
in
this.
that region.
Wait, Musanda. Let me ask him this. How did the EU come to be? Can you tell me how the EU was formed?
EU was from after the Second World War, but
No,
the
it
common
wasn't.
currency. No, yes, EU was from after the Second World War.
Yeah,
What are you
it
going
was
on about?
after
No.
it wasn't it after?
I don't know what he's laughing about. It's just the truth. I don't know what he's
Yeah,
laughing
it is.
about.
It was started after World
I
War.
don't know what he's just laughing like
I
a
feel like
lunatic
we're
right
lying
now.
now.
It makes it's as if I'm not sure of what I'm saying. If I'm sure of what I'm saying, he can laugh
Let me
to
just.
me.
Yeah, it
But
was
the
after the
come
World
on, it's
War.
not going to matter. So the common currency was entered into by the Europeans themselves. It was consensual.
Tunisia.
It wasn't by force.
Tunisia. When did the European Union come to be? Tunisia. When did the European Union come to be?
Just after the Second World War. You want to
It came
dispute
to
it? Go
be in
and check it yourself.
1993.
European Union. You are
Yes.
crazy.
No, man, it was
Please
19.
Google
I
it.
think it was 1940 something, man. Late. Where you
This
get this?
guy,
It
he
was
doesn't
just
even know
after
his
World
history and he
War.
come
He's
here.
right. He's
NATO
not lying
was
about that.
formed in 1949 by the
Oh my
Americans.
God.
The EU
This
was
guy.
formed in 1990. Musanda, you are using a tab right now. Just open a new tab and just Google when was the EU formed. Please, I beg you. What answer do you get?
The EEC, let me see. This one is saying 1993 here, but that is from the former European Union. Hold on now, hold
Bro,
on.
Nah, man, wait.
No, hold on. I will check it because it's not. It happened before.
NATO was the one that was formed in
They're talking
1949.
about
The
Maastricht
EU
Treaty.
kicked me.
Hold on now. They're talking about okay, fine. Keep laughing. Let me go and check it properly. Okay, that the
What's the NATO? Were we
no, they
confusing
had the
NATO
European
and EU?
Economic Community in
Wait, pause.
uh,
Were we confusing NATO and EU? No, logic. I just looked it up. Shit, bro.
I don't think I'm confusing it. I thought
I
I was.
literally,
Yeah, I
Musanda,
always
didn't I
thought it
just
was the
say?
EU starting the
Didn't I just, wait,
1942.
Musanda, didn't I just say NATO was formed in 1949, but the EU was formed in 1993? NATO was formed by America in order to combat the Soviet Union. That was it, bro. Pretty much America already had control of all the parts of Western Europe. So they just said, look, for us to maintain our power over these regions, we need to create something that can combat the Soviet Union, especially because in that time, Italy was so close to be taken over by a communist party there. And a lot of these countries were just about to flip because Europe was already being devastated. That was one of the reasons for the Marshall Plan. It was to combat the growing influence of communism and the influence of the Soviet Union and a lot of these Western European countries. So they also, the Marshall Plan dealt with the economic issues, and NATO was there to deal with the military issues that the Soviet Union was posing. That's it. But the EU itself was formed in 1993, and it wasn't formed to Niger. Just go. It was formed by a cartel of like two or three industries.
Yeah, I
Oh,
hear you.
oh shit.
Hold on.
Yeah, he owned us, right, tonight.
No, I'm just checking.
You
I'm
can
just
never
checking
be the
something.
economic. But I just want to say this. Wait. So you said that it was France, UK, and which other country? Germany, that like were kind of like the
Yeah,
powerhouse
exactly.
of what
It
you.
was like the steel
Yeah.
industry, the energy industry, and something. That's how the EU came to be formed. It was just like an agreement between these industries so that they can stop competing with one another and set like prices and create pretty much a cartel so that they can stop competing.
Okay.
And
So why?
that's how the EU started. It was just a cartel for these major industries in Europe, pretty much French and German industries, to create like a consensus and agricultural industries. Over time, they decided, you know what, if we can do this with one or two of these industries, why don't we just do it across our whole economies and just create an economic zone? That's how the EU came to be. This idea that they just came and formed and they said, oh, let's unite. Shut the fuck up, though. You didn't even know when the EU was formed. I have to tell you, this guy said just after World War II. What the fuck?
Hold on,
You don't
hold
even
on.
know the history you speak about.
No, we're talking
This
about
guy.
NATO,
Hold
bruh.
on, hold
We
on, hold on,
confuse
hold on.
NATO and EU. No,
Hold
no,
on.
no. We
I'm
confuse NATO
hold on
and
now.
EU.
I'm just checking some distinct information. He says that the European Council of Europe was formed in 1949. That's the Council of Europe, and there is also the
Where was
European
the EU from,
Commission that
bro?
was formed in.
This guy's literally
No,
Hold
saying,
on now.
tonight,
Hold on.
guys,
Let me talk now. Come on.
tonight, they were
I
wrong.
just ready to
I
you now that
said,
it was showing
you,
that it was 1993. So I'm not trying to change history here. I can't change history even if I wanted to. But I'm trying to the argument even if I wanted to. But the argument I was trying to make, which is to say the larger argument, is that the European Union they consensually did what they did. They were not conquered to do that because that was your argument that they had to be conquered to create anything. They didn't have to be conquered to form all these organizations, including the so-called European Union we are talking about. And that is the point I'm making. When you say Africa doesn't exist, I'm telling you that you can form it. If you because we are already a geographical expression, we like it or not, then we and you, as a matter of fact, you are even behind the leaders. The leaders are ahead of you on that one. They've already formed the African Union. They've already formed the regional organizations,
wasn't it
and
formed
they
with the
already
Chinese?
coordinated their
To
activities.
Niger.
No, not it. Wasn't
To Niger.
AU
Can I
started
say
by
something
the
real
Chinese?
quick?
Yes.
Wasn't the Chinese the
Do
one that made
do
it?
you
I don't know.
do you
he just get tired of being wrong, man.
do you believe in
He
history?
can't even admit when he's wrong, bro.
Did I
This
not
is my
admit it?
question.
No,
What do you
like
want me
no
to say?
Nigerian can.
Do you believe in
I was the one
history?
that
Let me
read
say
it to
something.
you. What is wrong with you? I read it to you.
To Niger, Europe has a different history. It's yes, you can do something. I get what you're saying, but you're not the problem that I feel like people have with this mentality is that unity for unity's sake, that's not how it works. What are
Doesn't
you
fucking exist.
uniting on? You know? And already has this, you're trying to do like this cultural thing, right? Europe's culture is basically being it's basically being colonized by Rome. Oh, we were all these regions that got colonized by Rome. Let's create this shared mythology, and over time, after fighting for a while, we found some level of common interest and created a union based on that. Even though the union, not every country is equal in that union, and the power is largely concentrated in a couple of countries. We can, that's a different discussion, but I'm just saying that you got to remember context. You have to put our history in context when you just propose unity, you know, and you also have to define what unity is. What is your metric for unity? What is the
The,
Pan-African metric for unity, or the two
the,
Niger metric? Tell
the
me,
metric
answer
the
that.
metric for unity is similar to what they already have on the ground, actually empowered by the African people. What they have on the ground right now is a continental organization that actually has implemented and has initiated a continental free trade agreement, and they've initiated a standby force for all the regions that would soon start coordinating
Oh my
continentally.
God, this nigga said a standby
For
force, bro.
come on, stop, man, stop. I don't know why. I don't know, man. See,
But
that will start coordinating on
can I pick up there? Or look, even
counterterrorism
you, like,
activities continentally. So
why do so many
those are the
people
kind of
credit
things that make.
African Union? Sorry, I just want to ask this. Why do so many people give so much credit to African Union as something that is African? I'm just wondering myself, like, if you literally
I
depend
just said it
on
just
foreign
now that
sources.
African Union need to take
No, no,
over
I'm
the
just saying,
African
like,
Union.
it's weird to me because we will look into. Let's listen to even what Lidge was just saying. I'm so used to saying Lidge, the logic. But even the fact that, like, the what's this, Britain, France, and Germany were literally, they themselves were responsible for unifying all those nations. So it was an independent thought. So the idea that the African Union can be this symbolism that can unite something, right? And we would expect that they ought to have some level of financial or economic power on this African continent to foster me to unity. It's just beyond, I don't know,
Musanda,
it
Musanda, you know
they don't
Also,
have it.
what they're missing?
also like
They don't have the
Musanda, you know what
economic
they're
influence
missing? Wait,
to
1 second,
force
Musanda, you know
Africans to
what
be
they're
one
missing?
thing,
Musanda, you know what they're missing? What Tunisia is talking about, it was the initial stages. And what they didn't even think about creating the EU. What they just wanted was to create a cartel between these industries. There was the coal industry, the steel industry, and one or two other industries. They just came together to create
It was
cartels
very economic.
so that they
Yeah,
can
yeah.
fight against instead of going bankrupt, fight competing against one another. They just wanted to set a standard price so they don't have to compete against one another. That was in
And so they
1951.
do it
But you know what these
economic.
countries
I'm
already had
against that.
individually? You know what the wait, Musande, you know what these countries already had individually? A steel industry, a coal industry, all of these industries they already had individually. And then they just created cartels. And then when these cartels became successful, in the 90s, they decided the politicians of these countries realized, you know what? If these cartels are so successful by just uniting with one another, why don't we just unite as a whole and then just create an economic zone? But you know what they had initially? They had a cartel. They had industries individually in their own countries first. They didn't just unite with zero. You men are trying to unite with zero. You don't even have a food industry of your own. You're trying to unite on what, folks?
yo, not only that, they had an industry that got
You
greatly
guys are
diminished
just
because of the
crazy.
war.
The way you will talk is like you just I don't know what breed you are. If this is
But
the
tonight,
future of
I mean,
Africa,
why
we
do
are
they come out
surely
and
No,
a
no, no, no,
start?
no, no, no.
hold
To
on, let me
Niger,
finish what I'm
to
saying. If
Niger,
this is the future of Africa, we are surely going to be a slave
to
race
Niger. You
before
never
long.
answered what
Than
your
just
metric for unity
worse than
is.
we
No,
are
to
right now.
Niger.
If
No, no,
this
no,
is
no,
the
no.
future,
I've
No.
been
Let's
telling
address
you
this.
niggas,
Can I
man,
address this?
GMO
Jesus,
For
babies,
one
bro.
second. Yo,
it's
to Niger,
unbelievable. Look at what he's saying.
to
Hold on, let me
Niger.
say something before you keep to Nigeria me. See, see, it's crazy. You keep taking the
Oh
wrong
my God.
qualities of
Let him
anything
finish.
to
Let him
qualify
finish.
Abby,
your
Like,
if they're
argument.
over 40, kill them. If they're over 40, just
Hold
kill
on.
them, bro.
Let me finish what
Just
I'm saying.
no, I'm gonna go
Let me
extreme,
finish what
bro.
I'm
I'm
saying.
gonna go
You want to
extreme.
just keep shouting now?
Seppuku,
Is that
bro.
what you are doing? You want to shout
Se-
at yourself? If you want to
no,
do that, we
you
can do that
to
now. And
Niger,
I'm
all
not
you
going to
do is
stop
shout.
this time until this
All you
session
do is
ends.
shout on every panel
So
to
let
Niger.
me talk. Let me talk. You have been talking forever. Okay.
It's
So
forever to Niger.
you can't
You
take
the
one
last
quality.
one.
Hold on now, stop now. Come on. You can't take the quality of because they had a cartel to do that and forget the aspect that they formed a bigger group. How about all the military alliances all the whole world is forming?
nah, man, you
Everybody is
just
forming
wanna be
bigger punching.
disingenuous, bro. Really.
Can I finish now? Can I finish
Bro,
now?
NATO is an American
This
alliance,
guy
bro.
is
What are
You
you
so
on
guys
about,
are
man?
not.
Bro.
See, I'm looking at a list of
this
countries here. I'm looking at a
guy.
list of countries here.
NATO, yo, to
No,
be
not
honest though,
even one
NATO
African
is in the
country shows
US's
up there.
interest.
Not
It's
even one
pretty much
African.
a
Why am I even
anti-Russia
bothering?
force.
These you guys are just mad people. Yeah, maybe you guys are even agents for all
No,
I
to
know. You
Niger,
guys
you're
don't want
not
to learn
listening.
anything.
You created a narrative in your mind already.
You
To
don't want
Niger,
to learn
you
anything. You
created
don't
a
want to learn
narrative
anything.
that I'm trying to show you
No,
doesn't
you're not
hold
trying to
water.
show me anything because all I see is the people that are in denial. I don't
To
understand
Niger,
it.
to Niger,
Can
You
I,
is
guys are in
NATO
denial.
for the US or is it for Europe? Answer that question. Is
I
it
may
really
not
for
be
Europe?
there, and I hope if you people are
It's for
right,
US.
you will face the consequence of your
For
own
US.
action. What do you
Tunaja, we
say?
already have
Because
our
if
own NATO.
Russia ever
Tunaja, wait,
joins,
wait, wait, bro.
I'm
if
We already
Russia
have our
was
own
to have
NATO.
ever
that's fine.
joined the EU,
Tunaja,
that's more
Africa already
competition
has
for
its own
US.
NATO.
What
First up,
NATO?
you know what's so sad? Africa already, it's called AMRICOM or something. It's an American-led uh, affiliation
Oh
with all
my
these
God!
African
This
militaries,
is
bro.
that kind of
That's
nonsense.
what NATO is, nigga. That is what NATO is. It's the equivalent of NATO, you dumbass. It's an
Yeah,
American-led
maybe
initiative
if
on
you
your
were
continent,
listening,
just
maybe
like
if you were
NATO is an
listening,
American-led initiative on the
maybe
European
if
continent.
you
What
were
the fuck are you
listening
on
and
about?
you were not being too naive because of your age, you'll find out that the only African countries that have formed alliances is in the Sahel that have just formed alliances this year. If you have you bothered to take your time to check the list of
Dude,
military
you said
alliances
you
that
wanted an alliance like NATO. To Niger, please. Clean. I know
that
your
is
ears are fucking old
that
and
is
you
the
can't
best
understand.
thing we
Oh
have
my
on the
God,
ground
bro.
right now. That's
To
how
Niger,
bad our
you
situation
said you
is.
want
Yes,
you want an alliance like
To
NATO.
Niger, the
Wait,
To
problem
wait,
is
Niger,
To
what the
Niger
fuck is
doesn't know the
NATO?
basis
Kizo,
of
what the fuck is
alliances.
NATO?
He
Wait, wait,
doesn't know
wait.
why
What is
people create
NATO? NATO
alliances.
is an
That's
American-led
the
alliance
problem.
and its European allies pretty much being led by America. If you want that, AMRICOM already exists. It's America leading your dusty African militaries, bro.
you see, he's just made another false argument. This is a
Oh,
pattern with
Africa
you.
Command.
He
Isn't
just
it
makes a
Africa
false
Command?
argument. Can you let me take what
Africa
he's just
Command.
said on?
Aren't you talking
Anytime
about
he says
Africa
some
Command?
rubbish,
Wait,
people just
wait,
interrupt.
Yes.
Keep covering
look,
for him. Cover for him.
wait. Tonight, wait, bruh,
He
wait,
says
man.
rubbish and you just
I
cover
get that
for
you
him.
don't like. The problem that you know what I hate, man. I don't know if maybe it's because I'm an engineer or something, bruh. What I hate is when someone has a discussion and you literally hate somebody's statement just because they happen to be facts and they're not correlating with your emotions. It's not that I don't think Leach is like anti-Pan-African or anything. He's just putting the facts on the ground. The problem that I
What
have with
fact is
you,
he making? You are just preventing me from
what facts is he
disproving his
making?
fact. He's not
Like,
putting any
bro,
facts on the ground.
we just googled the facts just now, bro.
Are you talking about the European
Yo,
Union one?
Not just
Is
that,
that the
bro.
one
yes.
you're
Like,
You
talking
this is
didn't
my
even
about?
know how
problem.
the EU
Bro, you
came to
people
be
just
formed.
make this nigga, bro.
Tonight, you just
You
admit
don't
you
care
didn't know
about
shit
Africa.
about the
Come on,
EU,
you
bro.
guys are just too childish.
You don't
I
care
can't.
about Africa, bro. You don't care
Like,
about Africa because it's like the thing that thing was talking about. What's his
No,
name?
Musa, it's not that he doesn't care about Africa. He
Aesthetic.
doesn't care about
You
facts.
love
He just
no no
wants
no
to
no
spread
no.
his narrative, bro.
maybe if it was last
It's
No,
year
aesthetic.
that
it's
I
not
was
even
doing
that.
this, I will
He
engage
It's
this
cares.
aesthetic,
nonsense.
He just
bro.
doesn't know
Nobody
what
You
an
will not
don't
come
alliance
at
care.
you
is.
people.
That's the
You
Ezra,
guys are
problem.
he
just
wants to
babies.
hear that Africans
He
are
doesn't
super
know why
safe.
people
They're gonna
align with
beat the
one another.
Europeans
He doesn't
with our
understand it.
Muji and Tutu and
Exactly.
Muti, and they come
And
next to
he's
us and we
mad
talk.
at us
We're
for
Pan
telling him.
I
African.
just
He's
hope
getting
you
mad
don't
at
go
us rather than
anywhere near
proving.
power on
Tuniger,
that continent.
let's just speak facts. Tuniger, let's just speak facts. The EU came to be
Forget it.
formed
You're not
because
speaking any fact.
local
They're
industry.
just gonna come
Okay,
and cover for
Tuniger,
you again.
can
Don't
you
bother.
let
I'm not
people
listening
speak?
to you. They're just gonna come and cover. You will spew one nonsense, they'll cover for you again.
You
Rubbish.
know, Sophie doesn't actually. You guys realize he doesn't actually rebut or refute anything I
I
He's
don't
say.
not
have time. I
He
don't
addressing
just
have
any
turns
of
it
the
time.
into
points,
a
so I
You
can't
fact.
say
even
one
take it
nonsense, they
serious.
come and cover for
If
you.
he at
You say
least
wait,
another
would
wait,
address
nonsense,
hang
the
they
on,
cover
hang
points,
for
on,
you.
wait,
I,
wait.
I,
They will
I
not allow
can
you
Tanaja,
to
take
I
it.
keep
tackle it.
hearing
Come on, get on with it with
Tanaja.
your nonsense.
Can I speak for a second? Because I
Hazel,
keep
I
Say
hearing.
one
literally told
nonsense,
him
they
how
cover
the
for you.
EU was
Say one
formed,
nonsense, they come and cover
and
for
he
you.
can't. Yo, this nigga's about to cry, man.
No,
This is crazy.
let's not bully him. But I want to add some perspective here, right? Like,
There's
so
no
Tanaja,
bullying
you
here. They're
mentioned,
just being silly.
yeah, Tanaja, you mentioned earlier that apparently,
Sooner or later, I will not be showing up on this panel. If this kind of rubbish that these people are showing up, yeah, I'm getting fed up of this fucking kind of conversation. What is the point? I'm not going to be showing up here. I'll
Man,
just go
I'm
somewhere
glad.
else.
okay,
There are
Tanaja.
more mature.
Anyways, look,
I
look,
will
yeah,
waste
Yo,
my
bro.
life talking to these fools.
okay, yeah,
To
Tanaja. Anyways,
Niger,
let's
this
move
is
on.
the
Time
internet.
matters, you know.
It's the internet, man. Just remember you're
It's not
yelling at a
about the internet.
screen.
I don't
It's
care.
the
I don't. My
internet.
And I'm
time is
so glad
precious.
I'm
Don't,
in the
the
island
internet,
South
the time,
Africa,
your time
bro.
is still counting. You guys are still young, so
Tanaja,
you can afford to waste your time.
Tanaja. Okay, but
This is
Tanaja,
what
here's the thing,
happens.
right? Let me add something here for a second, right?
I don't have
Tanaja,
time for
here's
this
the
kind of
problem, right?
waste of time, waste of space, people.
Tanaja, here's the problem, right? You mentioned that Burkina Faso and
Bro,
the
I
other
can't
African
take just
countries
get rid
are
of
the
it, man.
only countries to form that military alliance. What about ECOWAS? I thought they had one.
ECOWAS doesn't have a military alliance. They just have a military organization to take action in the continent. This is the
What's the
problem.
Keizo, can you please Google AFRICOM?
Wait,
Keizo, can you please Google what
military
AFRICOM is?
alliances.
Oh
I
my
want to know.
God,
I want to know.
AFRICOM is an
Keizo,
American organization.
Wait.
but that's NATO as well. What is NATO? What is NATO, bro?
It's an American organization too, but based in the Anglo, this in European organization. What
Niger,
is
wait,
the
what's the
point?
difference between ECOWAS
So
and
you
the
said you
Burkina
want something like NATO. I'm giving you AFRICOM is
I
literally
think
the
what
carbon
people
copy
do
of
here.
NATO, bro.
Let me get this right. What people do here? You come here, you ridicule
Perfect.
people that are trying to better the continent. What does that make you people?
Niger,
So why did you say?
Okay,
Why
Yo,
did you say
can I
that
add
country
something?
was the lowest
Yo,
continent?
can I add
What
something?
does that
That's
make
I
you
didn't
not.
even.
people?
Yo, you know what's funny? I didn't say that. No one here is saying that they're
That is
anti
weird.
even pan. I haven't even said I'm anti Pan African. Two Niger
No
hasn't
one did.
addressed my points. I disagree with the way that Two Niger
If you are
thinks
not, then you
alliances are
better
formed.
watch the people you are
That's the
associating
problem.
yourselves with.
No, that's not even the
No, the
problem. No, that's not even
conversation
the
is much
problem.
more nuanced,
Niger
but
is
you
an
don't want it to be that
ESFJ,
way.
No, that's
right?
You
not
just
even the
don't want
problem.
it.
You know the
Wait,
So
hang
problem
on,
just
is
guys.
forget about it.
no.
Wait, hang on. Flex
Two
up. Let's understand what
Two
everybody's
Niger just
using.
wants to be
Using the
disingenuous. That's the
same
point.
mechanism, right? To Niger is an ESFJ. He reasons using cultural cues and narratives. So to him, his
Yes,
narrative is
yes.
Africa must be free at all costs. So you guys have got to understand that you guys are not even speaking the same language.
Of course, they
Niger
are
is
Yes,
not.
not
Dude,
These
it's
ones are.
how you say
you
it.
know
That's
what
the
the
thing.
problem is?
They've
Like
already turned
Two,
their backside for people
no,
to
no, no,
just
no,
take
it's not
advantage
even
of them.
about
These ones have
that.
already
Two
given up.
Niger
They
doesn't
already dead
understand
people.
context. He thinks that
If
things
you left the
exist in
future of Africa in
isolation
the
and
hands
are
of these
not
people, God help
impacted
us.
by previous events. That's the problem. Geographical
And they can't even have a straight conversation. One person says something, you
look,
want to reply
look.
back, they will block you.
Tunaje,
What a
you still
rubbish is
haven't
that?
refuted anything I said, man. I've been quiet.
Because I
I just
can't.
want you to refute.
Because I can't. You have your two bodyguards blocking me from talking whenever he says something.
No, just
You
talk
just
to
let
Niger.
Because you didn't
let
say
it
This
anything.
guy.
slip. And
Tunaje, they let you speak.
next time we
And
start
all you did
shouting.
was just create ad hominem attacks on how we're set up. You can't say anything.
Oh,
Tunaje,
I
okay,
think
Kenzo, let me just
you
make my
need
point.
protection. No,
Kenzo, let me make my
you need
point.
protection. That's why they are helping you. And to be fair, what is the use of arguing with you anyway? You can carry on with whatever you believe. What am I there to stop you from doing? No
Wait,
matter what
Niger.
I say, you're not going to want to
I
change
don't
your
know.
mind anyway.
Just stop arguing with them, man. These are I don't know the children to you, man. Just leave him alone.
Exactly.
So Niger, I got a question for you though. What is the difference between Burkina Faso's and ECO's one? I still don't know the difference. What makes a military alliance? Is it when it's a bilateral agreement that if one is attacked, the other ones will go into war? Doesn't ECOWAS have that peace?
It's when niggas come together and say,
Yes.
we hate Europe. If anyone comes and
Yeah.
attacks us, we're
What
going
is
to
the
fight
military
together.
alliance?
Mutual defense
Hang on, Niger, I want you
pact
to answer
is
me.
different from just an alliance for specific purpose.
Huh? I don't understand.
Mutual defense
Oh
pact
my
is
God, bro, this
different
is
from
top tier
alliance for
now.
specific purpose. You don't get
Please
that?
answer the question, Niger. I don't understand what you're answering.
Oh my God.
No,
Oh God.
please.
If
I
this
don't
is a
know.
controversial
I am
statement, then
trolling
this
you,
is low
Niger.
IQ conversation I'm having
No,
here.
Niger, I want to know what the difference between ECOWAS and the Burkina Faso deal is. All I'm
Okay.
seeing is
I
just
just said it
deal.
just now, and this is why I'm saying this is like a
let me come
47.
in here.
It's like a 50 level IQ level conversation. I
Let me
just
come
said
in
it
here.
just
How,
now.
how,
Kenzo,
how
you
can you
know,
guys
you know the
Alliance, a
difference.
defense
how
pact is
can you
Kenzo, the
guys
different
difference
from
is,
compare
alliance
Kenzo,
for
the
NATO
difference is
and
specific purpose.
ECOWAS is
AMISOM?
being ruled by the West.
Oh
ECOWAS is
my
the
God,
Western
this
power.
Nylon,
is
how
some of
on
And
the
earth,
Guys, let's have
lowest
one mic
IQ
now. Let's have
conversation
one
I've
mic.
had.
Okay.
Nylon, how
Niger, go
on
ahead.
earth
Answer
do
the
you
question.
compare AMISOM with NATO? How do you think? Is that okay to even make that comparison?
yeah,
Compare
because
This is
it's
what?
just
both American.
madness.
He
It's
said,
just
How do
pure
you compare
madness.
NATO with AMISOM? That is just being some
how
kind of
is it
stupid
not the
argument.
same?
Is it just for fun
Look,
or your
any
real?
differences? Okay,
It's the
bro.
same.
Okay,
It's
how is it
simply called
different?
It is
Africa
not
Explain
the
to
Command.
us.
same. It is not the same.
It's called
How
Africa
is it?
Command.
Listen.
How?
I don't know if
Wait,
you guys
Musanta,
just
Musanta,
want to make
please,
Africa
fun
how?
Command.
or actually want to
Wait,
say something
bro. We're asking
important.
how. Just give us number one. It's not the same because of this. Number two, it's not because.
Yes,
Just give us that.
because if you're talking about a complete military alliance, a military alliance is to protect itself from an external force. But Amazon has approval from America. They have to approve Amazon mission. How can you compare? How
And
can you say that's a military alliance?
NATO
Two
doesn't get
Niger,
approval from
listen.
America.
Two Niger has said it clear that it is an American organization. How do you want him to explain again? I don't know if you just want to have fun
And what
or
is NATO?
actually
They're
want to
just
have a
having fun. This is
conversation.
what surprised me. These people, sometimes they come
Okay,
online.
what is
Their
NATO?
target.
Sorry, what is NATO?
Hold on. Let me reveal them for what they are. Because
NATO
that is what they
is
do
a
all the time.
North
Their real target
Atlantic
is
Treaty
hold on.
Organization. That's the
Their
definition of
target is to target
Who's the
people
major?
that want to better that
Who gets the
continent and
veto power in
ridicule them.
NATO?
That is what their target is.
who did what? world?
lead of NATO?
I can't hear you. Sorry, speak again.
Who leads NATO?
Well, NATO has got its treaty and constitution. You need to read and see how they function.
Who is the
Each,
leader of NATO?
each
Okay, we can keep doing this
there's
now.
not like really leading. Each member country of NATO has got some input they have to put on NATO. They have this amount of money they need to put to make sure that the organization is working
We can't have a serious
correctly.
conversation, bro. This is what I mean.
So what is your
Especially America,
comparison?
bro.
I don't. It's not
America
even a
funds
debate.
everything in
You
NATO. What
can't
are you on about?
compare.
You
You
cannot
can't
have two
be.
people
You can't be comparing Amazon
him
and
anymore.
NATO. That's just so stupid.
No, I'm just trying to showcase to Niger that he doesn't want a treaty organization that is like NATO, because NATO is literally a Western military alliance with America, with pretty much America. It's just a way for America to dominate
Oh
the
God! Do
security
you know about
of
the
Europe.
defense? Do you
You do
know
not
about
want that, because
hold on now.
AFRICOM
You
can
talk too
literally be
much.
that
You've
if you
already
want
made
it to
your
be.
point. You've already made your point. You talk too much. Do you know about the this defense and
Oh my God, this nigga saying I talk too much.
hold on now. Do you know the defense agreement between the Chinese, the Indians, and the Russians and other countries in that Asian group? Do you know they carry out military exercises together? Are you even aware of that? So when you say defense
China and
alliance,
India run military. China and India have a military alliance.
you didn't think they had military operations together. You don't know that.
Hazel, please Google this military alliance that China and India have, bro.
Not
Where
only
they
China
run
and
missions.
India, China, India, Russia, and a few other countries in that region carry out military exercises together.
Hazel, please Google. Okay, please
Oh
Google
my God, you didn't know
military
that.
exercise that
Okay,
China
fine.
and India are running.
Okay, let me see. We will bring it for you so you see it. The point is that there are different types of
I want to see the
alliances.
China and India one.
Hold on, now you will see it.
I want to see the China and
It's a
India
fact.
one.
It's a fact. You will see it.
Well, I don't know
There's
about
no
the
Chinese
China India
India
You will see.
military
You
military
will
relationship. I don't
find
alliance.
out.
know.
There's a non-war clause, but that's not a military alliance. They're not
No,
alliancing
we're
together.
talking about military exercises.
Yeah, those military
China,
drills.
Preventing wars between
Hazel,
themselves. It's not
apparently
themselves.
Do
China
they
and
conduct
India are running military exercises together, bro.
Yes, they do. Find out that you find out that whether they are doing it or not.
Okay, send that link.
What's that? Why is everybody quiet? Oh, it's floated out. So there are different type of military alliances. Some of them is for specific purpose, like the type ECOWAS does, where they come together.
Okay,
And
then if that's the case, then Ethiopia and Kenya have a military alliance.
Can you finish? Can you just listen? There are types. When the type that you have, you go after another this in for a specific purpose, like coup plotters. You go after them to remove them. There are other types. It's a mutual defense pact, whereby if they attack the one country, the other one will respond. That is something Africans don't necessarily have. I think you are saying that Ethiopia and Kenya has something like that now, but it's something that is quite rare on the continent.
We've always had it. We've had it since like the 70s or something, bro.
Let me see what is part of the, what do you call it, mutual defense pact? Let's see what is part of the list of military alliances that is recognized around the world. Let's see. Ethiopia, you said, okay.
Ethiopia and Kenya have a military alliance against Somalia.
There is none here.
Against Somalia.
It's not even on the list. It's not even on the list. Let me check
Who
what
cares about some dusty list you came up with?
I didn't come up with the list. Come on, man. Stop with your nonsense. Me coming up with list.
Bro, you can't just come up with a list and then just start saying it's not here. I don't know this list.
I just said it's not there. I'm checking some of that sources.
What list are you looking at?
I can show
you. Kizo, can we see the military alliance that China and India have? Can we please see that?
No, but Niger,
can we please see the military alliance China and India?
To Nigel, what is
that military alliance?
No, I get it now. I think, like I mentioned, Tonight is a narrative-based thinker. Same with Darth, actually. They value the first ideologues, right? Pan-Africanism until do us part. And I think Abby and Flexed Up and me, we are first principles thinkers, right? We think from logic. So when we're coming against things, it's not that we're against the whole idea. We're against specific iterations of those ideas, which will fail. For example, let's say if you want to build like a so-called Pan-African Union, you need to actually unify based on trade, right? An agreement between Dangote and all the rich African companies who have interest in trading in each other's countries.
They are already doing it. I don't know what you are going on
Okay,
about.
no, they're not. Where? What do you mean they're doing what exactly?
I think
See,
if we talk
I
about
don't. I think
if we
I
talk
don't
about
know what I see.
unions,
Let me ask this question.
if we're talking
Kezo, are
about
you capable?
unions, there's
No,
not a
Kefaru, hold on now.
clear.
Kefaru, hold on. Kezo, are you capable of imagining stuff and picturing it in your mind?
No, I see the real things in front of me.
Or you can't. Okay, you
Yo,
can't picture anything. So
the
that means that
conversation is crazy,
you
bro.
belong to. Can I finish what I'm saying? Then it means
Go
that you
ahead.
belong to a group of people that cannot imagine stuff.
Exactly. I can't imagine things that don't exist. Yeah.
No, you can't. You see, that's it. I
Exactly.
think
I
that is
can.
what is affecting the way you think.
Yes,
You are
I
one of
can
those. I
do
think
it.
I've forgotten what they are called. There are groups of people that have
I
that
think,
feature.
Tunaja, let me just say one thing. I think Kenya, Kaizo says Ethiopia and Somalia have got the military alliance. That's not a military
Bro, there's no
alliance.
Somalia in that alliance, bro.
So sorry,
What
Kenya
are you on
and
about? It's literally a military alliance against the Somalis.
okay, wait. Okay, just against only the Somalis.
Yeah. A common
Okay, so
enemy.
Yes,
I don't really think
they
that
are enemies. Duh.
I don't really think that completely defines a military alliance because there are so many terms involved in the military
What's a
alliance.
military alliance then?
Listen, okay, I want to ask you a question.
No,
Let me ask you a
guys. Let's be
question.
civilized from now on.
Let me
Let's
ask
give
you
each
a
person
question.
2
Let me ask
minutes.
you. A military
Okay.
alliance actually means if one member state is being attacked by whoever, the other one is going to fight for them. So this is a question.
So how can I get
Oh
okay?
my God!
Kefaru, by
Let
that
me,
definition, how
oh,
you trying to
Man,
say
don't
you have
take
a military
go
I
alliance?
love
there.
it.
Be
Come on,
quiet
calm
with your
down, calm
noise.
down. Let me
Jesus
Guys,
land.
we're
Christ.
Let me
all
land.
talking to each other.
Let me land.
You
Let
Won't
me
let
land.
people talk.
you
We're
mentioned
learning.
something.
We're learning. We're learning. Let's put it that
They
way.
are not
We're
here
learning.
to
I'm not
learn. They
trying
are
to
here to
recruit
shut
you.
down
So
people that
Hikaru.
want
if
to talk
Kenya,
better
let me
and done.
finish.
Yes.
If Kenya is being attacked by
Somalia.
Sudan, will Ethiopia join and fight?
No, well, it actually might because it's Sudan, right?
No, no,
Actually,
no.
might.
Answer my question. With
It
Ethiopia
doesn't
join and
have
fight
to. Wait, hang
Kenya?
on. Kifar, you're asking the wrong question.
No,
Are
no,
they
no.
bound by
I'm trying to
no,
give you the definition, the full
I,
definition of a military
I've
alliance.
heard it, but
So
you're also
what
not
you're saying
listening,
is a
Kifar.
kind of an agreement between you. It's not actually complete definition of a military alliance because
No, it's
military
not. Military
alliance
alliance.
clearly states if one nation is being attacked by
Show me the definition. Show me the
go check,
definition.
do your research. Do your research.
See,
Show me the definition,
I
ChatGPT
don't
Kifaru.
need to
doesn't
come and
know
give you
that
definition.
Ethiopia has
That's just a
military
military
Kifaru,
alliance.
alliance.
show
If
me
one
where it
nation,
says that.
guys, so listen, if one nation is being
Show
attacked,
me.
the
Where?
other nation has to support and fight.
Where?
So the question that I ask is simple. If Kenya is being attacked by Sudan, will Ethiopia join Kenya
Probably,
to fight
actually.
Sudan? Yes or
Sudan is
no?
probably. Sudan
Yes or
probably.
no? Huh?
Okay. Kifaru, first of all, you've
I think it's
you
a very
just created your
complicated
own
question for
definition.
you,
Show me a proof
Kaizo.
where that's the actual definition for military alliance. Because what you guys
Okay,
do is
I don't know, Kaizo. Just do a random search online, see what you get.
Where did you guys get this so-called? Show us evidence of Kenya and
It's just some
Ethiopia
kind
having
of
military alliance.
I
Because
think it's just an
I can't find
agreement.
it. Show us
Kaizo,
evidence of this, please.
exactly,
Kezo.
it's just an agreement. Cameroon and Nigeria have got an agreement
They
on the
just
border
made it up.
to make sure that
look,
these
hang on. Let
Amazonian
me
people,
okay.
listen,
Okay, Kifaru.
Kaizo,
I can't seem to
please,
find it.
Kaizo, we've got an agreement with Nigeria.
Yeah.
Listen, we've got an agreement with
Kifaru.
Nigeria to make sure that Biafra and Amazonia
Yeah.
does not go into each
Okay.
one's.
Then that's a military
That
alliance.
is not a military alliance.
Okay, so let me
If Cameroon is
Yes,
being
that is.
attacked by
you guys
Chad,
hang on.
Nigeria
You guys
is not concerned.
Kifaru, you have to sometimes you have to listen more than you talk, okay? You've
Because if this is how we need to speak to people like you,
Kifaru,
that is just
let
like
other people talk to go and tell you
what
why
you
you're
have.
wrong.
Okay, let me listen. Let me
Kifaru,
listen.
Kifaru, you niggas like to confuse specific technologies for logic,
Who's talking
right?
about
Same thing with the
technologies?
whole.
I've asked you a
Kifaru,
simple
you gotta
question.
listen.
You're babbling. You can't
Trying
explain
to tell
where
you
you're
what to
going.
do.
You're talking about
Kifaru, you have
technology.
to listen, bro. Listen, this is the same shit with the whole GMO. When you guys thought a GMO was a specific technology
Kaizo,
that does a specific thing, GMO is just science.
Kaizo,
Okay?
you need
Hang on.
to water
I'm
down your
answering
idea.
your question.
You're
You're not
going. You're
listening.
saying
Okay,
something.
Kifaru, let me just
A
say it in a
military
short way.
alliance.
Keiko can
Yes,
say a
say short.
military
Kaizo,
alliance is just an
Kifaru,
open-ended.
you go and listen.
Explanation. That's why he's talking so
I'm
much.
explaining it to you.
Dialogue.
You're not listening.
Explain. Help
Kifaru,
it.
listen. A military alliance, yeah,
Yes.
is just an alliance, an agreement, like any
Yes.
other ones, and then you stipulate the conditions, right?
Okay.
So in Kenya, Ethiopia's case, I'm telling you, we stipulated that Somalia is a
Kaizo.
potential threat towards
Your
us.
term
If
is
Somalia
wrong. I will
attacks
tell you
any of the
wholeheartedly
two countries, we are bounded by contract to defend the other country.
See,
A military
that's wrong.
alliance does not mean, hang on,
That's
brother.
wrong.
A
That's
military
wrong,
alliance
Kaiser.
does not mean it's just
That you're
equal
wrong.
in any
You're
cases. That is a
100% wrong.
specific iteration.
You are 100% wrong. If you say if that's how you define military alliance, you're 100%
That's
wrong.
not how I define it.
And
That's the
listen,
definition of a military
listen.
alliance.
Any agreement does not mean a military alliance. We can have so many agreements, but that does not mean it's a military alliance. When we let's use these
Why do you
terms.
guys change
Okay, let's
definitions
do
just
this.
to feature
Let's do this. A
argument?
military alliance is a formal agreement between nations that
Mhm.
specifies mutual obligation regarding national security.
Mhm.
Right?
Continue.
In the event of a nation attack, members of the alliance are often obliged to come to their defense regardless
Thank
if
you.
attacked directly. Right?
Okay.
Then you then look at that.
What am I
Regarding
saying?
mutual
It's you're
specified
obliged.
uses.
Hold
You're
on.
bloody obliged.
mutual
You're bloody
obligation.
obliged.
Bro.
What are you reading? Are we reading two different sentences? You are
Kizu
bloody
likes
obliged.
to
Your English
likes to
reading is
mix
not
stuff
good.
up.
That specifies.
Guys, come on, you lose. You're
obligation.
obliged. You have the obligation.
Can I settle this argument?
Hold on, no. Let me reveal
Can I
something.
settle this argument, please?
Ethiopia has been involved in the Eritrean War of Independence, Ogaden War, Ethiopia-Somali border conflict. Ethiopia. So where is Kenya in those wars?
There's no agreement. It's just a stupid agreement between. They just want to suffer the Somalis. That's just what.
And
they're
you
planning.
wonder why they are not on the list.
They're not. There's no military alliance. If you look, if you
go,
Kaizo, please, Kaizo, be smart.
Where are they in all these wars?
Kaizo, be
Where is
smart.
Kenya in all those
Go
wars?
and check the list of military alliances in the world, and there's nothing like Ethiopia and Kenya over there. It's not considered a military alliance. Simple as that.
Back up for what you are saying. You can't just say stuff.
Can I ask you guys something? Can I ask Kifaru and Tunija something?
Hang on.
Yes, go ahead.
I can show you this agreement. This guy is actually retarded. A military alliance, like any agreement, is
Kaizo, stop. Just stop.
Let me ask you guys something. So I just want to get some clarity. So are you saying that a defense alliance is not a defense alliance if it does not include a mutual defense clause? Is that the argument?
Okay, let's use the key
What is
words
the
here.
argument?
A defense alliance is a mutual. You have to call it mutual defense alliance. That is what it's actually.
Okay,
called.
So if someone attacks China, Russia's going to. I mean, if someone attacks China, India's going to come and defend China.
No, that's
China and India have a
military alliance.
It's not a mutual defense alliance.
Thank you. They're not obliged. I don't know. This guy's.
But you said they have an alliance. Tunija, you literally said, Kezo, didn't Tunija just say China, India, and Russia have a military alliance, bro?
No, military alliance is not mutual defense alliance. There's a difference. Don't you understand?
We're telling you that.
Oh God!
Holy shit, bro! We're telling you Ethiopia and Kenya have a military alliance, and you're going against us. What is wrong with you, bro?
It doesn't exist on paper, even.
Are you guys making your own definition just to argue?
Let's say it exists on paper. It's not even active. It's not active in reality. Okay,
they didn't even answer my question. That's the funny part.
It's not active in reality.
Who's that? I can't see your name. Who's that talking?
Not active. Wait.
It's flexed up talking. So,
hang on.
So what's your question?
What's your question?
I asked it already, Kifaru. Then everybody started yelling again.
Okay, go again. Please don't yell.
So what I'm saying is, if an agreement, if a military agreement does not include a mutual defense clause, do you not consider it a valid agreement? Like, what is the argument?
Yeah, I don't consider that a military alliance. It might be some.
Okay, so that means that you have a different. You have a personal different definition. Personally.
Hold on now. See, let me just highlight something and give you examples. Like the coalition that America put together to go into the Iraq war. That is an alliance, but it's not a mutual defense alliance. You could go and attack one of the other countries. America is not going to come and save them. So there is a difference. The mutual defense alliance is slightly different from just an alliance for a specific purpose. And that is the one ECOWAS does. ECOWAS has alliance for specific purpose, but not mutual defense alliance.
But you said Africa doesn't have a military alliance. And I literally showed you alliances. And now you're saying we have alliances.
Oh my God. You don't listen. That's your problem.
You didn't say a mutual defense alliance.
I was trying to tell you, but you refused to listen. That is the problem. I was trying to tell you that there are two different types that I'm describing here. One of them is just an alliance.
To Niger, at first to Niger. Now you just said that now. To Niger, you only said that now. You literally tried to pass off.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
To Niger, when I asked you for examples of military alliances, this is you, quote by quote. You said China and India have a military alliance. We don't have one.
Now, before you were not even asking, you were just talking over me.
Kezo, can you please show them the two links I put in there? One is the Ethiopian and Kenyan Defense Pact. The other one is an agreement with Ethiopia and Kenya to do military drills that they signed in 2022. So according to these niggas, apparently we do have
using the word agreement. Agreement can be anything.
1960. Since the time of his
an agreement to do military drills. The first one is a military pact.
It has never been honored once since 1960. So I don't know what you are talking about.
It was after the Ogaden War.
Yeah. Nobody, all the wars that Ethiopia has fought, Kenya stayed out of it.
Against Somalia.
No. Okay, it's really against Somalia.
It's just against Somalia.
It's a military attack against attacks.
You just have an agreement against Somalia.
Kenya has never fought. Ethiopia has never fought Somalia since then.
Yes, but they are threat to us. What are you on about? They are threat to us. So we're not supposed to have.
Talking about Niger. Now you have to prove these alliances. Like what?
Okay, no. Ethiopia. They said the Ethio-Somali border conflict in 2000. Was Kenya involved?
Of course, they're not involved. They don't understand what
that's some dusty clashes with bro. Come on, man. Those are some bandits, bro. No one's coming. We're talking about an actual war. If Somalia actually invaded Ethiopia or Kenya and tried to take the territories, we're going to be allied to take them down. That's the agreement. This happened after the Ogaden War.
Look at the kind of state. Like this is border war that took place for 2 years, and you're saying, because they don't try to invade it.
So, come on, Niger, bro. Let's be honest. There was no war. There was no war for 2 years, bro. There was just Ethiopian military dropping bombs on these niggas, man. Come on, Niger, bro. Stop.
I don't
in 2000, Somalia didn't even have a country in 2000, bro. What are you on about?
Ethiopia don't need Kenya to fight the Somalis. I don't even think so.
I'm not the one that's making this up.
Understand, right?
I don't think Ethiopia needs Kenya to fight the Somalis. They can do it by themselves. It's just the border. So when they want to run, Kenya stop them. That's just.
I'm talking about a list that goes back to the 15th century. And this Kenyan listing is not even recognized. It tells you that he probably is.
I don't give a shit about this list. I don't even know what the fuck.
No, you may not give a list, but the
so Niger,
Niger, Burkina Faso, and this. Let me send
it. So Niger, please drop the link. Can you please drop the link for this list that you're talking about?
And that's the link there. You can share it.
Just talking about that.
I'm telling you, you will see that the only country that shows up there is Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Those are the ones. So if they can recognize that, but they don't recognize that of Ethiopia, go figure that one out.
Is Wikipedia the oracle of life? Like
no, it's not the oracle of life. I also double checked it on ChatGPT. I also went on Google.
Now on the white man's list is now the superior list. So
what's your list? Bring your own list, guys.
I went to 3 sources.
Bring me your list to dispute the list of the white man, then we can talk about that. What's your list?
Okay. No, I'm not against it. I'm just saying from now on to Niger, it's acknowledging that the white man's list is superior. So
these people have been putting so much information out, unfortunately, but we keep that until we can dispute it.
Okay, look, to be honest, you guys don't understand what logic is. You don't know what terms and contracts mean.
Yeah.
We specified the terms and condition. You don't even know the specific issues that Kenya and Ethiopia signed that deal. It's because Somalis.
Whatever you sign is not working. It's just some bullshit because they have been attacking.
We haven't had Somalia.
Nothing is changing.
We haven't had Somalia attacking.
Wait,
Ethiopia.
Bro. Somalia hasn't been a functional state since like the 90s. Of course,
that's why you're just taking advantage. Let's Somalia build themselves and see who's going to be part of that alliance.
Somalia, we signed it while they were still a country.
Okay, Nylord. When was that signed? Maybe give me some more information.
After the Ogaden War, Jesus Christ, man.
What year? I don't know. I'm not so versed about that history of that. What year? Okay, whatever. Was it signed before the Somalis Al-Shabaab attacked Kenya, or was it after?
No, it's not about Al-Shabaab, bro. You know,
No, I'm just asking a question, man. Come on, I want to learn something. Was it or
It's
was
not.
it after?
It's your
Obviously
signed
before, man.
before Al-Shabaab. This is not an
Okay.
anti-Al-Shabaab
So
But
sign.
Al Shabaab is a terrorist group. It's not the actual Kenyan
That's
government
not the
attacking one
Somali
of these
government,
countries,
bro.
though.
okay,
Al
that's just
Shabaab is whooping the
I just
Somali
want
government itself.
I just wanted to hear those excuses. It's okay. You can now move ahead.
You know, here's the issue,
So
right? When
wait,
you
what
talk
the hell?
hang on, when you talk to retards who don't want to even who are ignorant, you know, by the way, Abby, this is the definition of ignorance. When you give someone information and they still refuse it, right? I'm
Which
explaining to you
information
the
did you
issue, right?
provide that
You're,
makes
you're,
sense?
you're, you're making things up and you call it giving people information. That's not how you argue. You can't create your own
I'm telling you
definition
the
and
answer, and you're refusing, and you start talking some
and
other crazy shit, man.
of
That's
course,
What
ignorance.
because
information did you
you're
provide that
just
was
making things
rejected?
up.
This is
I don't.
definition of ignorance, right? Refusing to get to know the information.
We don't refuse fact. We just refuse what
Actually,
you made up.
it was you guys that were doing it just now. Yeah, when you
Bro,
do stuff,
I've
you
been
just
trying to
say,
explain to you what that task is
Kaizo,
even about.
Kaizo,
And
you
you
even
keep
can't
bringing
say
up
that. Bring
Al-Shabaab.
Kaizo, you
see,
don't know what you're
when
talking
when
about.
when
If I
when
ask
I
you,
found out that you know
Just
Union.
wait. Just
Okay, go
wait.
ahead.
If I ask you to read me the treaties of that Kenyan and Ethiopian alliance thing, you don't know. You can't tell me. Can you tell
I
me?
can actually.
Okay,
I can
bring
pull it
out
up.
the treaties. Let's read it.
Okay, I'll pull it up.
Yeah,
So,
put it
so
up.
let
Let me
me.
see.
Yeah, I
You
will. I
don't know.
will.
You
Yeah.
don't know. You just taking things
What
out
you
of
mean?
your
I don't
head.
know. I told you I will pull it up. Now you're telling
All
me I
right, I'm
don't know.
waiting. I'm waiting. I want to see the treaty, what it says.
Okay, good. Now here's the thing, Kifara, right? The treaty is not against Al Shabaab. It's not about against
Okay,
terrorists.
good.
It's
I
against.
want to see the terms of the treaty. I want to read it. Can you provide
Sure.
it before I get into this
No, I'm
argument?
not gonna pull it up on stream, but I'll send it to you in the private chat, right?
Ah, okay.
Um,
Okay. So don't talk about it because you don't know.
private chat for you to see it. I'm still giving it. You niggas don't listen, right? I'm
I'm
just not putting
100% you
things
don't know
like
what
that.
you're talking about. But it's
I'm
all right.
giving you niggas don't. God damn, man. You know what? Look.
Okay,
Thank God.
I'll wait for it in the private chat. I'll wait for it in the private
Okay,
chat.
good. Now you're
I'll read
Okay,
it.
Niger, can you please, since you're the Niger whisperer, can you please ask him to also send me, just me, the alliance between India and China, since he said that exists.
I don't know about that one, but so
I didn't say anything about military alliance. I said we conducted
Bro,
military
hold
exercises
up.
together.
This nigga, Niger, please don't lie to our faces. I literally asked you 3 times. You said there's a military alliance between China, Russia, India, and another Asian country you mentioned. I said, are
I
you sure
said
China
we
and India
conduct
are part of a
military
military alliance?
exercises together. That's what Kezo was supposed to
Okay,
search.
please send
I don't
me.
know why
Please
Kezo
send
was
me.
even not
Please
searching
send
it.
me. Okay, send us the military exercises that China and India have been
Okay,
doing.
good. Okay, good. Let me look for it. India.
well, recently, I don't know. I think South Africa or China were doing some military drill on the ships. No, was it Russia? I don't know. If I'm not so. I'm not sure. I think it was South Africa and Russia.
This guy, man, I don't know, man. Why
But
he
that does
cannot?
not mean that's just a
See,
military drill.
Niger, I
Retards.
specifically asked about India
Listen.
and China.
Retards like
I'm
to
sent
talk
it now.
shit.
I've sent it
They're
so you can see
ignorant,
it. It's
right?
there.
This is what I call them ignorance, right? Retarded and ignorance don't like information. They're ignorant. You give them the information, they no. You teach them and they refuse the information. Number 26507, Kenya and
Yes,
Ethiopia.
good.
Treaty respecting boundaries. The two countries with map scheduled for protocol signed at Mombasa on 9th June
Yes, go ahead. That
1997.
means nothing.
I can
Yeah.
go ahead and read it. I'll send it to you in the back chat. I'm not gonna go
That
read this.
that that title does not state anything. It's a
Go back
military
to the
alliance. It's
topic.
just border. It means nothing. I don't know what you're trying to prove
Okay,
here.
so I've sent a link to show that Russia military drill with China, India. All you need to know,
Let's
so
see.
that you can see this 2022,
Bro, I can
not that
show you
long ago.
military deals between Kenya and Ethiopia. That doesn't prove.
Oh
Wait,
my God!
Kaizo,
Oh my God! They
have
just
you
changed
pasted
the
that thing on the
goalpost
back
again.
chat? Paste it. Let me read it now. I've got time.
They
Yeah, I'm
just
sending
changed
it
the
in the back.
goalpost
Paste
again.
it. Let me read it. I just hope you have that military alliance. Like I'm gonna
What
come.
is the argument?
The
The argument
argument
is
was
this,
that
right? These guys are redefining terms
China
and words.
and India were not having this thing, and Russia were not having military this thing,
We don't have military
exercises together.
alliances. I think that was the initial stage of the
Do you
argument,
Military
know
to be
that
honest.
the
exercises.
AU
They are
has a military
organized enough.
alliance?
What I was saying is that they were organized enough to be forming larger
Kunaja.
groups to be this thing carrying out military exercises together. That should
Kunaja.
tell you what
The
is going
AU
on. And
has a
just last year,
military alliance.
eh?
They have a military pact. The
They
AU.
have a military pact. The
Yeah,
AU.
I sent it to you
No, I know,
Yeah.
I
in the
know the
chat.
AU has a military pact, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure how
Huh?
binding it is. I know they
No,
do.
no, no. The goalpost has shifted.
No, because the reason why
What does that
the
mean,
reason why
Tunija?
no
We
what
have it written on paper, right? But
yes
what is so? But what is being done,
the,
right? It's
the
about
Okay,
reason
what's
why
being done.
the reason
flex
why I
state,
say that is
flex
because
state. You know,
some are more
we
active than others. Because
we
if you
can
look at the
play.
Ethiopian one to it, Kifaro, please hold on. If you look at the Ethiopian one, it doesn't seem to be very active. And if you look at that of the African Union, it doesn't seem to be very active. Because sometimes you do see
Tonight, the
African nations
Kenyan
fighting each
Ethiopian
other.
one is not active because Somalia is not even a country anymore. So what the fuck does it need to be there for?
But you guys were fighting each other for 2 years, but it's all right. For
Get
two
amongst
straight
ourselves,
years.
nigga. What the fuck?
You were fighting each other for 2 straight years. Kenya didn't come to your rescue. I don't know,
Tunija,
man.
can I ask you a
So
question?
what, bro? Oh my
Tunija,
god, Pedro, this is crazy, bro.
You and Kenya and
Tunija, let me
Ethiopia
ask.
were
No, no,
fighting
I'm
no,
for
no, no,
literally
two
no.
telling you,
years.
Let me no.
tonight,
Let me
do
let
you
me get to the
understand?
bottom of this,
We
please,
said it's a military
please.
alliance against Somalia or other invading countries. Ethiopia was fighting within its own region, within its own borders, nigga. What the fuck? There's no
Oh, no,
other
no,
country invading.
Let me. Hey,
Somalia
let
was
me put
fighting
this.
It
Ethiopia.
wasn't the
So what do
Somali
you mean by
government.
that?
It
They
was
were
the
just throwing
Somali
flowers at each other
What
at the
ethnic.
border.
Somalia is fighting Ethiopia?
Tunija.
Look at it here now. Let me read it again. It says this in ethno Somalia border conflict.
Do you know what that
Okay,
Okay.
means?
can I ask a
When?
question, Tunija? In
Yes.
China and India, they had a border conflict not that long ago, even more recently than this one. Did they go to war?
Sorry, repeat that again. I missed that. Sorry.
They had a border conflict as
China and
well.
India
Is
had
that
a
a
border
war?
conflict like
China and India.
2 years ago, just where
Yes.
like 90 Indian soldiers died, and like some also like I
Yeah,
think
yes or
20
no?
Chinese soldiers
Are
died.
you talking about
Yes
the
or
Does
no,
that
conflict
mean the
that
Tunisia?
military
Is that a
alliance doesn't
war?
exist?
listen. I think let me just say
no,
this.
you
I
can have
think
squabbles,
to
but in terms of
Nigeria.
strategic this incorporation, they
Oh,
do
now it's a
operate with
squabble. Okay.
Okay,
Exactly. See,
okay.
the standards
Let's
just change, man.
okay.
When it
Let's say
leaves Africa, the
okay.
standards
This
change.
is the thing. I
no.
know we
I get
can.
what you mean. I get what you mean. You
Let
can
me
say that
just
the
come in.
defense
You
part
know,
in
Flo
Africa
and
is
Flex
relevant.
State. I know we can be playing on the
It's
word
flexed up.
military alliance. Was it?
It's
Okay,
Yes,
flexed
so
up.
Kifaru, you
like,
guys changed the meaning just to suit
no,
your definition. Like,
let me explain. Let me calm down. Let me just calm down. No, we're talking about the kind of military pact that the Sahelian military pact has got. That kind of military pact. Two Niger was saying we don't have something like that in Africa, and that is a
against
fact.
who? Against who?
Against
No, but they do have it.
for
The
against
African
anyone
Union. Wait,
that's
hang on. No.
listen
Stop lying.
against
Stop lying.
anyone
Right?
that's going to
Hang
attack
on. That's a
any
lie,
of these
right?
countries.
African Union has it, and Burkina
No,
Kezo,
Faso
let
has
me
it
ask
at
you this.
times.
Kezo, where does Kezo, let me ask you this. In our case, in
Kaizo,
Ethiopia's case, in Ethiopia's case,
in,
and
in,
Kenya's
let me
case,
just
are we really under any threat of being invaded by Europe right now?
in that Sahelian military pact, it is clearly stated that if one country is being attacked, the other ones would join and fight. So show me the African
Yeah,
military pact that
after
says
it
that.
But
was
we're not under
reactionary. It
Toniger,
was
we are not under threat. Let's just be wait.
they
Toniger,
were under
here's the thing.
immediate
I
threat.
mean Kifaru. This is the hard fact. Those countries are under threat of invasion by France, the EU, and
Yes,
stuff. We
yes.
are not under that same threat, bro.
I
Let's
know,
just
I
be
know,
real.
I know. I just want to show where it's written that it says if Kenya is being attacked.
Niger, Kifaru, we just showed you Ethiopia's and Kenya's threat, the mutual threat that we both share is Somalia. For that, we have a military pact. But thankfully, Somalia hasn't been a functional state since I was born and since Kezo has been born.
But
So that military
not
alliance.
showed me anything, to be honest. I've not seen the line when it states that. Let's
Tonight,
be
I
fact.
literally sent a link, bro.
Yeah, he just sent me a link, but the link is just
Send.
talking about some cooperation. It's not really, I don't see anything that will solidify your argument there.
I don't know, man. You see, if
Let me send it again.
what it's very clear what I stated. We African countries don't tend to have the kind of defense alliance that the Sahel nation just had, and it's something that I think is
Now it's
desirable.
changed.
I
Okay,
wish
yes, now I
West
agree with
Africa
you.
was like
They
that
don't
because
tend to have
Like
that.
NATO as
why?
well, something like
Yeah,
NATO.
Okay.
yeah. If they had that,
Niger.
If they had that, all these military coups
Reaction to
wouldn't be
Russia.
happening because military coups would be seen as an attack on the state. It
Everything
wouldn't
you're
even be
naming is
happening.
in response to something. It's not even proactive. They're literally after a threat. Literally every pact that you're talking about. That's what we're trying to tell you. Everything has context, and usually these treaties are reactionary. That's the point.
Yeah, but
Can we
they're
move on
reactionary,
now?
but
Isn't
it's
that what we
stated
are
on the
doing
face
too?
of the treaty,
What is
right?
different between what we are doing and what they are doing? It's still the same thing.
That that's
We
what
are
we're
also supposed
saying.
to react.
No. So exactly, Niger, Burkina and Mali, they already did that. They did the
Yeah.
same thing that these other nations did that you're talking about.
Which,
Which
of
other
course, that's what
nation?
it is.
Yeah.
I'm arguing. I'm favoring what they are doing. So I don't know whether you think
Kifaru, do
I'm
you see
not
it now?
supporting them. I'm favoring what they are
People
doing.
basically basically you're asking, so what kind of military alliance are you asking for? What are you asking for? What is the complaint?
Mutual defense alliance. A
Yes.
mutual
The
defense
one that
alliance
each party
Against who? Against
believe.
what threat?
against anybody,
Yeah.
Martians,
Yeah.
including
It, it,
the Europeans,
What
everybody.
is the historical context? Give me the historical context that you have.
That you have been enslaved and you don't have the power to defend yourself against so many powerful nations
it
out
doesn't
there.
even mean
That
to
is enough
mean
historical context. What do you
enslaved.
want to do? You have to
Okay, to
defend
Niger,
yourself.
realistically speaking, realistically speaking, who is Kenya under threat of invasion by any country in 2023?
Well, for
Repeat
now,
that
I don't
again.
really see it.
I don't know why I always miss the first side part. Maybe I'm getting tired or getting old or something. What is
So you
what was it?
basically want us to sign military defense pacts just for the sake of it. We're not under threat. We don't have mutual enemies, but we should sign it just because
Why would you
we were
think you are not on
colonized.
that trade? You see, that's the problem. This is why I worry for Africa. If this is
No,
kind
no,
of
no.
mindset
I'm
that
Who
we
was
not.
our threat?
we are under
Okay,
threat.
okay, good. Okay, Tunaja, he has a point. But so don't go around beating your chest that you have actually a military alliance because you don't have a threat. So why do you even have
Why
it?
do you think we are
Why
not
do
under
you
Toniger,
have
threat,
it?
Kifaru?
Kifaru,
What is wrong with
didn't you
all of
just say the
you?
link I sent you?
I'm
There are
reading
British
some stuff.
officials online talking about how they
It
want
was
to attack
signed. It
Africa
was signed.
and how
It
they are
was
going to
agreed
attack
upon
us.
in 1974. The Ogaden War ended in
Oh God, these
1972.
guys.
This was signed in 1974, right after the Ogaden War. And from then on, Kenya and Ethiopia have had an alliance against
We're
Somalia
talking about the
because that is
nature
our
of the
mutual threat.
pacts. The nature of the pacts, these military pacts, even in the European context, are very reactionary.
It's like everything
That's
you
all
people
we're
do.
saying.
It's like most of the things people say is for paralysis. Don't do anything. Let's just sit down until we get a good sign that we are about to be under threat. The threat is everywhere. Everywhere I look, I see threats forming, and you guys just sit there, wait for it to come until that's when you want to respond. It will be over. What do you think
To
America?
Niger,
What do you
to
think
Niger,
Russia
what?
is doing right now?
To
Did the
Niger, we're
Ukraine
not
attack Russia?
disagreeing with the military pact. We're asking the context. That's what we're asking. We're asking the context. Like Kenya
The
and
context.
Ethiopia had a context. It was
Yeah,
Somalia, and it was
I'm
after a war.
reading reading the
The
context
context
now
is
of this thing I've
from
just sent
attacks
you.
from anyone, from anybody that
Very
wants
good.
to undermine
In the forward.
these states.
Oh, okay,
You have governors
I
saying
now
that they want to
see,
come and
I now
The
see
AU has
why
one.
you don't accept. No, no, no. I now see why you guys deep down don't want to accept the fact that Ethiopia and Kenya have an alliance. It's because it's against another African country. It doesn't
no,
fit your
no,
No,
no, no, no,
narrative
no,
that
no, no.
no, no.
I'm not against that at
Why,
all.
why
I'm
do
not.
you jump to that
See,
conclusion?
I'm
No,
not
no.
against. Who said I was against it? I was just saying that it was not active. Did I say anything about being against it?
because
If it was
Somalia hasn't
against,
been active for the last 30 years.
see,
Kifaru, how can you be active against a country that has fallen? Our mutual enemy is not even a united country anymore. So thankfully,
okay, fine. Let's say it's still there, but it's not recognized for whatever reason. I don't know why it's not recognized. It's not. It doesn't seem to be recognized globally as a military alliance. Maybe because it's too quiet on the down low. Because I saw the reason for that alliance, and I see that it's actually a solid reason for doing it. Otherwise, Ethiopia seems like a loose cannon that could attack Kenya or this in Ethiopia. But that said, I'm also arguing that what the Sahel nations just did is a good thing, and that's what ECOWAS should have done in the first place instead of this nonsense ECOMOG that they keep doing. Because if you have that, I think even coups can be seen as an attack on the state. That will stabilize African countries. at least West Africa anyway. That's what I'm arguing for. So it's not a very, very controversial point. And I did check the military exercise. India was involved in the
Just read the
exercise.
AU Pact and tell me if that's being followed.
See, I knew.
Tonight, by the way, I read that, and it was actually Russia doing a military alliance with China, and it was the Navy doing a military alliance with China. And then once it goes past the Chinese seas, it will then do uh, a military deal with India. So it was like Russia doing a military deal first with China and then India. But China and India did not do a military deal together. You made it sound like they did a military deal together.
No, I said
so Russia. Okay, so the Russian Navy. So the Russian Navy did a military deal, a military drill with China on the seas that China has, and then when they went south, they then did a drill with India separately, without China, with India on the Indian Ocean. So that is literally Russia doing a military deal with both, but the two did not do a military deal.
No. I think that you are mistaken. That you just completely mangled what happened there. The idea, the people involved in the military this drill were more than three countries actually. There were other countries that were involved from, I think, let me see the list of the countries again, so I don't go and say something that you go and jump on. Let's see. So don't worry, I'll find the countries, the list of the countries. Let's see where they are listed. Not there. Oh, where are they? I can't
Okay, but to Niger, let's, while you're looking for it, let's just let me ask you this. Look, Africa is not even doing a. Can you at least admit you were wrong about the EU formation? That it was industries that came together first, and then the EU countries jumped on it.
You mean the EU?
Yes. How did the EU form? You were at least wrong about how the EU formed. I was more right.
I don't. No. I agree with you. You are probably more correct in terms of the timeline, and I don't know about
exactly. So tonight, this is the deal. This is what I'm telling you. The only way Africa is going to come together. This is the only African deal that I actually agree with. It's a free trade deal because that actually.
It's crazy.
Okay, Niger, can you just?
You are just playing like Maradona. You just drop from one point to another. They don't pin you. You took off.
Let me finish my sentence then?
Okay. Okay, I found the list of the
now that we have agreed that my historical facts were true about how the EU formed. The only way Africa is going to unite, it's not going to be coming to
your historical facts are based on your own. You see, this is what I don't like. You just did it just now.
That's why I gave you links and I showed you
that so quickly. Hold on, we're having if you want to get to the truth, let's get some facts straight. Yes, the EU was formed officially in 1993, and the reasons you gave for it has not been proven. So that is based on your own reason, and some people will argue that it's just conspiracy theory, while others will argue that okay, that's part of the reason, but that is not the main reason. You see what I mean?
Nigel, what did you say? You said the EU was formed after World War II, right?
Oh God, you're still going back there.
No, EU is recent.
Is that what you said?
EU is in the 90s.
Why are you still going back there?
Kiparu, Tonight thought that the EU was formed immediately after World War II, like quite.
Maybe that was a League. Maybe he thought about the League of Nations.
Yeah, I was thinking of NATO.
League of Nations was after World War I.
Yeah,
because NATO was formed. NATO was formed after the war immediately after the World War. So
1949. But NATO was formed against the Warsaw Pact.
What?
NATO was formed against the Warsaw Pact.
Yeah.
The Warsaw Pact was the...
Hold on. You see, you are like a gotcha man. You want to do gotcha politics instead of actually following the trajectory of the conversation. I guess maybe Kezo was right on that. What you are doing here is that you said the reason why the EU was formed was based on two businesses or so that you mentioned. I disagree with that.
No, I said 2 or 3 cartels.
Okay, 2 or 3 cartels, but isn't that how everything is formed again? I don't understand why you highlighted that. That's how everything is formed. There are interests that are involved. Great interests. Isn't it? Am I mistaken here? So I agree with you on that one. That's not even a controversial point. But if you name specific...
Niger, you said the EU was formed by all the countries of Europe coming together and saying we have a greater enemy. I showed you no. These individual countries, mostly Germany at that time, Western Germany, France, and the UK realized that they don't need to compete with one. It's actually hurting them to compete with one another in certain industries, mainly the
Okay,
energy industry, the
okay, I've got
coal
the list
industry,
now.
the
It
steel.
says,
Okay, come on, man.
hold on.
Can you
It
let
says
me finish, bro?
no, don't worry. That point is null and void right now. He said the Russian General Staff Chief General, oh my God, Staff Chief General Valery Gerasimov will personally oversee the drills that will involve troops from ex-Soviet nations, China, India, Laos, Mongolia, Nicaragua, and Syria. Oh, oh my God, all the way to Syria. That's crazy. In this military exercise, you see, if nations like this are cooperating and it's involving India too, that's the point I'm making. That there are people are forming bigger,
How's that
bigger,
a
and
threat to
bigger
us, bro?
blocks. See, hold on now. You are not seeing the danger. When I talked about the Eurasia
Tonight, can you
continent,
let me finish my
okay,
point?
okay, finish your point. Finish your point.
So these cartels came together because they realized if they just go on a, if they just keep competing with one another and don't set prices, fair prices for an equal price for all of them, they're going to pretty much outcompete each other and pretty much tank each other. So they realized it's better for us to just set a European-wide cartel where the prices are the same, so we don't have to compete with one another and compete into bankruptcy. And once they saw, pretty much, this was set in 1951. No country was involved. The individual countries were not involved. It was just the leaders of these industries coming together and creating this. And then more and more industries started uniting and doing this once they realized, oh shit, this is actually successful. By 1993, there were enough industries that were lobbying the individual governments to go and create the EU so that all of their industries can just be put under one formal cartel. The EU was just a conglomeration of cartels, bro, of industries of cartels. But before the EU even came together, all of these countries, Germany, France, Britain, already had their own industries, individual industries, and then they came together to create the cartels, and then those cartels lobbied for the EU to be created. That is how the EU got created. You in your bumfuck African country, me in my bumfuck African country, have no industries to even create cartels around. So what the fuck are we going to create whatever trade deal you want to create on? Bro?
Oh God, all you just talked about is scale. Just because it's not as big, you can't create anything. In terms of military alliance, which is the one I even value more, is the one I want us to create. And you can see clearly that even nations that just finished fighting each other went on to create a military alliance in the form of this NATO. And that was the main thrust of the argument. And I think you're also talking about, oh, there's nothing like Africa. Clearly, Africa does exist. You actually saw the document that I think Flexop presented here about the military, the defense pact that African countries had, that I actually consider to be quite, benign. It's not very active. So African countries are functioning like a unit already to an extent. But I don't, when you say unit, that's an overstatement. They need to take charge of it. That's what I argued for when I was making an argument that I was arguing that they need to
Okay,
take charge
Tunanche,
of the
can you just
continent.
ask me this? You know why you disrespect these African alliances? Because they're weak. And I agree with you, they're weak as
Yes.
shit. You know why they're weak? Because your countries are weak. Your countries are broke. So there's only so much they can do funding the military or even
There is some
industrializing the
truth
military
there.
capability.
There's some truth there.
So if your economy is a bumfuck economy, how the fuck is your army going to be any powerful? Bro?
No,
That's why these military.
I think now you just
This is why you
twisted
disrespect
something
these
there.
military alliances because these
No.
military alliances are
You
full
see
of weak nations who can't even fund
you see
1 week of
okay. This is the place I'm going to try to shed some light. If you form military alliances, it's not because of your economy that will make you strong. Like when the three Sahel countries that form these alliances right now, they are not very rich. As a matter of fact, they form
Okay,
this
who have
alliance
they fought
probably to
together
help
yet?
each other.
To Niger,
Pardon?
they literally
Yeah.
formed this alliance 2 days ago. Have they even tried? Have they even used? Has this alliance even been tested yet?
No. But my point is that the
So what the
reason why
fuck are
they
you
did
on
it,
about?
hold on now, the reason why they did it is to help help each other out because they know they are not one of them is fully equipped to deal with the threat that they are facing. So they need to help each other out to increase their strength. And this is at the heart of the argument you were making, saying, "Oh, there's no point. Africa is diverse. Let's just go our own separate. So everybody do their own thing." I'm telling you that
Niger,
individually,
look at
nations can get
that
stronger
military
and
alliance.
form stronger units
Niger,
together.
look at that military alliance. Look at that military alliance. Isn't it pretty much the same people? Ethnically, aren't they similar to one another?
They are still different.
No,
There's
this is
Hausa,
the
there's
uncomfortable
Fulani there.
to Niger.
See, they are
Okay, but
genetically even
more or
different.
less they're the same.
To
More or
Niger, I
less
They are
think
not
to
the same.
Niger. Obviously, we're not saying the
Have
exact. Oh
polysyllabic language,
my
others
God,
don't.
just read that thing Abi sent. It's got some good information. I think it can shed some light.
You have not seen when people from Burkina Faso and people from Mali, they are
I've
arguing.
saved it. I'll read it. It's just 20 pages, so it's not even that much. I was reading it. It's good. You get some good background history, not just from people talking
Which
shit.
one is that again?
The one that
the document I sent you.
the agreement that came. I think during the time of the Cold War, there's so many things. They're talking about security in the Ogaden region. You know, the war. So it's good. I'll read it.
Kifaru, the only reason we don't think about it as a military alliance now is because the threat of that military alliance, which is Somalia, is no longer a relevant threat. But at the time, it was a relevant threat. So the military alliance was there. Now you can disrespect the alliance because Somalia is not even a functional nation.
They said it needed to be renewed. Have you checked whether it has been renewed till date?
But I was reading, they did stated that in case it was a suggestion that if Somalia had to do something stupid, then it was suggested that both nations could come together and try to stop it.
Suggestion doesn't sound like a strong this in the pact.
Just I'll read over it. It's quite interesting, you know.
Yeah, I think I can gather the idea behind it. I'm not sure I will glean any more light from. Besides, I'm not even against it anyway. I'm not against anything that preserves the peace. This year on the continent. So the only reason why that issue came up was because Nilotic was saying there was nothing like Africa. There is something like Africa. It does exist, just like South America and North America exists. It does exist on the ground, and it's for the people on the continent, which is technically your generation, that will be on the hot end of this, that should be forging a stronger entity. Otherwise, that Euro-Asian continent that is sitting right there, looking as if it's benign right now, is going to be the one that is going to dine on Africa. And I'm telling you, I'm not going to be around that time. What is going to happen to Africa is going to be worse than what happened before now. If that Euro-Asian continent comes together, because they are massive, there is India, there is China, there is Russia, there is the entire Europe.
I think we don't need
Niger. I'm just gonna keep it a buck with you. If Eurasia ever comes together, you are toast regardless, man.
Eurasia is weak.
If you are strong as a nation, let's say like
you know what Eurasia is. Niger, you know what Eurasia is.
Hold on, my point now. Let me.
Niger, do you know what Eurasia is?
Now,
what is Eurasia?
No group of nations can come together and destroy Russia. No group of nations.
Niger, what is Eurasia? Niger, what is Eurasia? What is Eurasia?
Eurasia is all the way from like Bangladesh, China to this Portugal. The entire continent. It's a whole landmass. The entire.
That's what I'm telling you. If that landmass comes together, even America can't stand against it. Let alone Africa, bro. What are you on about?
No. You can stand. You may not be able to compete with them in terms of one-on-one, but they will not be able to destroy you. That's the stuff.
Eurasia can never come together to Niger. NATO is there to make sure Eurasia never happens.
That's the thing. Now go and
We're
tell
not even funding our institutions.
NATO is there to make sure Eurasia never happens, man.
To Niger, Europe will not want a war. To Niger, because if Europe or America goes to a war now, the present demographic of these European countries are just some gays and lesbians that they're not going to fight nothing. I think we live on the past glories.
You see, this is the first time.
These Europeans, we know them, they're not going to fight. I see people riot that their children should go to war. This is not the kind of Europe. I think.
Yeah, go and tell the Ukrainians that. See.
Okay. Leave that
they
one.
Can get bloody very quickly. These Europeans don't underestimate their ability. Their ability to shed blood. If you underestimate it,
they're not.
You're looking at them for what they truly are.
I think Tunaja, they understand that
they are doing it right now.
Tunaja, well, they've got technology, you understand, and that is a big advantage.
Playing with their lives. Go and
Nah,
check the
too much
casualty rate in
German.
the last 2 years of their fighting in the
Okay,
Gulf.
anyway, it's getting late now, bro. I need to go to sleep. But to Niger,
Yeah.
you're paranoid now. You're a bit too paranoid. See the way I do.
See.
Okay, to Niger, wait. Let me just say this. I do agree with the African trade agreement, but this one military stuff, fuck that, bro. We should all keep our separate militaries. If you want to make an alliance with your neighbor, go ahead and do that. This
No,
whole African alliance stuff, I'm sorry, man.
Even with the awareness that Eurasia is coming
There's already
together,
an all
there are
African
still
I
things that
alliance.
believe
we need to keep separate.
Tunaja, what is going to work is regional. I don't think we can. It would be difficult for just say everyone won. I think regional military
Exactly.
defense packs will be good.
See, if that is what we are arguing for, let's just prepare. We are going to go extinct one way or the other. See,
No.
you are not looking at the
Tunaja, what's wrong with regional
and
military defense pack? What's wrong with it? What's wrong with that? What's
Because
wrong with regional
the
military
truth is
defense
that
pack?
what you said just now is already happening. This is what they call standby forces in all the various regions. They've already done it. Buhari actually
Tunaja,
released
that
one.
is not functional. Those
Hold
things are
on
not
now.
functional.
It's small, but they are dead. It's not a defense pact. However,
To Niger, we don't even fund the AU.
that force that you see there,
We don't even fund the
they
AU.
have to come together. If they don't come together,
have you read about
40%
that
of
African Union
40% of members don't even pay.
Tunaja, have you read about the African thing? It's a voluntary. It's like if you want, they don't force anyone. It's a voluntary thing. Yes, it's
To
voluntary.
Niger, Africans are not even
I
funding
understand
their
what you are
institutions,
saying.
man.
I'm not against the regional stuff, and in the end, the regional stuff still needs to come together on a continental level sooner or later, because the challenges we are going to be facing is going to be great in the near future. It's not that long. Give it 10, 20 years. People like Kifa and Nilotic, they will be in their 40s, 50s then. They will be facing all these challenges, and if they are not ready for it, we are done for.
Tonight, let me tell you where you're getting it wrong.
Europe, this in oppression.
Let me tell you where you're getting it wrong, man. You see, coming together and all these things you're talking is not the solution to your problem. It's not the solution to your problem is to get power. And what is that power? Militarily, is to be advanced militarily, meaning you know how to make your weapons, you know how to make advanced weapons. For example, look at where Israel is. Israel didn't need to form unity with all the freaking neighboring countries before it became powerful. In fact, Israel single-handedly handled all the countries. Countries in the world are afraid of Israel because Israel is, when it comes to weapons, equipment, they're very intact. You understand? So telling a bunch of dusties to come together with no brain, they haven't built anything. It doesn't make sense. You're coming together, you're a bunch of zeros, none of you know how to make weapons. So you come together and then what? I can guarantee you what? Wait, let me land. You're talking all day. This is what I can guarantee you. If you all come together, say you're all united militarily, if America decide to go to war with one of you and he asks the other ones, hey, do you want to join me or do you want to join that idiot? They're all going to join America. That's a fact. We've seen the example with Libya. Libya is a member of the African Union. When they came for Libya, we all joined America against Libya. We took the money.
So was there a military pact, Mike? Was there a military pact with African countries with Libya? No.
Even if you did, it didn't matter.
We can't make that
wait. Military, no, don't give me that crap. Libya is a member of African Union.
You can't make an assertion for something that does not exist.
Wait. Libya is a member of African Union. So you have unity going on.
Union is not the military. It's not the military.
It's irrelevant. It's the same thing. It's not different. You are united,
no,
right?
No, we're talking about military alliance. It's not.
Okay, so you telling me? Wait. Are you telling me that Cameroon would have gone to help Libya when they were?
If Cameroon had a personal military alliance with Libya, why not? They don't have.
Come on, get out of here, man. You wouldn't have gone. No, stop lying.
No. Why are you assuming? Listen, what are you assuming? I just said if they had.
If you had, you wouldn't have gone in.
Listen, if you have a military pact that says if I've been attacked, you must come. Why not? You will go.
No, you would not have gone. Cameroon would not have gone to rescue
Libya.
You would not have done it. I know for everybody. I know for a fact.
You can't make that argument because we don't have
First of all, you didn't even have the means to go in the first place. So why are you telling me you would have gone? You don't have the means. That's what I'm saying. You don't have power, so it's irrelevant. Calling people to come together without power is stupidity. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Nigeria. It's a waste of. It's stupidity. In fact, listen. I keep saying it. The Namian keep saying it. 0 plus 0 means 2 zeros, and When you put zeros together, they're gonna
Coming
in
together
fact,
is to
listen.
increase the power. What are you going on
Okay,
about?
Sunanja, let me. In fact, you don't learn from history. First of all, you're saying this coming together.
Oh my God!
Wait. Okay, let me give you a perfect example. Let me debunk your whole idea.
Okay.
First of all, this coming together of African countries is not different from what British did when they did a coming together of African tribes to form a single country. How's that worked out? They became freaking even worse enemies, man. Are you kidding me? An African.
My God!
Wait. Your country, Nigeria. Wait. Your country.
Illogical
Sunanja, you've been talking all day. Give me a chance, man. Your country, Nigeria. Before they brought these kingdoms together to be one Nigeria, we freaking minding our own business, right? We didn't see each other as worst enemy like that. Igbo man didn't have any business with Fulani man. Today, Igbo man see Fulani man as his worst enemy because they came together to form union, which is Nigeria. Now they already they open your eye that when you bring a bunch of dusties together, they're gonna fight because
Mike, can I ask you a question?
No, the reason is this. Let me tell you the fact about life. When you are zero, nobody respects you. Even zero does not respect zero. You understand? So you put 0.0 is 2 zeros. Now 2 zeros in a room, they're gonna be feel disgusted about each other. That's the fact. That's why.
Mike,
wait. You go to any poor communities, the people hate each other because they're poor. They don't respect each other.
Over and over again.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. But I want to ask you something. Have you heard this statement? This a bunch of nothing is equals to something. Have you ever heard that? Do you know what it means?
Whoever made that statement,
you think it's wrong? You think it's wrong?
That's what you're thinking?
I prove to you that it's not wrong. You don't understand the logic.
Bunch of nothing.
There's so many nothing.
Bunch of foolish, bunch of stupidity.
Yes,
bunch of nothing together.
Let's leave that. That's so philosophical. But let me ask you this question: do you believe if Nigeria was different countries like the Fulanis, the Igbos, the Yoruba were in own separate countries, do you think they'll be better?
That's what I think. I think, in fact, they will actually be advanced individual. They will do better individually. I think so. Yeah. They were better than today. In fact, history proves it. They were better. Sunanja will not argue with me against this. Each of those kingdoms were better before they came together.
Well, don't you think the fighting could have been going on, could have been worse?
No. Back then, if ethnic nations go to war, it's usually over maybe territorial boundaries, which is normal. It's not over who's going to be president. It's not over who's going to be president, who's oppressing me, who's holding me back, we have more reason. Like they have more reasons to hate each other now than when they were independent. Back then, during that time.
Oh my God! Your argument is that let's fragment. You see why we may be doomed. You know, maybe.
Are you telling me we are united?
This guy is.
Are you telling me we had a bloody fucking civil war where 30 million people died? Man,
if people like you get your way, people like you, what needs to happen is you need to sit it out in the next 30 years. Just go and rest. Because people that want to come together, you need to let them do their job. Because people like you are going to be our doom.
I think you are misunderstanding something. Nobody here is against the idea of people coming together. Nobody here is against the idea of nobody's disputing. Like wait now. I'm telling you, I agree with you. Nobody's disputing that there's strength in numbers, right? In unity. Nobody's disputing that. What we are telling you is, if you're going to put a bunch of blocks together, you need a cement that will put that block together. Because you put a bunch of blocks together on top of each other, you're going to destroy a bunch of it, because by the time they collapse, a lot of it will break into pieces. It's better they would never put them together in the first place. What we're telling you is, to come together, you have to have power. You have to come together on the basis of power, not some weakness. Not that you're a bunch of weak dusties and you're coming together. That's where we disagree with you. You unite on strength.
Hold on. So
no, I don't think
you shouldn't come together.
That does not make sense.
That's the compass argument.
No, you are coming together as bunch of
to increase whatever you have. Hold on. The purpose of coming together is to increase whatever you have.
No.
Even if it's a penny, it's better than zero.
You sound dumb, man.
No. The purpose of coming together is to increase whatever you have. It's not to say, because I don't have.
What do you have? What do you have?
That's what I'm saying. They have something.
What do you have? That's what I'm asking you, so we can see the logic you're presenting here.
in what context are you asking? Is it crude oil? Is it
No, so you're
soldiers?
the one
What are
telling
you
me. You
asking?
asked me in what context. Are you not the one presenting the argument? What?
No,
What
you
the
are
hell?
the one that said
Okay,
if you don't
so
have anything, there's no point coming together. So
okay.
I
You
should be
just gave one
asking, what
example.
do you mean? No country doesn't have anything.
Okay,
All I'm
okay.
telling you is
So
that
your argument is okay. You have crude oil in Nigeria. They have uranium in Niger, right? Currently, right? Okay. So you want to come together because so now you put your. Are you saying you're going to put your?
what is wrong with you for survival? What, this guy, everything is about
okay.
everything is about what you have in the ground. What is wrong with you? What I'm see,
Please,
personally,
can you present your case?
Let me present my
precisely
case here.
without just.
Let me present my case here. Let me present my case. See, if my case was about Africa becoming rich, I wouldn't be here. If my case was about us having some kind of respect in the world, I wouldn't be coming here. My own case for being here is survival. Who cares? If
explain it. You keep using words, but you're not explaining. Okay,
let me
you use word
explain it now.
survival.
If you
Can you
let
explain?
Let me explain survival. The idea is that we don't want to be subject to other people's mercy in terms of our ability to survive. Either they choose to enslave us or exterminate us, whatever they want to do with us, they can do with us, and the threat is coming. So what we need to be able to do is to be able to defend ourselves.
Okay, so now the solution is right now that you're all dusty, you all don't know, you're not thinking, you're not doing anything, you're not productive. You want to come together. Okay, now we come together, and then what's the next step? And then that will stop. What's that going to stop? Let me ask you one simple question. Okay, so now just simple question like this. Today, as we are today, right now, where we are all a bunch of unproductive bunch of heads in Africa. Okay, we all form one country today. What's going to change? We all become one country today, one army, one everything. Tell me what's going to change. Tell me.
No one is talking about one country. We can't form one.
Okay, unity. Okay, we become united.
Let me give him now the kind of things that will improve. Trade will improve. The passport value will definitely improve. The power of that nation, because now you are controlling about 1.something billion these people in one kind of union, is going to improve this greatly. And now your chances of defending yourselves will even increase.
We don't want to hear that chances bullshit.
Will increase.
Will it stop the people you call that are in your country? Would it kick them out?
Yes, it will help kick them out. Yes.
Okay. So today we all say, okay, we are united, and that will now say, okay, we want all of you out. The French, the all the Oyibo, the whites, the Buzungus, right? Because that you need to all come together, right? Unite and say, okay, all you Muslims in Africa, pack your load and get out.
No, that's not the idea.
So what are we trying to achieve now? What is this united that you're talking
it's
about?
Like make those people that they're not influential in your nation. They're not saying people pack and go.
Make who?
And
the people
you
could decide to tell them. People. No one is saying pack your leave. Just make sure they don't have the influence to decide.
Hold on. You could decide to ask them to leave.
So stop that. You need to come to unite before you can stop them. You can't do it now. What's the difference between now and then?
Now, because they are in between you.
In between who? Who's in between?
They are stopping us from uniting properly. That's why West Africa doesn't have a defense pact.
They are stopping you from uniting properly. In what sense? Explain it.
That is why West Africa doesn't have. Hold on, now, Kifaru, let me explain this to him because Kifaru, hold on.
One at a time.
Kifaru, hold on. I don't think you were there that day when I was speaking to Prince Adewale. This guy was a former presidential candidate in Nigeria. He's been to many of the meetings that they have in West Africa and where they are talking. When I asked him that, how is it that the Nigerians and others are able to form alliances, but West African, this in Nigeria is not able to form it in West Africa? Instead of that, they are forming just ECOMOG and the fighting forces of ECOWAS. He said because when they were having discussion with the military of other countries, especially the Francophone ones, they tend to defer to France. That they are the ones causing. They are not letting them unite.
Bro, what are you talking about, Tunaja? So when you now decide you unite now, is France still not going to do the same thing?
Hold on, now that's my point now. So by the time we unite, it means that we have already neutralized the power of the French on the continent.
Okay, what are you going to use to neutralize the power? What are you going to use?
Like the kind of stuff Niger and Burkina Faso and Mali are just doing.
They haven't neutralized the power. They haven't neutralized them until that happens before we accept it.
They are kicking them out of their country. and they
Okay,
have left two of them.
no, we haven't seen the hand. We haven't seen the hand of it yet. Until
At
we get
least,
to
Mike, give them some props. They're doing it.
well, let's see how it all turned out at the hand before we can now judge
Okay,
that so-called
They're
unity.
actually doing something. You want them to fail?
No,
exactly.
I'm not saying I want them to fail. I'm just saying let's see how that turned out. And second of all, they don't the unity, so-called unity you're talking about, the kicking out you're talking about. They didn't have to unite first. They did it individually. Niger didn't form unity before with anybody before he told France, okay, leave my country. He didn't have to say, okay, and France is not leaving because the three of them came together. That's not the reason why France is leaving.
Actually,
so
that's part of the
That's
reason.
the point. You have a point.
So you're saying because the three of them came together is the reason why France is like, I'm leaving.
Hold on now, because they knew after Niger, because it was almost after Niger signed the agreement, they left.
So France is scared of their union. France is scared of their union, right?
Hold on now. The point is that there were so many reasons why the French couldn't go in now. But signing that agreement also made it harder for France, because now
that's a lie.
France knows that if they attack Niger, they are basically attacking Mali.
Are you kidding me? Oh, France is scared.
They are attacking three countries.
I can't elaborate more.
Oh, France is scared. Oh, France is leaving Niger alone because France is scared of Burkina Faso.
Mike, let me try to elaborate more on this thing. You know, take for example, France, the military base was present in all of these countries, right? So if Niger or Niger tells France, get away out of my territory, they can go and stay in Burkina Faso. It doesn't change anything. You understand? Now they can't go to Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso kicks them out. Or if they could go to Mali, they cannot go to Mali again. So just because they are in that coalition, they have created more security for themselves against France. They're able to kick France further out of their borders.
So, but they didn't have to unite.
They have to unite.
They didn't have to unite. They didn't have to unite.
Take one of them out. France can go after one of them.
Individually, they did that, but to make it actually to work in the future, they had to come together to unite. You understand?
You know how the French preserve the Bongo family in office. Whenever they try to remove the Bongo family from office, the French troops go in and restore the Bongo family. So if you have a kind of alliances now, let's say the coup plotters in Gabon had alliances with another country or two other countries, it will be harder for France to go and remove them.
Okay, I got a question. Wait. I got a question. This thing you are saying is not new. We've been doing this alliance. We created ECOWAS, we created ECOMONG, we created West African Unity.
We do not create anything. This is American creation, Mike.
What? ECOWAS?
Yeah, ECOMOG, all that things, American.
Okay, this union, this so-called union you're talking about, at the end of it, wait. Once we create this so-called union, when they start buying people now, you say, oh, it was the white man that created it. It's the same thing. He's not going to be different.
What I mean, okay,
if they're already buying the union you currently have, then they're going to buy the same union.
I think I'm beginning to find that people don't understand between military alliances and different. They don't know the difference.
You're going to use different magic to create the other union. You already have union that they are compromising.
You have a point, but you are using the wrong example. That's the problem.
Kifaru, let me tell you guys the point I'm really making here. The fact of the matter is this: you can kick these people out as long as you're depending on them. You depend on them for so many things. Even your military weapon, you're buying it from them. You get it
on only them. There are other people you depend on.
Sunanja, we need to understand where we stand. Kifaru is not like a wait. Let's understand where we both stand. Where we stand.
Let me just say something. You have made a statement that we depend on them. Do you think we are the only ones who depend on them? Don't you think they depend on us as well?
Well, you depend on them more.
Why? No, I don't think anyone that does more. They depend on us as long as we depend on them.
They don't need your permission, bro. They're not really. You're not really.
Like if they did not depend on us, they will not be in the continent. They will not be in the continent.
What I'm trying to tell you is the fact of the matter is this. Okay, for example, Zimbabwe. The sanctions Zimbabwe. Then what? But the point I'm trying to make is this: you gotta get power. What is that power? You learn how to manufacture. The first thing you want to do in anything in this life is power. Even there's nothing. Even your body, you need power to be able to get up and come on issue to start talking. You need to eat and have power, right? If your phone, before you can use it, you need power to charge it. You need power before you want to do anything else.
What is the use of power if you cannot? If you are ill, you cannot be powerful if you are ill. If your immune system,
that's the first thing you heal yourself.
Your immune system, what is going to heal you?
Heal yourself.
What is going to heal you?
What is going to heal you? You figure out whatever is wrong with you, you heal it. You figure it out. I don't know what's
It's a
wrong with you.
combination of things.
If you have
A little
gonorrhea,
bit
go
of
and heal yourself. I don't know.
nutrition and a little
Don't
bit
ask
of
me that question.
antibody. That's what heals you. You have to have your security and a little bit of economy. The combination is how the Chinese and all the other nations did it.
Exactly. So you start with your own country, start your security within your country. When your country is secure, and then you go to the next country, right? But you haven't secured your goddamn country. You're already talking about let's unite and let's form a pact.
Sometimes
Nigeria has tried it. You're trying to lead West Africa when you haven't even freaking learned to produce things that those West African countries need.
Every nation that leads.
Listen. So Nigeria, this ECOWAS, this poor West Africa, all those West African countries, like, oh Nigeria, let's lead us. But then once Nigeria is okay, let's do this, let's do that, and then France or all these other countries say no, let's not do that, and then they look at Nigeria, look at France, they realize that France is the one supplying their most of the things they need in their economy.
Because France is stronger.
Exactly. Now you're making my point. So people are always going to follow the person with his bigger strength. It's like a bunch of freaking magic. Just like in school, in the schoolyard, we all want to follow the strongest guy. We it's not like we like him.
So who's following the strongest
guy? Than the
what do you mean? The African countries are following France?
Yeah, they've been following them for years. Nigeria's been crying. We've been crying. Like,
I think
wasn't Dangote crying? Like, you can't take a cement.
Are not following France. France is imposing on African countries a different relationship.
Imposing with what?
Everything. Everything, as Tuna just said quietly, these people have got an upper hand, so they're forcing you.
And that's the point we are making. The guy upper hand. And what is that upper hand?
How do you stop them from having that influence? You need to.
Well, you stop them. Okay, Kifaro, let me answer your question.
Let me ask this thing.
Let me answer Kifaro's question real quick.
Mike, let me ask you a straight question. It's a very short question. Have you tried fighting one person versus 5 people at the same time?
Bro, Israel took on the entire Middle East.
No, I'm asking you individually. Have you gone outside and you see one man, you say, I will take you. Then he multiplies himself.
It doesn't matter if those two men are easier for you. If two men are, if they're both Majid, I'll take both of them. It doesn't matter if it's one Majid or two Majid.
If there are 5 of them,
if they are both
20
Majid
of them.
No, if they are all Majid, I'll just kick every one of you.
I'm not going to beat the life out of you.
Listen, if you are all Majid, it doesn't matter. What you need to do if you're a bunch of Majid, individually go and gain some height. You know what I'm saying? That's the first.
You're thinking that you can beat 20 midgets, eh?
Listen. Sunaja, if you're a Majid and you're being bullied by a taller guy,
Mike,
the first thing you need to do is find out how you can grow. Right, and then once you figure out you can grow, then you get the other Majid and help them all grow, and we all grow together, and then you can unite and fight the guy.
So you're creating a coalition with other Majid to be stronger.
No, you can't do it. Did you listen to me? Sunaja doesn't listen. You just overtalk. Did you listen to me? I said, if you are a Majid, right?
Yes.
And let's say magic, there's something that can make that Majid grow. But in the case of Africa, of course, we can grow, we can find solution. But what I'm saying is, if there's something alive that can make that Majid grow, right? Yes. And you're Majid and this bully is bullying you, the first thing you as a Majid need to do is first find that thing that will make you grow first before you start calling other Majid like, let's come together. When you find that thing that will make you grow, you get it, you grow, and once you've grown, and then you go and find rather the other Majid and say, look at me, I'm grown now. Okay, the rest of you.
See what you're doing. Just change the argument. Let me pin him. See, what I just said was not the midgets are not going to grow, they're going to remain midgets, but there are 20 of them. Can you take them? Can you take them? You can't take them.
Is a wrong analogy.
You know you can't take them.
So what you're saying is
ground. So
okay. Guess what? Let me answer that question. Is one giant is bullying all you Majid and 20 of you Majid get together. That giant has other giants that are his friends too. He's gonna say, okay, you guys want to rally together. I'll go get my fellow giant friends. We'll come together. That's what France will do. France will go get America. Wait. Now, allow me to talk now. If you want to gang against France, France will go and call America and England.
No, Mike, you're wrong. I'll disprove you. Let's take this example now. What's going on in Niger? Okay, America has not yet called Niger an illegitimate government. You understand? Because they have their interest. If they were really friends with France or some other giants, as you said,
you think America is not friends with France?
They're friends with France. They're friends with France. But
America is France.
Yeah,
France
but
is America. Don't
that's,
get that in your mind.
yes,
America
that's
is
put
not
aside.
France.
Exactly. But
America is
listen,
They are they
alliance
are
with France.
Western. Are you
but
kidding me?
Compared to us, they are one.
Let's keep
Yeah,
to
but
talk,
they are not
Let's keep
exactly
to talk.
one.
Let's get.
let me finish. Now, America has not involved itself in the Niger junta, the oil state of Bazoum. They have stayed quiet. Though they
That's
are
because they
friends
know
with
you're
France, because
deceiving
their
yourself. That's
interest.
why you stay quiet.
Proving one
It's
of that
because of
my
the
theory that
interest.
I
So they are
said
all
before.
power, but now because of the interest, they're not involved. So it does not mean because you're giant. Everyone is looking for their interest.
America will always secure France's interest. All France have to
No,
do is
America has not secured France's interest in this present situation.
bros. Are you saying this? Oh, the same people that will come here and say these Muzungus are all united against you. Now you're telling me they are divided against you. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm
They are
talking
both
about this
freaking Western. They
particular.
are NATO. They
Talking
are
about this
union.
particular situation. I was just using your context when you said
Listen,
the
as long
giants.
as
The other
one
giants
of those Western powers are in the continent, the interest of the rest of them is secure. So that's why I just look at all these things you guys got going on. I'm like, this thing is not. It's just until we see the end of it.
What you are saying is common sense. When people tell you that coming together it makes you stronger, it's like that is like classic statement.
Sunanja,
You don't have to be as strong
did I
individually.
disagree with that statement that coming together makes you stronger? Did I disagree with that?
You are arguing. In other words, you are having a kind of weird argument whereby you don't
It's not
disagree
weird.
with it, but as it is, I'm arguing against it.
No.
You're saying,
Let me explain it to you again. Let me explain it to you again. Let me explain it to you again.
It's going towards that trajectory that we don't have to come together.
Let me explain it to you again.
That is the whole point of coming together because you are weaker apart.
Let me explain it to you again. You come together on the basis of strength, not weakness.
You come together. Why
no, you come together on the basis that you're not strong enough individually.
If I'm powerful, why do I need to come together with you?
Exactly.
No, you guys sound like bros.
Oh, bros.
He's dangerous. Listen.
Mike is fighting himself.
Sunanja, I'm trying to tell you that it's dangerous that you, bunch of weak asses, want to come together to stand against a bigger giant, right? Without first establishing your own power, the strength to do it. Do you know why? Because now what they would do is something called divide and conquer, which is what they've always done. Oh, you're all coming together. I'm going to make you fight each other. I'm going to pin you against each other. That's what they're going to do. I'm going to pay one.
They were doing it before you came together. That's why you were separated.
Listen, this is what will happen. Let me tell you the danger of what you are doing, Sunanja. The moment all of you start coming together saying you are coming this and that and that and that, what they will do is take one of you and start a fight and give one of you weapons, give the other side weapons, and make you kill each other.
That is the whole point of uniting.
Listen to me. People will sell out. That's a fact. As long as they are dusty, they will sell out.
So you say one of these countries are going to sell out.
Sunanja, the same way the tribes sell out within the countries, it's not different. Do you have sense at all? Do you have brain at all? Your country, Nigeria.
You don't understand what military alliances are. You don't seem to be reading the room.
You cannot come together when you're against someone you depend on. That's the point I'm making here.
There is a Wagner group there too. You forget that there's Wagner group president there too.
You cannot come together against people you depend on. You depend on them. You are coming together against them. How dumb are you, man?
Mike, I want to ask you a question. Maybe I need to understand where you're coming from. Do you want Nigeria to separate? The Yoruba become a country, Igbo, do you want that? Is that what
I don't care. It's not nothing works anyway, so I don't care. Either way, whatever.
So you don't say it's okay.
Honestly, Africa at this point, nothing is working. So whatever you want.
Nigeria. Let's talk about Nigeria. Do you want all Nigerians to separate? Each one.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's like whoa. Why it doesn't matter?
Let me explain what I mean to you. You and I, we are in a freaking hole, right? And we are arguing. And you're saying, should we keep arguing or should we divide or not stop arguing? It doesn't make sense. We are still stuck in a goddamn hole, man. So whatever Africa want to do, right? It doesn't matter because you are stuck in a goddamn hole.
So what?
So if the white man came to Africa and divided Africa more than the way it is today, wouldn't you be contented or Kifaro? I mean, just because a white man left Africa with all these bigger countries doesn't mean people are better off the way they
If
are.
nothing is working and
Okay.
he's telling me, do you want this?
Yeah.
Do you want that?
I don't understand you. I don't understand what you
Oh,
mean.
I mean, you don't under what I say is if the white man left Nigeria with so many countries or left Africa with 200 countries, you
Mm-hmm.
know, or how we are unity still become. So it doesn't mean because people want to split, it doesn't mean they can still unite. You know, European continent is not as big as Africa, but they have smaller countries. But they united. So you can still have smaller countries in Africa. People can still split, but still join together to kick against the bigger force. But I
So
want to ask,
why do you need to split then join
you
again?
have to split
What's the
because most of the
point of
time, have you
splitting to
asked
smaller?
European countries why European countries split? This is, let me tell you, maybe you didn't study history. When people split, there is some kind of unity that they bond between each other. Now they are able to do things together. Take, for instance, Nigeria is a bigger country in terms of population and land mass. Many people are finding it, you know, hard, difficult to do things because there's insecurity. It's hard to solve insecurity. Now, if you have little chunks of people splitting between, I mean, even in your job places, man, when you have people split into half, they are able to do things quicker and more united. And you
See,
can
I
come
see,
together and still
Jude,
do things together.
Jude,
And
I
that's a
understand the
good thing.
passion you
But
really
let me
wish
finish
that
too, Niger. You
people
were talking so
break
much.
up
I want to
is
also
gonna
ask
is
you a
gonna
question.
no,
You were
it's not
talking
going
about
to
how
work.
to
It's
Niger,
not going
stay
to work.
quiet.
That direction you keep going is not. You're
To
just
Niger,
wasting
stay
time.
quiet. Let me finish. You were talking about how francophone countries, whenever West African countries want to unite, francophone countries come in between. I want to ask you a question. There are francophone countries just as there are also anglophone countries in West Africa. And in these francophone countries, I think these anglophone countries are far better off. My question is, how come Ghana and Nigeria has never been able, or Liberia, Sierra Leone, combine them together? Why not form your own union? Create one currency. Create that. And then maybe these other people can follow. Because most of the time,
You
the
know
big
what?
dogs
I
have
think
to
you
do.
do have a
Let me
point
finish.
there.
Let me finish. You might not have. I mean, sometimes you come out as being a, you know, that guy that people want to learn from. But at the same time, I think you are so short-sighted. How comes these guys have not been able to sit down and say, Ghana, why are you using Ghana cedis? Why are we using Nigerian naira? How comes Nigeria cannot submit themselves and take over Ghana cedis and use it as a Nigerian currency? Or how come Ghana cannot do the same? How come you shift the blame to the francophone countries and not blame your own self for doing the same thing? Or not sitting down and hitting the phone and say, let me see what they can, let me see what I can to do this stuff. That
You
was
know
my
what?
question.
I think one, the point you made about how come the Anglophone countries have not come together is a valid point. You know, and it goes to what the Prince Adewale was saying, that
Exactly. So
he was
you guys
blaming
be
the
blaming
francophone
yourself, not
countries.
the francophone
No,
countries.
no, no. He's
Me.
compounding it. He's saying that because the context I asked him the question was that why did ECOWAS not come together? And I think that's the approach they always want to take. They didn't want to split ECOWAS in pieces where you have only the Anglophone countries have defense pact. You see what I mean? Maybe
But
that's
No,
not
you
Jack,
what
have
they
to
want
go
to do.
ahead, and if people don't
Jude, let
want
me
to
answer.
join
Jude,
with you,
Jude,
go
let me
ahead
answer
and
your
create
question.
your own union.
I
Jude,
think they
let me
should
answer your
have done
Central
question.
that.
Africa,
That
let
is
me
not a
tell
good.
you,
That's why
let
I'm
me tell
agreeing
you,
with you. They should have gone ahead and done that because later on, maybe if one or two francophone countries will jump in, and the next
but
one will
that was
jump in,
how
just
the
like they are doing
European
with
Union
this
was
EU.
created. That
Exactly.
was how the
That's
European
how other countries
Let me
jump
answer
in,
your question.
and I think
that was
you
how
have
the
a point
European
there.
Union was created. When the European Union was created, nobody, I mean, some countries refused to join the
Jude,
European
this is one of
Union.
the few times you have made a valid point, and I agree with you on that.
Okay, let me
It's a
debunk
valid
that
point.
point. Let me debunk it.
Dude,
Do
they
you,
want to
do you,
destroy it.
okay, Tunaja, will you give me a chance, please? Okay.
Mike.
Do you know what will happen if Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Liberia come together? Nigeria begin to carry the problem of Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. Liberia begin to carry the problem of Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone.
Mike, why are you so so
What's
is
going to
UK,
happen is,
is France carrying
my
the
brother,
problem of
listen now.
Turkey?
Can you allow
Is
me to
France
talk?
carrying the problem of Spain in the European Union?
Listen, they came together because they're all progressive.
Oh, so
That's
these
the whole
other
point I'm
countries are
making.
not progressive.
Listen. If
Ghana is not progressive.
they're not, are you kidding me? Ghana is bankrupt right now. If Nigeria and Ghana comes together, we'll be carrying that bankruptcy of Ghana in our head right now. Listen,
You'll be carrying that bankruptcy of Ghana on our head right now. What I'm telling you is bunch of dusties, unprogressive people coming together. They'll be carrying each other's problem and they'll be fighting over it. Like this is just like even European Union, when Greece and all those dusty ones started regressing,
they don't let them in.
England had to pull out of it because England was like, listen, do you know why England pulled out of the EU? Because they feel like they're carrying the burden of all these poor ones. You understand?
Right, I mean, yeah.
Germany is one carrying all these dusty countries
exactly, because all the immigrants are crossing from Italy to Germany. But that's the problem that you face when you become united, because you have to
listen. The Europeans. The reason why the union between Germany, France, and those progressive European countries is working because they are progressive. When rich people unite, they make more money. When poor people unite, they become poorer. They kill each other over. They be all stealing from each other. They will create more problems for each other because
that's the same thing in South Africa. South Africa African unity because Zimbabwe, all these other countries where South Africa has to withdraw.
I'm glad you brought up South Africa. Listen.
An example in which
wait, let me see. I'm glad you brought up South Africa. Wait, listen. I'm glad you brought up South Africa. When poor Africans go to South Africa and start living among poor South Africans, what happened? The poor South Africans start blaming those poor Africans in their environment for their problem. But when rich Africans go to South Africa, they live among rich South Africans. The rich one, they don't blame each other for each other's problem because they're both rich, they're both progressive.
So that's why you say Malema. That's why maybe most South Africans hate Malema, because he's living with the rich Nigerians or rich
Africans. Malema would never hate Nigeria because he live among the rich Nigerians that come there, the professors, the progressive people. So what I'm telling you is it makes sense when progressive people unite. But
I think we're oversimplifying some.
No. It's a fact. You don't put a bunch of failing people together. Yes, they will blame each other for each other's failure. Right now, wait. Let me say this. Right now, if Ghana had united with Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Liberia, Ghana will be blaming Sierra Leone for his freaking bankruptcy right now.
No. I think
poor people will blame someone for their poverty.
You are using a lot of insignificant people as the base of your argument. You can't talking about unity, then you're talking about insignificant people in each society. If people are going to unite, it's the top ones that are going to unite, and whatever they do, the other ones are going to benefit.
Poor countries are going to unite. That's what
you're not going to talk about. Listen, you're not going to talk about unity, then you're using the list of the society. No one does that. It's
what the hell are you talking about?
Yes, there are poor countries, but if my country and Nigeria is going to unite, they're going to see the advantages of having a business cohesion.
There's no advantage. None of them are productive. There's no productive African country. There's no advantage.
What do you mean none of them are productive?
There's no productive African country. Who's productive?
All of them. All of them.
African countries are productive.
Look, all of them. Look at the maps. Look at the charts.
No, there's no productive African country. Sorry.
There's no. Look at the maps, Mike. Look at the maps. Look at the chart. The data is going up. Africa is fast growing.
Mike, did you know why Kenya took out Somalia out of the East African Union? They have always refused it because Somalia is backward. Kenya thinks that they will carry the stress of having Somalia in the East African Union.
I think the issue with Somalia is terrorism. I don't know. It's not
exactly. So why do I want to carry Somalia problem on my back? Why would I want to unite with Somalia? That's what Tunaya is saying. We should unite.
Everybody have their own problems.
Like everybody got problems. You're telling us to unite. So we carry each other's problem. Are you kidding me?
Mike, what we are saying is unity comes with all those stuff. You carry, that's what Germany is doing. Germany cannot say, okay, since I have the biggest economy in Europe, I'm carrying the problem of the European Union. No, Germany does not say that. Despite the fact that there are still immigration issues, but Germany, I mean, you have to face those challenges. At the same time, it might be positive and negative.
Germany lost World War, so they're still being humble. Before World War II, you want to go and unite with Germany, they will bomb you. It's because.
So you are saying that if Russia got bombed now, Russia would be bombed in the future.
Even during the wars, they were still coming together. They were signing pacts and treaties. It was so important.
Even Russia had to dump the rest of those dusty Soviet nations because Russia was carrying their problem on their head. They're like, you know what? Let's break this union. So what I'm telling you,
Russian regrets that up to today. They said that was a mistake they made.
Yeah, but they had to, man, because they were going bankrupt. Because
but look now, they're trying to create it back.
No, it's
Putin
not
low
trying. No,
key,
no, 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 no. Russia is
Putin low
Russia.
key is
No.
trying to create another Soviet Union. Low key, he wants to do
But
it.
Mike, Kifaru might make a statement, and that's why I'm thinking that's why the African Union is failing, because there are countries in the African Union that are not progressing, and there are others that are progressing. That's why this open border free trade has never been passed on, because South Africa was scared that most people are going to come
Exactly.
into South
They will
Africa.
just have
This
massive
so
immigrants from the poorest people.
exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Now, that's why
And
Nigeria didn't
so
want to
that's
sign
why
the.
the
Nigeria was one
African
of the
Union.
last to sign in. Even I don't know what you're going
That's
on
why
about.
Nigeria didn't want to sign it too. That free
Exactly.
trade, because
So
Nigeria knew that. Listen,
Nigeria is scared of who to come to Nigeria. Nigeria. So,
no. You have Nigerian economy that's
Exactly.
like
so
30 times
those
or 100
Nigerians
times
scared
larger
of
than
to come
some
to
other
Nigeria.
countries.
It's the Nigerian trade unions that were scaring the Nigerians, saying, "Oh, we shouldn't let them because they don't want to compete." See, what is
Bro,
happening
there's
on the
no
continent?
competition. There's nothing.
There's always going
Wait,
to be
what are we going to
issues
be
with
trading
any
tonight, guys? We're trading
progress.
Gary and beans and rice and Gary. That's what we're going to trade.
Why do you oversimplify the
I think
development of African
Africa,
countries?
there's no productivity going on in Africa.
Mike,
Sorry, guys.
Mike,
There's
there
no
is.
productivity. All we're
What are you
trading is
talking
raw
about?
materials.
Mike, I don't know. I'll show you. Look at
we
the
know
data.
that, but to solve that problem, we may have to adopt a new strategy than most people have done.
Exactly.
The
We got to stick.
strategy
to
you are choosing doesn't
Niger,
stand
Africa
a
is
chance
cursed.
in hell.
To Niger, I told you in one panel, Africa is cursed. Give Africa to another person. He's still gonna do the same thing. He's not gonna
Yeah.
develop
Of course,
Africa to
because
Niger.
like I
Nigeria
said,
wants to unite a bunch of cursed
We are a
people.
cursed
you
people,
and
man.
Mike, people like
How
you and Mike,
can
you
an
should go
African say
for the
Africa
next
is
30
cursed?
years,
How
sit it
does it
out.
sound?
Africa is
Because
cursed, man.
the kind
It's
of
not.
belief you and Mike have, people like you should go and sit it out for the next 30 years.
You
Let
give
people like you
Africa to
decide
another
Tell me which
right
part
person.
of my argument doesn't make sense.
because
Please
you
tell
guys
me.
are not looking to empower. You're just looking to say,
No,
How
don't
is
do anything.
all you're
How
We're
doing
all
is
dead.
just talking bunch of
is
fallacies. There's no logic behind anything you're saying.
All
You are just saying,
fallacies, man.
all you
It's
people
like
are
me
saying
saying,
is that we are
Sunaja,
dead. Don't do anything. We are
Sunaja,
cursed.
you
That's all you
totally
people are
fine
saying.
this guy
You need to
bullshit, man.
spit it out.
Sunaja, listen.
Don't engage. Since you don't think we stand a chance, you sit it out. Let the ones that think we have a chance do something. Is
Yeah,
that
but
not
To
better?
Niger,
Let
it's
me tell
gonna
you
be
what
giving
Sunaja is
false
basically
hope
does.
on people. To Niger, the worst thing is to
You
sell
can't
false
blame
hope.
people who have no vision. That's just what it
Jude,
No,
is.
let me tell you what
Kifao,
Sunaja. Let me
the
give you.
worst thing on
By
You
earth
can't
is
force.
to
argue
sell
with
false.
people
You don't
with
have
no
to be
vision.
involved. You
It's
can
a
just sit
waste
it
of
out.
time.
Hey,
Just
To
sit it
Niger,
out.
the worst thing to promise someone is to sell him false hope. Hey, I'm gonna take you to
exactly,
America.
false
Selling
hope.
false
1,
hope.
2, 3 years, he's still in Africa.
Better to sell
4 years,
somebody
10 years,
hope.
he's still in Africa. Come
Hold on.
on, man.
Better to
Come
sell
on.
somebody even 2% hope than none.
They're
Because
Oh
nothing.
what
no,
they
no,
what
Sunaja,
you
no,
people
no.
Sunaja,
To
let
what you
Niger,
people are
me
that is
doing,
even the
describe
what
what
you
you
worst
are
people are
one.
doing here.
doing, what you people
Sunaja,
are doing is telling people,
let me
don't
describe
hope.
what you are doing here.
We are
Let me
cursed.
describe what
We
you are
are
doing.
doomed. Let's
Wait
just
now.
lie down and die. That's what people are saying.
Okay, let me describe what you are doing
Now,
here.
if you don't have vision, that's fine, but that is your personal problem.
Kifaru,
You
That's
should
why I
deal
said
with it
now go and
yourself.
sit it
You
out. If you don't have
understand?
vision,
There
sit
are
it out. It's
visionaries
not by
that people
force.
think they see things that's going and let them go. If you don't have it, fine. You don't need to push
Jude.
your
Okay, Kifaru,
non-visionary
thank you. Let me
mindset
say
to
something real
different
quick.
people.
Give me a chance. Give me a chance, guys. Please. Jude, basically, it's like somebody coming here, right? Saying, hey, I want everybody to be millionaires, right? And then I'm telling that person, like, come, that's not realistic. And he's telling me that you are weak here, you are me. You don't want people to be rich. You don't want people to be rich. He's, dude, if it's you're trying to paint as if I'm me. I don't want people to be rich. I know it's not realistic. Everybody
If
cannot be a
you want
millionaire.
everybody to be
That's what you
millionaire,
come to. You
it's
come
an
here to tell us something that's.
aspiration.
Listen, wait
It's
now,
an
wait.
aspiration.
Sunaja. We know. I know it's good for people to be millionaire. But when you come and say you want every last human being to be millionaire, and I'm telling you that, dude,
Right.
that's not realistic, and you're telling me that I'm a wicked guy, I don't want people to be
Survival
rich.
is not
You
only
come and
But
everything.
argue, you trying
It's
to
like
paint me as
saying
the
you are
bad guy
comparing
because
two
I
things
don't
that
want
are
people to be
not.
rich. It's not like I don't want people to be rich. I
you're
know
wrong.
for a fact it's not realistic
I
Thinking.
think
for
you are not
everybody to be
comparing
rich.
like for like here. You are talking about somebody being a millionaire, something that is physically impossible.
No.
What we are talking about is
What
surviving.
you are talking to
What we are
Niger,
basically
yours
saying
is
is that
also
we are doomed.
impossible. Yours is
So
impossible to Niger. Are you kidding me?
So you
why
are
are
saying
you
it's
guys
impossible
so
for us to
concerned about
survive.
the impossibilities?
I don't understand it.
Come on. What
Why
do
is
you
it
mean?
an argument for you?
They are
Why?
so keen on
There's
us
no
just
one that
lying
says
down and
Kifaru,
dying.
you cannot talk about progress without talking about impossibilities.
It's
What
not.
Africans
It
cannot do.
is not
Africans
your
have not been
position
In other
to
able.
talk
words, what is your
about to
solution?
talk about
Fall down and
negativity.
die?
It's not a position.
Kifaru,
Negativity. This
Kifaru,
that's not how people think. You think awkward. You give
my
everybody the
There's no
opportunity that
solution
you
coming
can do
out here.
this.
And if
Mike,
everybody is running short of that, that is their.
I'm giving you solution over and over, but you're not listening.
But if you just say you can't
Mike,
do that,
solutions don't even work. Who are you giving solutions to? Is two Niger going to Africa or what?
That is a negative mindset. That is a defeatist and a negative mindset. You can't. It's wrong to think like that. It's a fallacy.
Stop following two Niger without pine.
No, it's two Niger. It's not. I'm not following two Niger. What I'm just trying to say is the ways of talking and the way you talk it matters, but the way you're thinking is wrong. So I say, if you're not a visionary,
please tell me what I'm thinking as wrong. I just give you. Am I not a visionary? I just give you. I give you the solution.
See, it's okay for you not to be. It's okay, but the people who are visionaries.
What do you mean I'm not? I'm better.
Visionaries are the ones that people listen to.
No, I'm better vision. Listen, I'm a better visionary than you. Your vision is bullshit. I'm giving you a better vision.
You're not giving any vision. You're saying that
I gave you vision. I gave you vision.
Separate.
Okay, okay. What's that? Let me hear you. Let me listen to you. What's your own vision?
That's the vision. You sit down. You start with yourself, right? Get your brain together. Become productive. From there, you start with your community. You become productive, and then we go to your country. Start with your country. Your country become productive, and then you move to the next country. You become productive. So the vision is productivity. Let's figure out how to be productive people before you start talking anything else. If you are not productive,
why do you assume?
Become productive before you start uniting. Because there's nothing to unite under. You can't unite a bunch of unproductive people.
That's really basic argument.
You cannot unite a bunch of unproductive people.
Why that's your very, very basic argument? Why do you assume that?
What do you
why do you assume that people who are calling for unity are not actually doing something in their own country?
They are not productive. Even Tunaja is not productive because if Tunaja is productive, they won't spend 23 hours or 24 hours on YouTube. None of you are not productive, man. Come on.
Two Niger has you don't know two Niger. You don't know him.
Come on, man. We know him not to know he doesn't have a job, man. Come on, man. This guy spend all day on YouTube. You are not productive, man. You're talking about let's unite. Are you kidding me?
Two Niger might be working from home. You don't know his source of income.
What kind of job?
When the UK citizens start working from home, when the UK immigrants start working from home,
let's assume two Niger has been online for long. Has he ever asked you to pay his house rent?
He's on welfare now.
What are you talking about? Must he ask Mike to pay his house rent? Maybe he has asked other people before.
If two Niger have problem with finance, he will not be talking here. I think you are the ones. Listen. You're the ones that have problem with finance. That's why you need to leave YouTube and work. He does not.
Oh my God! This guy's
I want to ask, to Niger, let me tell you what happened between America, right? Back in the days when America was involved in fighting wars in Europe, helping Europeans win wars. United States took a gigantic decision and said he's going to come back and leave all European unions. That was one of the reasons why the League of Nations collapsed, because United States backed out of it, right? And United States came back. What did they do? They sat down and built their country. They did not even, I think the president, but I don't know if it was Woodrow Wilson, he said, no, it's time to develop America. No more wars, no more intervening in other people's business. They weren't in no union. So you cannot form union with people. So like I'm saying, right, you have countries in Africa that are weak. You want to form a union with Gambia. What will you gain from the Gambia? Come on. So instead of you building your economy, making your economy strong as a bigger country on the continent, to fight other wars, you want to form a union with a smaller country like the Gambia. These people will bring you down.
I can't believe that. I'm tired for these other people.
I think if you don't understand if you don't understand the basic logic that when people come together, they're more powerful, then it's
come together. When you say come together, you are coming together with people that are on similar pace with you, not people that are going down. Come on, man.
That makes no sense.
I want to be together with a weaker person, and then I get attacked by a giant, and the weaker person cannot defend me.
That does not make sense. Let's take example European Union. They came together. Not all of these countries were not on the same level of development
or economic.
No, when European Union started, it was a top dog. The bigger countries with bigger economy. That's why Turkey was not part of it. Greece was not part of it.
Turkey has never been
Eastern
part
Europe
of
was not
it.
part of it.
No. What kind of
Eastern
argument
Europe
is
was
that?
not part of it.
What kind of argument is that, dude? Turkey is still more powerful than some European countries that are in the European Union. What are you talking about?
No, but this is what I'm saying. When the European Union came together, Eastern Europe, most Eastern European countries were not part of it.
Jude,
It was Germany, it was France, Spain, UK, and maybe
Jude, let me answer this question. Jude, give me a second, please. Kifaru, before European Union came together, the top European countries were the most powerful countries in the world. Before they start looking out for the rest of the European countries. What I'm telling you is, no African country has got its shit together. So who's going to start coming in union with others? England, France, and all these countries already got it together. They're already dominating Africa, dominating the rest of the world. And then from there, they get their shit, they build themselves first. And then they look to their European neighbors and say, okay, let me help you now. I can help you, assist you. You know, since I already took over the world. But you haven't built yourself, and you want to start forming union. When England and France were broke, right? Did they first start asking other European countries like, hey, let's form a union? They didn't do that. They were even bombing them. They first went to take on the war, built themselves, became very powerful. Before they now started, they had to go conquer all the other continent. Before they started looking out for the rest of the European countries. Even despite that, they were still fighting each other.
Okay.
Mike,
Let me explain.
Okay,
there's so many reasons, like when countries have to come together. Economic factors is just one of them. Okay, I think you're just oversimplifying just to mean economic. There's so many reasons that people didn't have to come together.
No, of course, there are so many reasons.
Well, we are already
Economic
together. It's not like they don't talk to each other.
security.
They're already together on all those basic things.
Exactly.
Apart from
But now,
economy is the biggest. Which one? Okay, tell me other necessities. Tell me what Nigeria will benefit from Gambia.
and what would Gambia benefit?
The women.
Can Gambia benefit from Nigeria?
You know what they want to unite for? So they can be dating each other's women. That's what they want. That's the reason. So now you want to date all the African women. That's what.
But my question that I want to ask you, Mike, I want to ask you, right? When BRICS started, you saw how the BRICS started. It wasn't just all countries that were forming the BRICS. The top dogs of the BRICS, the big countries came together and formed something. Now they are bringing in smaller countries.
Let's wait for BRICS to function. Now, BRICS is not functioning. It's just
no, but what I'm just telling you about the union.
Now
They are bringing in smaller countries.
It's just some people now, so let's wait and see what's going to happen. I can't really make a comment on BRICS because
Mike, I wish one day African countries like South Africa, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Egypt, sit down and say, let's form something different. Let's quit.
That's the unity. That's the unity you are talking about.
Yeah, I mean that's the kind of unity. I mean, you come and say, okay, let's form something on the continent. All they come from west, central, east, north.
There's no
progress. They call the big countries.
There's no progress.
Yeah,
okay, the founding father of the European Union, maybe there's some 4 big countries, but as they grow, other people coming back. So what are the big countries in Africa doing? Why can't they create and bring other people inside? If you don't want people to be part of a union that, according to you, they're not progressive.
No, the African Union is a sham because of all these dusty countries. I mean, the African Union has to be dissolved. Same like what happened in the League of Nations.
Dissolve and form what? Dissolve and then what's the option?
What do you mean dissolve and form what? Dissolve. Let me tell you, Kifaru. If the African Union dissolve, there have to be a memorandum for any person that want to join.
What do you have to give them?
And the union has to be something that has to unite African countries. This memorandum, they have to accept one currency, open border, all these things put together. If they cannot accept it, they don't have the right to join that union. And that union will also protect all the countries that have joined in terms of anything.
Jude, let me tell you the problem with the union. Jude, let me tell you the problem with the union. This so-called union they have. None of them have anything to offer each other. China has more to offer each of them than they all have to offer each other. So China is more united. Wait. China is more united with each of them than they are all united with each other. England, France, all these other powers are more united with each of them that they are all united with each other because they have nothing to offer each other.
Yeah, they've
You're
come a
right.
long way. They've
If you
cleared
have nothing to
themselves. It's
offer me,
not.
why would I want to
It's
unite with
not.
you? You guys all these
Yeah.
unite over.
See,
Jude, what they are talking about is we should all unite on the basis of our skin color. So is skin color that
No,
produce,
no.
so skin color is what.
why do you just make that argument? That's what you
But
think.
that's what you guys. That's what most of these guys are saying now. Oh, we unite. Black people should unite.
Especially Mike, have you noticed that it's mostly these guys
What
in
can your skin
Europe?
color do for me, Kifaru?
Mike,
What
have you
can your
noticed that it's mostly these,
You have
African
made,
guys in Europe?
you have made a different argument now, and you're arguing by yourself. Who made that argument? You just brought in an argument that you
I'm
just
just
started a
saying that's
different
what Tuna
argument,
just
and you
says,
asked
not
the
you. That's
question.
Tuna just argument. Tuna just say
No. Two is saying something more than that. You just want to simplify his argument.
Mike, have
the
you
basis
noticed
of
that
Tuna
it's these
just unity
African guys
is
in Europe?
on skin color.
The Two base problem is security. That's
No,
skin color.
No, that's different. The
Just
basis
trying
of
to
his
make
unity.
to simplify is
So
security.
okay, Tuna just wants to unite with Black America. He wants to unite with especially Black America. Those are the only one he mentioned. He doesn't. I don't know what he wants. Maybe he's looking for a Black American girlfriend. I don't know. But
What is wrong with that?
Sunajan wants to unite, and it's not
Mike, have you
discussing.
noticed that it's these African guys in Europe that are talking about this unity stuff too much? I don't know what's going on.
The UK, Sunajan wants to unite. Wait. Kifari, you know what is wrong with that? Kifari,
what's wrong with Tunaja wanting an American woman?
Let me tell you what's wrong with that.
Don't you Africans in America get married to American women?
What the hell? What does that have to do with unity? It's just people falling in love.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about unity because you say he wants to get married to American women. So what's the point?
I didn't say anything is wrong with that. I said maybe that. I don't know. I said because among all the diasporas, you only talk about Black Americans. He doesn't talk about the
because
he doesn't talk about the Black Mexicans, the Black Colombians, the Black Hondurans. You don't talk about the one for the poor diaspora countries. You only talk about Black Americans. So I said maybe he wants to marry one of them.
Because the Black Americans are the ones that are vocal when it comes to Africa. You don't see no Hondurians or other people talking about Africa. Because Black Americans are the only ones that talk about Africa. So why should we be talking about Hondurians? It's just reciprocal. That's why.
You're not making sense, man.
If Hondurians start talking about how they want to come to Africa, of course he will start talking about them. Have you heard them? They don't give a damn about Africa.
You think Black Americans give a damn about Africa?
Some groups, some, not all.
So you saying no Hondurans give a damn about Africa? Is that what you're telling me?
Even some Africans don't give a damn about Africa. So there's nothing.
Okay, wait. When it comes to Hondurans, you didn't say some. You say Hondurans, all of them don't give a damn about Africa.
I've not seen like a group.
Because you don't see doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You can't say because you don't see. That's the problem with you guys. When you don't see something.
No. And there's nothing that's gonna hide under the sun. If there is, we're gonna know.
Maybe you haven't searched. How about if I tell you that I live here, I live in America, where everybody
exception does not make the rule, Mark.
Let me tell you.
The exception does not make the rule.
Wait. Let me ask you a question.
One person from Honduras who loves Africa does not mean all.
Do you know that the Black Hondurans, the Black Cubans, the Black from South America, they embrace Africa more than Black Americans do? Do you know that?
But they're telling that they're not telling they're going back to the motherland.
Are you kidding me?
How do you know? Do you understand Spanish?
Yes.
Do you speak Spanish? Do you speak Spanish?
Yes.
You understand Spanish?
Yes.
Okay, speak Spanish for us. Yes. ¿Ya?
Sí. ¿Qué está pasando?
No, ¿qué está pasando?
No, ¿qué está pasando? ¿Comprende español? ¿Qué está pasando?
Sí, comprendo moto, Benz.
Oh, man, this guy doesn't speak Spanish. I'm going to say hi.
He's speaking French and Spanish.
Wait,
you speaking Italian, man.
I asked him how he doing. He said thank you. Sí, yes.
comprendo español.
Oh, man, you speak Italian and maybe French. That's it, man. You don't speak Spanish, bro.
You don't speak Spanish. You can't communicate in Spanish.
Kifaru, the South Americans, they embrace Africa more than...
I live in Utah. I live in Utah, Salt Lake City.
You can't communicate in Spanish, you stop the cap. You can't.
Kifaru, I live in Utah, Salt Lake City. This is like the heart of Mexicans and Hispanics.
Yeah, but he just knows some words. You can't communicate.
So what the hell this guy is talking about?
You can't communicate. So should I ask you something you say? Should I ask you something to say?
Yeah, ask me.
Say yesterday I went to the supermarket and I bought meat.
I mean, why? Well, this guy, man.
You know what Kifari is doing? Kifari is
Mike,
googling all these things. He's
Mike,
going
why are
on
you talking
Google
about man?
Translate. He's going on Google Translate.
He
He
cannot
understands
speak
Spanish channel. If I believe it.
know some few language is okay.
Hey,
So, Mike, what's going on, man? Kifari, what's going on? How can Cameroon and Nigeria work together, man? What's
Cameroon
going
and
on?
Nigeria still
you have
talking
nothing to
together.
offer,
All
man. So how
Nigerians
can I work?
Nigerians in my country controlling the market, and now it's talking we can't work together. All market in Cameroon is controlled by Nigeria. They're already benefiting from a union, and they
But
don't have the, they want
Kifaru,
profit.
let me tell you,
Benefit.
Kifaru, look, if Cameroon was vigilant enough, they will have taken advantage of this Nigerian population, force them to even develop Cameroon, go to this,
No.
of this evil. That is what American did to Hispanics. They bring the Hispanics in, they are the ones that are doing all the work in Utah. All these guys, that's what Cameroon should be doing to Nigerians. You know, get all those low IQ
put
Nigerians
Nigerians
and
to
pay
work.
them cheap and pay
Or
them
Nigerians
cheap,
will put you to work.
take advantage of that population and pay them cheap and let them develop. Exactly, man.
So why didn't America put Nigerians to work? I mean,
Oh, because I mean, come on, man, that's far away. Nigeria is far away. I mean,
no.
it's
Wait.
Mike, one thing in economy is closer to labor. Mexico is closer to is a labor country, so they just go there and get all
the only work you can listen, man. The only work you can put us to is a white collar work. We're not going to do no labor for you, man.
No,
We
in
will
Cameroon,
put you to
your
work
guys
in
are
your
not doing
country.
white collar jobs in Cameroon, Mike. Your guys
Exactly.
are doing non-collar jobs.
No, Nigeria will come to your country to put you to work. No.
No, that's why I say if the government was wise, they would have put you guys to be doing that with the cleaning road and stuff and fixing the place in Cameroon because there are some low IQ Nigerians
That would have been a mistake because by the time after a year we take over the house, you know.
Nigerians only respect you if you have money more than them.
If you go and employ Nigeria to clean your house, after 1 year, that house he will buy that house from you, man.
Exactly.
Why has Mexicans not been able to take over from white Americans?
But Nigerians did though.
Oh, you guys have taken over America.
You need to come to a city called Houston.
Well, they're talking
Nigerians are taking over. They surpass the white people.
About Nigerians taking over.
They run the hospitals. They run the engineering farms. They run taking over
industries. Mike, let me tell you what happened in my state. 108 Africans were arrested for scamming. And guess how many were other African? All were Nigerians in Utah. Google it.
But okay, if you put the number of the Nigerians that have become doctors, lawyers, engineers.
No, I know.
Wait,
That.
put the number next to the number next to the ones that commit scams? Which one is higher?
Bro, no, Nigerians, of course, they are hardworking ones. But I was like, wow, I mean, check it out.
I'm not going to say. I don't any Nigerian that doing scam in America. I don't see anything. He should continue, man. I don't care. You know?
No, of course. I mean, like this kid, I was like, wow, like no Africans in between. These guys were just Yoruba names. I mean, most of the time when they say it's only Igbo, but when I saw the names, I was like, shit, they got Yoruba guys.
Yorubas are the biggest scam, bro. Igbos, they like to do powder. Yorubas like scam. When Igbo, they like powder stuff. Understand? Yorubas are the internet.
Even this guy that was in Forbes gave him the one of the biggest African guy that was, fast in terms of real estate and stuff. That guy was also arrested a few years ago.
It's only less than 1% of Nigerians that do scams and all these things you guys are talking about. You guys are just overblowing it.
No, man, Nigerians are the capital of scamming, man. Who have you heard selling an airport that is fake, apart from Nigerians, man?
But does it mean it's everybody? What percentage of Nigerians sold the airport that is fake? What percentage of Nigerians?
No, the idea is that the kind of scam they do.
Yeah, one guy now, one individual has sold an airport. So
okay, give me another one individual in another country that have done something even close.
That's not the argument, but we're saying that you guys are making it look like we have a huge number, like this an epidemic.
No, Mike. I was just saying what happened in Utah, man. You guys are.
I'm not saying anything wrong, but
you guys are my guy, man. Yeah, I talk bad all night. Then you
No,
guys
me,
are my
I
guys,
don't involve
Mike,
myself in scams and those things.
Mike. Even in your own country, Nigeria, they had to create a special police for that. What are you talking about?
Well, what's that police?
SARS.
Mopo.
No,
Mopo.
SARS wasn't for scams. Stop it, man.
That's what for scamming, man.
Which one is Mopo? Which one is Mopo?
Mopo, Mopo is
It's
mobile
not that
police.
country that has special police for scammers apart from Nigeria. What are you talking about, Mike?
Mopo
They don't.
is
What's this?
mobile
I'm
police.
asking
The
you, what's
one
the
that
special
even
police
see
for
you with your
scammers? There's no
laptop or
special
your
police for
phone. They
scammers.
seize it. The one that they see you with your laptop or your phone, they seize it from you, and they have to check it out.
I thought it was SARS.
No, it's Mopo, man. Mobile police. Those are the ones that go around with bike and AK-47 on all
So
Nigerian
that's
streets.
the design Mopo for a scam. You don't know what you're thinking about.
Mopo is mobile police. They roam around even in people's houses. If you got a laptop at your home in Nigeria, woo, you might pay a lot of money, man,
No,
to get it
the
back.
institution they designed for those things is EFCC. EFCC.
Oh, which one is that?
Yeah, go and look it up, man.
Mike,
Why
how's
am I
your
looking?
president Tinubu doing?
Hmm?
I heard he was a drug dealer in America. Is it true?
That's the lie, man. That's some propaganda
I've
shit.
seen him. They make him like 50 cents. They call him Capo. I've seen that he was like big time drug cartel.
Hey, at least we have someone that's street smart and book smart, as president. Hey, see, let me tell you something, man. If it's true that he is that kind of person, then it's a good thing. Because those kind of
How is
people,
it?
listen, remember, have you studied the story of Pablo Escobar?
Pablo Escobar.
Pablo Escobar that turned is a community. He advanced the community. He was doing more work for community, like developing community more than even the government of Colombia. To the point that the government he was more powerful than the politicians with the people. The people were like ready to die for him because you see those guys, those mafia, those kind of people. They understand people, how to help people. But the only thing is that it's not that they are evil in the criminal game, but they are gifted in terms of as far as community leadership, advancing communities. So that's the thing. You know that Tinubu, you know what Tinubu did when he was governor of Lagos? The guy advanced the communities in Lagos. He turned streets like Lagos. He turned even all the street boys. They became employed. The area boys they all became employed. You know this guy named MC Luomo. He was a street guy. He gave him opportunity. The guy became a millionaire. He gave opportunity to all the lot of those young Nigerians in Lagos that became wealthy. Tinubu created opportunity for them. So those kind of people, I'm telling you, those are the people who want to be your president. They understand the streets, the communities. They understand it very well.
So why is he not replicating the same thing he did in Lagos, Mike?
That's what he's doing right now.
Oh, so Nigeria is advancing now.
He just became president. He just sworn in. So you want to see result within 2 months?
I mean, oh come on,
are you? Come on, man.
He has been president for over 6 months now. What the hell are you talking about?
Has been president for 40 years. You haven't asked for Bia. When is he going to develop anything?
Are we going to talk about for Bia? Did you forget I was Ambazonia? Did you forget I was Ambazonia?
Now you're Ambazonia.
Bobia is a king. You don't ask a king what have they done. He's then the president.
When is Bobia going to die, man? The guy's like 103 years old already.
That guy, people say he's a double now. That the real one is dead. Because I've been praying for that guy to die for almost 10 years now. They say it's a double. That the one is not him. He's dead. So
Bobia will live long as Methuselah. As long as France is there. France will keep cloning him.
Right? Cameroon, man. Cameroon is like a curse, man. Africa is cursed, bro. When I see Africa, I just,
If Africa is cursed, then you are cursed.
I just think, I think the problem in Africa is the people, they have the capacity to think and, make things happen.
They
are. I know many of them. See, let me tell you, man.
Let me just say before you speak. I think we think everyone in Africa can change Africa. No, There are just a few people.
It's just
who
few
can
people now.
actually-
Exactly. That's
yeah,
why I
who
laugh
are-
at you guys.
who can actually make the change, and we need to give them all the resources they have. That's what I believe.
If you look at all the technological breakthroughs that we've had in the past 100 years, right? That changed society, like changed the world, like all these technological breakthroughs, like inventions, everything. Do you know that the number of those people, they are probably not up to 100?
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. So it's not like when people are saying the entire population of Africa, they have to come together and be doing kumbaya. I just laugh like this guy. He said to Nigeria, oh, everybody. I'm like, dude, if you want to change society, it's not everybody you need. What you need is
the top elite.
No, elite are.
When I say elite, I mean like the selected high IQ ones.
Exactly. So what you got to for? You want to change society? If I become president of a country, Nigeria, or even if I want to change Africa today, which is something I'm looking to start myself. I want to start instead of starting Pan-African rubbish. Like,
Mike, let me laugh, man. What do you want to do, Mike? Let me hear you. What's your manifesto?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you now. What I will do is this: I'll be traveling around different communities and start looking for people that are gifted, like people that have brain, that are born with special brain. And I'll just be picking them up, picking them up. I'm all over, picking them up from every part of Africa, and then create one big institution and put all of them there and just be feeding them. And the only thing they have to do is just think.
Exactly. It's true. Europe did that, and now Europe is still doing that.
That's what they're doing in America and Europe now.
If they know you're a really smart person, they peg you, they pin you, and they know where you're going.
That's what the United States, all these countries do now.
It's really important.
Where do you think the scientists come from? You think they fell from the sky?
We invest in intelligence. We need to invest in intelligence because some people have got different brains,
let me give you an example. My younger sister, right? She grew up here. She was born in elementary school. The girl was like something else, man. She's one of those kids that, I don't know, in Nigeria I see a lot of people like that, man. I don't know, where their brain is like a calculator.
Yes, those are special.
When you tell them, when you give them number, they'll just add it together and give you the answer. If you say 1 million times 1 million times 5 divided by this and that, they'll just give you the answer. She's one of those kids, So in
people like that are born like that. They don't.
They are born like that, exactly. I thought I was very good in math, man, because I was a genius. I was a genius in math when I was a kid too. But she was like an extra genius,
Mike,
Mike,
let me tell you. Yeah, go ahead.
In Nigeria, so she grew up here in elementary school in America, in public school. The school, next thing, the government came to pick her up and took her to a special school. So that's what happened. That's what these countries do. These advanced countries. When they discover your talent, they pick you up and take you to go and use you.
Mike, let me tell you
Africa, we don't have any of those kind of things in Africa. If you are born with special talents, it doesn't matter. You just die in strong with your talents.
African countries are doing this. They are giving, but the problem is they give scholarship to these guys, and when these guys go to Europe and America, they don't return.
They don't give
scholarship to any. They need to stay in Africa.
But you don't have the resources for them to stay in Africa. Maybe when you are president, you can create room for them and pay them high. Because when they start knowing that other countries can pay them high for their services, they tend to, move to those countries.
You need to confiscate their passport. It's not even a joke.
What they are doing is backwards. It's not making sense. This is what they do. They are just giving scholarship to just academians,
Yes.
This guy that scored high school, giving him
guys that are intelligent.
No. I know someone that had an advanced level, 5 paper, 5 papers. He's an idiot.
Do you know that?
He's an idiot. That does not mean 5 paper. He was just cramming. He was not really intelligent.
He's not intelligent. Do you know that? Wait, let me say this. Kifaru, do you know that those geniuses, they don't do well in school? I'm telling you.
Exactly.
They don't even believe in the school. They don't do it. It's the average intellectual one, that hardworking one.
Are you gonna groom them at home or in school or what? How are you grooming them though? Because you have
let me tell you
what they have.
Technology. Special like boarding school.
they're always good in one particular area of life. That's where they are. They are, like, for
Exactly.
example, they are artists. Some of them are artists. There's one guy like that in New York.
Exactly. And if you know, like, just not to cut you short, you know, during the wars in the UK, all these are geniuses that decode this, all this enigma. Those were those kind of people, and they made a huge difference during the time of wars in Europe. The guy that decoded this German machine, there's a movie now about him. No, something that was a British guy. He used a machine through mathematics, and he had to decode German's messages that were being sent. It was through math. They were just thinking. Those like really smart.
Yeah. Those guys, they don't even like formal education, all those things.
Yeah. So they made a massive difference. They need that kind of a brain. If you study, no one is going to teach you that. They just understand.
Yeah, they just understand. They are born with that. They don't. In actual school work, they don't like it.
We have so many of those kind of people in Africa.
They are born every day. Yeah, the Kifaru, there was a research that was done now. They were trying to discover which part of the world produced most of those kind of people. They found out it was in West Africa. It's West Africa that they were discovering like those kind of people.
West Africa.
Mike,
yeah,
you're right, man. Because in Nigeria, there was this young guy that created a plane. Like, I mean, it was flying. Those are the kind of guy you say, but wow. I mean, that's why Africa is not taking advantage of these people. You are right, Mike.
We don't invest in intelligence. Everyone wants to be a comedian, a musician. Those are low IQ.
Yeah, there's no investment. That's the problem. There's no investment.
We don't invest in the education.
I run into there's in my tribe, in my ethnic group, right? We have some plants. It's like a psychedelic drug. That plant, like if you take it, you make your brain like literally. If you want to learn something, like memorize it.
You start thinking.
You can't.
Man, that's how we make your brain. Those guys just come and they do that thing. They take that stuff, you know.
There's one documentary on YouTube. It's called Extraordinary People. It's like people like that. You understand? There was this guy. He can read a book and he memorized everything like word for word. Just one glance. How is that possible? What kind of brain do you have? Like he's just reading the book and he can recite the book like that. Just by one glance. There's
this one guy now. There's this one guy. They put him in an airplane, right? They flew over New York City, and he looked down, right? He looked down.
Yeah, I know that autistic guy is from the UK.
And the guy drew everything he saw, man. Like he picked everything in his brain.
So I don't know.
So Mike, with that kind of guy, what can you do with that experience that he drew? What will be his role in your union or in your group?
Yeah, I will just send him to one Chinese factory. You just go there and see
You
everything.
are sending him overseas again. Come on, bro.
See, Kifaru is the problem of Africa. They once they discover good things, they will send him to the Busungus.
No, I mean to go and see. Go and see. You know. Just take it.
That environment in Africa.
Why I think we send it to go and spy.
Yes, it's a spy. That's
okay, spy.
You see no camera, nothing. Yes, it's okay. That's the camera himself.
Oh man, he's not coming back, man. Once they start paying him good, he's not coming back.
When you tell him if you don't come out, all his family is dead.
No, that's not going to be a problem. Yeah, it makes
that's what they do. The Soviet, the US, all those people, when they discover those people, they will go and put them in one camp and tell them that until they like. I remember one story I read about the Soviets. They wanted to design one aircraft, so they know one guy that had the brain. So they told him that
Kaiser is going to end his stream soon. So
they told the guy that if he doesn't design that aircraft, like they're gonna kill him or something, put him in prison. I can't remember. So the guy had to go and, they had him for ransom, So that's what they do, man. They make use of the
exactly. See, invention has halted. From the time of this Isaac Newton, it has halted. People are just using what they studied.
But that's what Nigerians are supposed to come here to talk about. But this moron will come here and be talking about shit, man.
Africans are capable of doing that. You understand? There's no some magic new invention that is like, wow.
We're supposed to be working on how we can, instead of having conversation, come here to talk about how we can use our brain and do things. They will come here every day. So I just come. He said the same thing every day.
That's still part of the process. He's not disturbing you.
That's a rubbish
step. You start,
No,
can you
no,
start from
no,
there?
no. That's some people can do that. Allow them do it. Do your own. Do it. Okay, you are
Mike,
complaining about Naja. What are you doing?
Mike, so you don't have to be.
You see what I'm doing today is what I just did, man.
So
Oh,
how are
Mike,
you
so you
different?
don't have to be a
Conversation.
You're
president
coming
to
to
start.
argue him. So how are you different from him?
No. Tunaja problem is you come here to be begging African Americans to come and
No,
colonize
you
him in
might have some
Nigeria.
issues with African American.
He's
He does not.
begging
So,
Canagenesis to come and colonize Nigeria for us.
no, he's Tunaja is a black nationalist or Afrocentric.
Oh,
So
how
it's not
can he be black
that's
nationalist? And no, he's not a black nationalist, bro. He's something else.
so
But like
black
I said,
nationalist
man,
does not mean you're being racist. That's why people fail to understand. When you say a black nationalist does not mean you are racist. That does not mean. It just means you like your continent and the African continent first, and black people first.
Tunaja
It
is not a
doesn't
black
mean
nationalist, man. If you are a black nationalist, you won't be in the UK working for white
no,
man.
man. The white
Well, maybe he doesn't
supremacists,
work for a white man.
the white supremacists in Africa.
and that Mike, that's why all these Pan-Africanist guys, when they talk about Pan-Africa, I just look them like that mumu they be. How you go to preach Pan-Africanist in Europe? Yeah, the main place you should be preaching should be Africa, your homeland. Yeah, you are living good with the white people, Muzungus, chilling.
Jude, one day the white man will get
So
angry.
what is wrong with that?
You know what's wrong with that? You know
The
what's wrong with
parrot.
that? Kifaru, one day the white man will get angry at you guys and take everything he's giving you away. He will take your job away from you, take it away from you, and like, if you hate me,
Let's wait for that day then.
I can't even live surviving off the black white man, and then you're talking shit about him, you know.
Mike, guess what? And there was another African guy who was an African guy living in Europe and was talking bad about this. What's this guy? This American black guy that talk about Pan-Africanism left and right. He was building his school. What is his name?
Umar Johnson.
Yeah, because he's married to a white girl. He's gonna say he's not a Pan-African. Are you kidding me? But you live in Europe with these Muzungus. You are not talking about yourself not being a Pan-Africanist because this guy is married to a Muzungu and you say he's not a Pan because he's married to. Come on, man, that's just so.
Kifaru, let me ask you, Kifaru,